How's it going? You guys seem pretty cool over there. And as usual, I hear the shrieking howls behind me. Looks like she's ready to just jump all over all this equipment over here. She's a mad lad, huh? How's it going today? It's great to see you, Molito. We got Sweet Potato Molito in here. I think it's ladies' night down at Dave's Cave. How are you, Molito? I hope you had a great weekend. You've been in my thoughts. And, you know, I care deeply, and it's great to see you, Molito. We're here. You know how it is. It's Tuesday time. I would say it's a good time to do some game action. Hey, Larone, love the new emotes. Thank you, Mayo. I appreciate that. Yeah, that one there is a cat who's blown away. And what's cool about that cat is you could tell that kitty is next to an owner or someone they love, because that right eye blinks out of love during the amazement. Kitty's amazed, but then is loving with one eye one of their pals. So I do too, Mayo. It's good to see you. The weekend was good for myself. Was able to lock in on a bunch of cool stuff work-wise and different things like that. Exciting things in the future. I can tell you that. I hope that you guys had a pretty solid weekend. That kitty is ridiculous, I'll tell you what. But here we are. And Versetti in the mix on YouTube. Just what this Tuesday needed. Excellent, Versetti. Well, what my Tuesday needed for sure was to be with my friends, because it absolutely makes it better. Oh my gosh, we got President Reagan in the mix too. Holy crap. I believe this country has one direction, and it is towards the Big Dipper. We got Reagan in the mix and Empress in the mix with rose hips. Thank you for those rose hips, Empress. I appreciate very much those rose hips. I say it every time, and I'll keep saying it, that Empress actually created that rose hip icon for us. So, you know, Hall of Fame stuff right there. Just furthers the connection for me to be able to beg all my pals for rose hips. You know what I'm saying? And it's good to see you guys. I don't know if you guys have been having a chance to do any long dark. I know that Sweet Potato Molito has been doing some cool long dark, and she's got a great base going in Mystery Lake at the Canadian office. I believe that it is all about Orion's belt. Jurisdictions, legislations, and bills must be run through the galaxy. Milky Way. Aretha's wild, man. It only takes her about 2 times of something to happen before she becomes completely obsessed with it. She refuses to forget, and that's how you know if she's in the other room or something like that, that she's just not listening to you. She doesn't really do that. She's actually a pretty good cat at coming and coming to her calls and different things like that, but she's unbelievable, I'll tell you. She's something else. Had a pretty good time with Aretha. She's been killing the game, just getting sweeter by the day pretty much, and thriving and striving. I think she's maybe going into her 5th year on this planet. So she's kind of she's becoming a grown woman, you know? She might chase rat on a string a little bit less, but that doesn't stop us from putting on a non-stop loop of squirrels and birds eating seeds, I guess, off of a stump in the other room in HD, baby. We have a non-stop stream of Bird TV, I think it's called, in there for Aretha. I want to make sure that anytime I'm going to be in here running amok and shooting bears, that she has, some good things. And so she's got a lot of windows around here, and she's also got Bird TV. But yeah, I hope you guys had a pretty good time. It's high time we do some Long Dark. I haven't had as much time as I would like to be able to play it in between. Actually, 0 in between, and I've completely. It kind of is the right amount of time for me to come into it fresh, and sometimes I even forget little details about what we were up to. Yo, what up, Versetti? We put on a channel called Critter Vision for our pets. They seem to love it. That's it, Versetti. Versetti, I got something to talk to you about, my friend. You're the man. Yo, what up, Yinzers? Oh, how's it going, Yins? It is lovely to see you, Yinzers. And I think we all have a great deal of gratitude to extend towards you, my friend. Beach Day was a success, and you made it all possible, Yinzers. When we were all out there splashing around in the nice, lukewarm, salty oceans, Yinzers was over there making moves big time, pushing those TPS reports through that jammed copier, and just doing his best job, earning time and a half. The guy's making it. He's the real deal. I just want to say. So Yinzers, thank you for your dedication to the cause. We all had a really good time. I'm sure that you'll see some of the pictures coming up. And it was, don't worry. We all recognize that you're the man. And it's because the Pennsylvania Prince that we were able to frolic. Had a good week in TLD. Got some stuff accomplished. Been building up my base and getting progress with the trader. Oh. Bean has hit 75 days in Interloper, and she downed her first Interloper bear. It was awesome. Hey, that's no small feat, Versetti. Bean is coming along, and when you're on Interloper, that's when it gets serious, especially past maybe 14 days or so. It gets really cold. Excellent work, and you make sure to tell Bean that she is amazing. I want to tell you guys something about Versetti. So, over on an interesting place. A place I might want to tell you about. A place I think Raph would want you to go to. And I could guarantee that. It's for sure. He'd want you to go over to the YouTube. And if you go over to the YouTube, you will see that there is a post over there about Dave's Cave on the post tab. My boy Versetti made a comment about it that blew me away. He mentioned somebody named Echo Preston. And at first I said, Echo Preston, that name sounds familiar, but it doesn't exactly ring a bell as to who it is. And then I realized, oh my gosh, Versetti remembered when we did the Dave's Cave, the actual Dave's Cave, and we had the reviews. In those reviews, there was a name of someone who reviewed the real Dave's Cave over there in, I think it was like Oklahoma or something crazy. And it was a person named Echo Preston. Our boy Versetti actually mentioned Echo Preston. I thought it was a beautiful reference, and I wanted to make sure that Versetti knows how much I respect that. And I think you are amazing, Versetti, for remembering the name Echo Preston. Deepest pool ever. Deep Blue Sea. Good work, Versetti. Echo Preston will echo throughout the halls of Dave's Cave forever, baby. And I salute you, Versetti. That's what I'm talking about. Between Yinzers working for us on Sunday in the office, Versetti making these deep pulls, it warms my heart, I tell you. It really does. I hope that you guys are ready because, there's some certain things that we're doing today. There's a couple words that come to mind when I think about this game, and there's two very specific words, and I'm certain that we have exactly what those words are down pat, and we're correct about it. There's no question. Twitch ate my question. Any chance you will attempt the Trapper's Legacy tournament? What's going on? Hey, what's up, Lily? I am sorry. That is classic. Bezos. Around here, he likes to play games and eat questions. You can see that he's got an unquenchable thirst. It is great to see you, Lily. I hope that you're doing well and that your weekend was well. I'm just over here, hanging out with my pals. We're just kind of giving respect to legends and just doing our thing. As far as tournament, we actually really think it's cool that everybody's making all these tournaments, Lily. I think it's really awesome, and they're putting a lot of hard work into these things. And it's really cool how it brings everybody together and stuff. And I'll tell you, the reason why we put together this one, Lily, is because it essentially is a tournament that fits the stuff we're into in the game. You get a lot of people who like to make bases and go through the story. For us, we like to focus on the hunt. That's the one thing that I like to do the most. I definitely won't. It's brutal, but the attempts look fun. Nice, Lily. Well, I hope that everybody has one for them, that they have. There's really cool ones out there. Like our boy Scabura put one together where you go and get the emergency stims, and then you go and drop them off in the bunker in those little crates. I always look in those little crates, and I never find anything in those abandoned preppers cache. But you could put the stims in there. I think it's called Highway 99. There's tournaments for everybody. But I'll tell you what the tournament is for us. The tournament is about the hunt, baby. So kind of last time we put together one, and it's just for us. It's our kind of little secret, It's cool. It's an exclusive, you know what I mean? And it fits what we would like to do, which is really awesome. Because I started playing this a couple months ago, and it has not stopped being cool. So we are doing one of the craziest things. We are playing a hunting tournament that we're all putting together, basically. It is the 21 of the 21. And it's amazing. And it's kind of what... Thank you, Lily. It's kind of all about the hunt. We're trying to run amok and do everything we can to actually do the coolest stuff and get down right to it. So you live for 21 days. You have to shoot 21 minimum bow shots. Accuracy, you cannot miss a shot. No health regeneration except birch bark. Thank you, Empress. I will take care of the queen very soon. Thank you, Empress. Queen to queen connection right there. The best, Empress. And we got these points listed right here. She's already, I can feel her around under the desk. She already knows, Empress. We got the points there for us. And we got things that are off limit here, like campfire things and traders and all this other crazy stuff here. We got a code for ourselves that we put in last time. And it's all simple, It's straight down to business. It's getting into the hunt. And it's what we love. So, we're going to do everything we can to run amok. And we're going to run amok big time. So we do all this stuff here. We get things that we can't do. We got the rules. It's down to simpleness. Let me make sure my gal has what she needs. You know what time it is. It's time. And I didn't see it on my screen, but I'm hoping that her name popped up and there was more pageantry for my girl, because she said, I want my zips and zaps to be proper and fancy. And, we're always going to tweak things to make sure that the queens around here are happy. It's very important. It's all about, it, So, party mix. Beachside crunch. There's a few ingredients in this stuff, and my gal loves it. We got ocean whitefish. We got flavors of shrimp, crab, and then we got one more ingredient. It's a secret, but some people definitely might know about it. It swims in the ocean. It starts with a T, and though it is the last ingredient, it is definitely not to be forgotten. You want to know what it is? It's tuna. So, this is what we like to do. We like to bust open the party mix bag and make our gal feel happy. Thank you, Empress. Aretha says thank you as well. Hey, what's up, Aretha? There's your party mix. That is from Empress. Thank you, Empress. Much love, Larone. That is cracking me up. That's just a name that I can't seem to get out of my head. First time I heard it, their Dave's Cave review, it made me laugh so much. Versetti, it's a testament to your greatness and also decent memory, I would say. It's both equally impressive, and you're the man, Versetti. Echo Preston lives on and will echo through the cloudy, depressing halls of Dave's Cave forever. One of many things that impresses me about the TLD community is how active and creative the fan-made tournaments are. Thank you, Versetti. That's what I think too. These guys are amazing. And even the one we put together over here is based on the pioneers of the game and stuff. I mean, these guys, when you're looking at video games these days, you come across a group of people who are very creative, loving, and sweet, and I literally love every single one of them. Haven't met a jabroni in the bunch besides ourselves, pretty much. And Versetti, well said. Thank you for those rose hips, Empress. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're gonna need it today because we're probably gonna get our butt kicked. Our gal, I'm dead, so sweet. You're so sweet, Reagan. I hope that the business meetings and everything hasn't been too much for you. I know that they like to put you in those meetings a lot. And you're the best, and you deserve your time. Because you got to run the country, for God's sakes. So, it's a crazy tournament. We're making it up. We're doing things. And we're storming the steeds. We have this points, and we have the off-limit stuff. And then we, of course, have the code down here. So, we're just going to keep it going and do the best we can to live, I guess. That's the jabroni code. And I hear that you guys think that we're playing a game that's short and bright. But let's be serious. This isn't short and bright. It's got to be something else. You know, much like the tuna ingredient, sometimes it, I think I have it right, but I'm not sure. It's short and bright. No, it's not short and bright. I'm pretty sure what it is long and dark. And we are back. We're playing the best video game ever. It is a game where you must survive and thrive and strive even. You have to do a couple things if you want to succeed in this one. And we're doing big things. We're doing a crazy tournament, and it takes us to the edge of our skill limits, and it's super fun. This game requires you to go outside. The temperatures and the elements are the toughest opponent in this one, and then you run across haunted bears and Hollywood moose and all kinds of, craziness, basically. So, last time saw us doing a lot of stuff. We started this crazy tournament, and it was pretty much the most fun thing in history. We ran around, we made our bow, and I was pretty satisfied with our ability, even on the tough loot pool. We didn't re-roll our will because we loved the man. And so we went with that bedroll in Hibernia, and we said, you know what, we're going to storm ahead. Instead of going down into the lower part of the ravine to get the hammer, we said we're going to go and get it at Trappers. We went on a pretty decent path, and we stayed moving. That kept us with a satchel full of fresh goodies and a decent amount of matches so that we could stay well supplied for early game when stuff is in scarce supply. So, that took us to a forge at Forlorn Muskeg and a stocked bunker, I think, somewhere along the line. I'm having trouble remembering that part, but I will say that I believe everything went way too good. After our forge, we ended up going to Pleasant Valley through one of the transitions. I think the Winding River transition in Mystery Lake. And then we ended up hunting our first bear. So when you go to Pleasant Valley, you can kind of do a clockwise circle if you're bear hunting. And that's what we started with. We entered in a transition part of the place and then kind of made our way around Pleasant Valley. So when we look at Pleasant Valley, it's a pretty cool map, and it's quite beautiful if you can get past the incessant blizzards. That's really the tough part about it. But when you look at Pleasant, it's pretty pleasant. We came in over here in the cave system to Winding River. That's how we got here when we left the dam in Mystery Lake. And we just kind of went east there to this little bear cave down here. We spotted the bear on top of this rock formation. We shot him, And then he ran around town for like half an hour. A blizzard came. We decided to seek refuge in this guy's cave. It was a bold move, but there was really a little bit of cowardice under the boldness. There was a shelf in his cave that we believed his pathing would not allow him onto. Turns out it was true. The blizzard hit and the bear sought shelter as well. He came back home only to see a ridiculous Will jabroni on a secret shelf, basically, in his cave. So he kept coming in, being upset that we were there, and we were using the John Candy strat on this bear. So we detailed kind of what the tournament's about. It's about shooting 21 times without missing. So we tried the John Candy strat and shooting bears in the butt and not in the critical neck spot or the head spot. We're trying to get accuracy up, so we were trying to pin cushion the bear. This was probably the closest it's ever been to exactly what we aimed to do. We were able to get 7 shots into one bear. This was all on Archery 1, without reading a copy of Brian Gold to keep our archery skill. There's a lot of counterintuitiveness and nerdiness, but I'll just leave it there in saying it worked out. 7 shots on this guy. Big time awesomeness. So, I believe that we'll have a note, but what we did was we took this dashed line right here, and we kind of went around all the way to here, got on the road, and then went to the bingo hall, where at, I think 7 p.m. on Wednesdays or Tuesdays, you guys can play bingo. It's pretty nice. Pork chocks and applesauce are usually served, and I think Betty Sue is going to be cooking a nice roasted pie for everybody. I've called dibs on a big chunk of it, but there might be some left for you guys, maybe. Let's not get our hopes up about that. We'll see if maybe there's some some other pies there, but I'm definitely thinking about taking some of it myself there, the roasted pie from Mary Sue, so I better get there soon. Yo, what up, Richard? Hello, Larone, the president. It is good to see Richard. How are you, my man? As usual, we have to make sure that we say, Richard, it is amazing to see you, because we know that you are going through turbulent waters every day at work. If you guys don't know, this man Richard over here deals cards for the Latvian mafia. So they sit around and they smoke cigars, and I don't really have a good Latvian accent. It's probably going to go close to Russian. Richard, you must give me pocket aces again, or we will put a Klaukalov in your clavicle. You know what I mean? They're grunting. They got their sleeves rolled up. They got ladies serving them drinks and stuff, and then they're sitting there with cigars. And Richard's, just trying to be professional, dealing out cards. But he deals with it with grace, and he comes in here, and we're happy to see you, Richard. And we got double max, double combat pants. Yes, that's probably an important part that I didn't mention, Versetti, is that we had amazing RNG. To the point where it was like, this is getting crazy over here. We got some of the best things for our outfit we could possibly get. We got 2 heavy jackets, 2 of the most defense first pants, and I believe we even have work boots. So our outfit is as optimized as it can be. And for people that are playing a nomadic tournament and moving from place to place, it's actually pretty rad to be able to find all these things, given the fact that in 21 days, you don't have a lot of time to make custom clothes. So you just have to get your shots off, get warm clothes out of lockers and trunks and things, and stay moving. Safes are also a really great spot to find the highest clothing items here on, beyond interloper difficulties, I would say. So, we're held up here at the bingo hall. We haven't looted anything in Pleasant Valley, so there's plenty of loot around, like matches over here at the gas station, rural store, and our neighbor across the way is definitely another source of loot, along with the emergency stim that we're guaranteed to find in the red barn, and I believe a mag lens in the basement. I'll have to check the loot pool for that. I can't remember if we got a mag lens last time. We'll kind of get caught up on things. But this is one of the best base locations and sources of loot. As you can see, there's one of these little red shamrock things, which on the key, of course, will indicate to you that is a location that has abundant supplies. So that's pretty cool. So we got a lot to do today, basically, and my mind is always overwhelmed when we start off, but I'm going to settle down, and focus and be responsible. I think today is going to have to include this bear pretty early on, this guy over here by the abandoned mine, because we're going to do a counterclockwise circle around Pleasant Valley. We started with this bear right down here, then we went down the dash line, took a right, ended up here. Now we go for this bear in this little cave. So when you're hunting the bear, you do one thing to keep it organized. You go to their caves and look for bones in the caves. And if you see that you know he spawned. Otherwise, you'd be running around looking for all the little places he goes where those prints are, and you might not even find him because he didn't spawn in. So you go and check out if there's skeletons in his cave. If there are, that means he's active and it's on. Some of the bears, too, are actually indicated on the map as always active. That means you don't even have to check for the bones because they're always active. But those bears are far and few between, so most of them require a little bit of scouting homework. So today, we're going to get coal from the abandoned mine. As you can tell, there's a big coal cart there. That means, yes, you will get lumps, and those are 20 Celsius to your warmth bonus. We're going to check bear caves, and we're going to continue. If we can successfully get this one in the bottom right, we're going to go north and get up the derelict cabins bear. This one right here. That one's going to be next to not too many indoor locations. It's just going to have to be an intelligent hunt. Otherwise, you're going to go through your fire resources, 30 lumps caught in a blizzard that's changing directions 8 times. We were fortunate enough to have one of those last time. If we could somehow improve our ability in hunting and not lose confidence about accuracy, maybe we'll go after moose. But the moose is a shifty guy sometimes. So for now, we're just going to be seeking the bear. We have about 10 days left in the hunt, so we kind of got to get into it pretty quickly. So let's not mess about. Let's get right to it. Because we're playing the long dark, baby. We're doing it, Richard. All right, let's get in here. Man, I love the long dark. Okay. 21, and this is our first attempt doing this thing. We made it last time, and we're still going on our first attempt. I tell you, it's underrated to give them a shot. I think a lot of those people out there that re-roll, if they would just give their Astro to Will a little bit more of a chance, they might, prove to them that they could fight too. It makes you adapt and change and come up with new plans than you came in with, and it might be a little less optimized, but you'll learn something new for next run, definitely more often than you would if you're re-rolling and stuff. So, looks like we got about 60% of our health. We've lived for 11 days and have 10 days left before we have to have 21 shots, so there's no games. We got to seek the bear and seek him often. We're in Pleasant Valley in the bingo hall. Let's get in there and let's see what he's about. 7-shot Will, one for every day of the week. Yeah, let's go check out that outfit, Versetti. Okay, here we are at the bingo hall. It's a nice quiet morning, and we have a couple hours till the warmest part of the day. As far as our conditions, we have a risk of parasites because we ate 1 bear steak, but that's totally cool. As long as you eat 1 a day, you're in the clear. Sometimes it might benefit you to make that steak 1 kilogram rather than half, because it's the same amount of percentage of parasite risk. So, look at this outfit. This guy is warm. Oh, okay, I can't stay unpaused too long because our vitals are draining, but 11 Celsius just out of pre-found clothes. Double combat. Insanity. Right now, I just want to put the stronger ones on the outside. There we go. We've talked about this before, but it's kind of tough to understand. These hats and shirts right here are further away from the guy who's in the middle, and those are the outer layer. And on this side, the ones further from them are the outer layer too. Kind of as a radial is how it works. It took me a while to figure it out. And the amazing pros around are always advising. So we'd like to keep our stronger ones on the outside. Now, I'm missing a toque here. So I can't remember if this got destroyed in a skirmish, and it looks like it did. This is probably when I got attacked by the wolf. It looks like he destroyed our clothes. There's no mending fails, so we're not able to fix gloves or boots without risking the tournament being DQ'd. And look at our toque. Oh, knitted wool cap is gone and it's ruined. And the text says ruined. 0%. I believe this was from the wolf attack. So we're going to have to make a second Davy Crockett, and maybe even one to replace this one that's deteriorated down to 36%. So I think what I'll first do is check out the notes, because sometimes I come in a little too hot out the gates, and I need to check those notes so I stay focused and responsible. Okay, we're getting crazy, that's for sure. Loophole 4. Extra underwear and fleece mittens, trailer near the dam. And here's something I do remember, that there are trail boots, and they are next to the Winding River PV entrance cave. I don't know, sometimes without spell check I have a question. What's up, Waba? How are you? How's it going, Wobs? We're just kind of chilling out right now and hanging out. Who is the worst player? Because I certainly don't see them here. Thank you, Waba. Sometimes I'm a bit, I'm just a jabroni. That's all there is to it. We're just getting started. You haven't missed a thing. I'm just making responsible notes and trying to settle down, because sometimes I get a little excited to be here with my pals. It is great to see you here on this Tuesday. We got legends in the mix. Aretha has been satiated, and here we are, baby. We got extra underwear and trail boot notes. And at Trappers, we have wolf pelt, deer pelt, 3 birch saps. Strat for Tuesday, that's us. Right wall strat around Pleasant Valley. Acquire birch bark and stay moving. Okay, birch bark is on the list. We mentioned it. It's important to note it again, but there is a birch bark forest in this place. The birch bark forest is important. It is right here behind the red barn, and it's kind of where these little brown shards are here. That's the birch forest, and you usually go from the red barn, you go over here, and there's an always active bear there that we're going to want to hunt. So part of today's plan, in conjunction with going counterclockwise around the map using right wall strats, basically all of this kind of just yellow area is a big wall. That's kind of the edge of the map. We're just kind of go counterclockwise around this boy and take him out. Coastal Highway, Abandoned Mine, Cinder Hills Bear. Then we go north to Derelict Cabins Bear and Birch Bark Bear here right over this way. So we have a couple bears that already are in our sights, and we're going to do our best to get Birch and attack those bears. Sounds good. I like the plan. So what else do we got? Mention Mario Lopez. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys about Mario Lopez. Mario Lopez is a guy who I believe maybe probably started out on some other shows, but then he went on to a show called Saved by the Bell in the 90s or maybe late 80s. He was a Latin guy, and he had dimples that were to die for. You know, he had the ladies swooning, and he had greased up mullet that he pulled back at the back of his hair. Super charming. And one of the most creative things about AC Slater, as he's known in that show, he sat backwards in chairs. He didn't invent this, of course. It was an homage to the Tony Danza, the man from Taxi. And he sits backwards in the chair. It's a really cool move, and it really makes you stand out in a crowd of other cool guys, you know? So it's just important that we wrote that down and we adhere to that, you know what I'm saying? Mario Lopez is important. So we had to mention him. Yo, what up, Fen? How's it going? Oh, okay. Fen, I just got to say this about you and Zebra. You guys are amazing, by the way. You guys are absolutely unbelievable, just cool dudes. Because I saw that you guys were hanging out with our boy Haiku, and you guys actually know like old Super Nintendo stuff too. So not only are you guys amazing Viking survivors in Valheim, kicking butt against the non-clothes wearing trolls, but you guys know about the OG classics. Amazing, Fanaz. You're the man, Fen, and definitely make sure that Zebra knows every day. He's a legend. Zebra is like a quiet assassin, man. You know what I'm saying? He's the best. All right, so let's get serious here. I'm getting distracted a little bit. I mentioned Mario Lopez. We've gotten to the important things. let's reassess what we're up to here. We're going to maybe make a few improvised head wraps and plan for the future. Let's see what kind of firewood we got. We got 10 coal. That's probably not going to cut it for more than one bear hunt because you blow through those getting caught in blizzards like crazy. So let me drop this ruined toque and let's start to think about tearing up the bingo hall stuff. Maybe dropping some of these pelts as well. So we got 3 rabbit pelts, and I do believe we were thinking about making the rabbit skin mittens. The rabbit skin mittens require 2 guts and 4 pelts, but they're super warm, and these things are disintegrating every time we get jumped by anybody. So we go over here and check these bad boys out. Rabbit skin mittens. Boom. Handcrafted mittens. They make you clumsy, but they're very warm. Kind of like wearing a rabbit on your hands. That's it. So 2 Celsius bonus from this bad boy, and the ones we have right now are kind of getting a little less warm. They're good at defense, though. Ragged work gloves. So we got a lot of things going on, and I'll tell you, the toughest... Oh, we got a bear sweater over here.
I could use this.
A warm, durable sweater. All right, here's the thing. We haven't looted any of these spots, so we also have that on our list. Let's go over and check out our shirts. Okay, the bear sweater is amazing right now. So right now we're going double bear because the thin wool that is usually awesome when you can mend has deteriorated a little bit. Now, of course, we could try to repair things with the sewing kit, but I'll show you what's going to happen. Because our skill level is at mending nothing, then we're definitely going to botch it half the time. So when we do that, it's going to disqualify us if we do crazy stuff. Yummy's a good dude. He is, Fen. So we cannot basically let that mending become a problem, and we're just not going to do it. And that's kind of one of the challenges that I think we were looking for by putting no mending, is that we really wanted to make sure that there was some sort of... your clothes had to be sought after and thought about in kind of a strategy way where you can't repair them, so you kind of have to plan for the future. And that's why on our notes we kind of have a few items of clothes listed here just in case we need to get better ones during the next 10 days or something like that. It's probably not going to happen too much. It's a short little thing. So the calendar is at 11 to 12. The stat sheet, when it shows 21, is the end of it. So that is when it's going to indicate that there has literally been 21 days for us on the island, and when it rolls over to 21, it's done. So on that last day, you gotta kind of take an eye on it, basically. Cooking skill is on the way to 3. Probably one of the highlights of everything, even considering we're in a hunting tournament, is cooking 3. You ask yourself why. Let's not delay this any longer. Roasted empanadas. One of the best foods ever. A thick crusted pie, overflowing with rose hips. And let me get some of those hips. Thank you, Wawa, for those hips. That is it. That is it. Roasted empanadas, they keep you up all night, and you can party with your friends. You could watch E.T. at 11 p.m. and maybe even make it to the end. Fatigue reduced. You get a little bit of a headache and your visuals go off, but it's basically just a visual thing. It really isn't to the detriment of your guy. 240 calories from it as well. Thank you for those hips, Lily. Oh, and Mayo. Thank you for those hips, guys. I really appreciate it. We got payday coming up on Friday. You know I'm good for it. And thank you for those rose hips. Thank you, guys. So, roasted empanadas are going to happen at cooking level 3. So we're basically on the doorstep of that. We cook a few more bowls of porridge or something, and we got it. So, basically... Archery 2, and we want to keep that thing in a nice, calm, chilling thing. We want to use the John Candy strat, pin cushion strat, and shoot a bunch of bears in the butt. We're going for more shots into the bear. And last time we were able to really farm that first bear and get 7 shots on him. No big deal. The other highlight of last time is this right here. Can openers found? 1. Unbelievable. I know. Let's go see what that can opener looks like. We even spent time to realize that you can repair the can opener. So you can actually fix this bad boy. An implement for opening cans. That's it. So we got ourselves a simple bow. I'm going to do an arrow inventory. Right now we got a bunch of shafts. We got 3 arrows and 7 kind of damaged arrows. So that's 10 arrows. Not bad. Looks like we got a decent amount of other stuff here. Once we get to cooking 3, we can shed some of these cooking pots and things here. Because we're carrying around a lot of nonsense. Okay. This is the best. The sewing kit is kept in our satchel, even though we're not repairing things, for making new things like improvised head wraps, stuff like that. Let's do a food inventory. 2 dusty floor potatoes, 29 responsible cattail dreams, and a little bit of porridge. So that's where being in a new town comes into play. So, gotta make sure we don't lose any calorie-related things here. I'm gonna go check and see if we have well-fed. I believe we do. All right, well-fed. You've managed to prevent starvation for 72 consecutive hours. A lot of the other awesome pros out there will always care about this. And at the beginning, I had no idea why. Well, carrying stuff around every day is something that comes up all the time. You're able to carry 5 kilograms more by keeping food in your belly and not going to full starving for 3 straight days. So it's pretty cool to keep well-fed, and I definitely now understand, now that we're further along, exactly how much it applies to your everyday life. It's the real deal. We got 3 responsible bandages, a little bit of torn up birch bark to make it a birch bark tea, and we'll be hitting that forest for more birch. Yinzer's gonna have to work more, specifically on Sunday. Yeah, Wobbs, he was in here, and we were actually paying our respects because the beach was fun. I had a great time with you on the beach, Wobbs, and Yinzer's was in here, you know, and what's great about Yinzer's is that he doesn't complain about it. He just went in there and did it for everybody. And that's the kind of guy he is. And part of why maybe Lumberg's always making him go in on Sunday, because he's so nice that he'll do it. I don't know, it's tough. You kind of see that element of him getting pushed around a little bit by Lumberg. All right, so we are going to want to make those mittens. We need 1 more pelt. I don't want to leave those behind too much. Let's start off by settling down and just looting this place a little bit, because there's a lot of goodies around here. And yeah, we had a pretty good time on the beach on Sunday. There's no question about that. Worn hoodie. Let's get some toilet water to start things off. Well, we are going to ban corporate soon. Oh, corporate's banned. Holy crap. Yeah, Yinzer's is rising up. He's actually trying to become the CEO himself. And what's crazy is that he's going to be telling people to come in on Sunday. So you check backstage, and then here's always what is important to show and act like it's something to do. There's another drawer back here. So you go around a lot in this game and you loot your neighbor's cabinets. That's a big part of surviving, is rummaging through your neighbor's belongings. Most of these people haven't been here for a while, and there's kind of a grace period when things break down like this, and it's kind of on that martial law, you know, societal, nuts and stuff. And so you just kind of can rummage through your neighbor's cabinets after a couple months of a zombie apocalypse or something like that. It's kind of understood that everybody kind of left town and their car is in a traffic jam on the highway behind everybody's, you know?
I can always use more food.
Stale beef jerky. Pinnacle Peaches. And this is a big part of going to a new town right here and staying nomadic, is you get a lot of cool loot. Loot keeps you from having to seek the food yourself by making nature call or doing the hunting. Summit Soda. Ingredients: carbonated water, high fructose corn syrup. Oh, that's it right there. Natural flavors, also very important. summon soda. Then you're switching lanes thinking you'll get ahead and the lane just moves forward. Yeah, classic zombie apocalypse traffic jam on the interstate. New pork and beans. My gosh. Standard fare crackers. Holy loot. Fresh trout. So we are getting a bunch of cool stuff. When we did this tournament, we put all the sliders to give it the least amount of loot, make the weather as bad as possible, all that stuff. So anytime we get something, it's a little more rewarding, I suppose.
Always use more food.
New tomato soup. Oh, Pinnacle Peaches. Oh my gosh. Super rewarding. Okay, so we have a ton of food now. Let's think about what we're going to do. I believe that we have a neighbor's house and a gas station. Did we slide it the right way? I think this is rigged. Well, you can check, Wobbs. We did it together, basically. Mike Trout in the freezer. That's it. And stepping up to plate. All right, let's get serious here. Let's eat Mike Trout. Let's think about it. Okay, we're gonna go seek that bear. We have 10 lumps of coal, so we definitely want to get more coal out of the abandoned mine, the Cinder Hills mine. We probably want to sleep a little bit more too. It's the nice traveling time, and when you don't hear a blizzard, you kind of want to get out there in Pleasant Valley because you know you're on 1 hour from now. It's gonna be. There we go. Life hack. When using split screen mode for Twitch on mobile, your team's status won't update to away. Okay. That's how you get, that's why Yinzers is a corporate genius. I don't even know what any of that means, but he does. That's how he gets ahead. When they're at work, I can't get people to work during the week when they're at work. Classic. Yinzers wouldn't know anything about that. He's very serious about going to work. Carrot. Stale beef jerky. Stale chocolate bar. Just a bunch of stale food from the bingo hall, you know? Stale granola bar. The staler, the better. Alright, we got way too much water. We'll shed some water weight here. Alright, now let's chill out for a second. An old-fashioned sleep until the wind dies down, and then it's the warm traveling part of the day. We'll think about all the things we can do, like the Cinder Hills bear, the Birch Forest bear and the birch, and of course the coal from Cinder Hills. Super important to think about that, given the fact that we are in the most volatile town of them all. These 10 lumps is probably one bear hunt at the max that this will last us, and then the next bear hunt will freeze to death trying to live through the blizzard that inevitably comes during a long extended bear hunt. It takes a while to hunt a bear. Sometimes they sprint all over town for a while. They have endurance, even though they're big. They always say don't judge a bear by its cover. And these bear are quite athletic for being big guys. Yinzer's playing the teams game. I remember that life all too well. Oh, Neo! The man! Thank you, Neo, for zipping and zapping. Unbelievable, Neo. How are you, the man? I'm pretty sure this guy knows Kung Fu. I'm not sure.
There's a bomb on this bus.
Oh.
If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, please! Listen. I saw Sandra earlier, but if you see her, do not let her slow down that bus. I pray to God you don't let her slow down that bus. 65 or higher, please. It'll blow. Don't do it. How are you, Neo? It is lovely to see the man. And give my regards to Larry Fishburne. It's important that he knows as well that we acknowledge his existence and how great he is. And it's good to see you, Neo. I think Larry Fishburne was like a pigeon keeper in The Matrix. I can't remember what he did in that, or in John Wick. I think he's in a lot of movies that Keanu was there as his mentor. Yeah, how's it going, Neo? Thank you for sipping and sapping, Neo. You are the man. Listen, not all heroes wear capes. I've got you on while I play Cozy Game Restoration. And this is the ideal relaxing Tuesday afternoon. Thank you, Lily. Yeah, I've always mentioned to folks that what we can help them with is, let's say you're playing a game and you're new to it and you're feeling a little like, wow, maybe I should know a little bit more. Well, you come over here and you get to see the biggest jabroni on the planet. And you can always compare yourself to the worst. You can say, hey, at least I'm not that bad. Even in cozy restorations. It's good to see you, Neo. Thank you.
Only a couple jabronis come out here without skates on.
You keep using this word jabroni, and it's awesome.
Thank you, Pack and Play. It is good to see you, Pack and Play. You were packing and playing. I saw you streaking through the outfield of the Seattle Mariners game last time. That was pretty rad, Pack and Play. How are you this Tuesday? We've just been kind of setting the stage a little bit. We haven't done too much. Oh, Jex is here. How are you, Jex? The Trocadero Pro. What is shaking, Jex? Jex, it is unbelievable to see you. You are an OG and just one of the sweetest people ever. I want you guys to know, Jex, you know, when we were just babies getting to learn TLD, Jex was very sweet and welcoming and amalgamizes what everybody talks about the TLD community being awesome for. And Jex, you know, is a great personification of that. And it's great to see you, Jex. All our friends are here. That's it. And we're not going on Sunday, so we even have Yinzers. That's crazy. We're just kind of getting excited over here, chilling out. Who is this survival legend? Zebra's here. Zebra, we were just talking about how cool you are. The silent assassin Zebra. He says little, but makes a giant impact. Holy crap, what's up, Zebra? Thank you for coming in here with those amazing stripes. You are looking very well today. It's an intense time. We're getting settled and trying to do our best to chill out because we come out the gates way too hot, being excited to be here with all our pals. So I'm just taking it easy for a second and, you know, trying to control all the adrenaline a little bit inside. You know, we're chill, man. We're Fonzie. We're chilling. We're not a spaz right now. It's just going to be cool, man, you know? You just have to tell yourself things that aren't true, and maybe one day they will become. I will be competent at TLD. I will not freeze in a blizzard in Pleasant Valley. There will be no blizzards in Pleasant Valley. All right, so the risk of intestinal parasites is gone. We can eat another bear steak if we hunt the bear. And the winds sound like they're howling out there, and we're losing daylight. I'm going to go check and see what it's like.
Something's gotta go.
All right, 3 down arrows. Classic Pleasant Valley behavior right here. Can't stop looking at Zebra Butt. Oh, my. It's getting racy. All right, we're going to have about 1 hour to do stuff. So this might be a little less hunting time than we were aiming for. Sings the best lullabies. Oh, Jack's got a beautiful voice, huh? Alright, so it's kind of teetering between 3 to 2 down arrows, which isn't ideal considering you're in the warmest part of the day. So you know the coldness is real right now. We have 1/3 of the minimum amount of shots we have to take. Since we've taken 7, have to shoot 21 by 21 days, and we have about 10 days to do that. So that means that the lollygagging that I'm doing basically right now by talking about Mario Lopez is probably to my detriment on a kind of a expedited tournament over here. So, let's think about this. That zebra cake will hypnotize you. I'm doing okay. My wisdom tooth is infected, but feeling a bit better today. Well, Jex, I'm very sorry to hear that. I know that everybody talks about how when teeth have issues, you got to get it taken care of because it's so close to important parts of your dome, especially that brain. You know what I'm saying? So, I do hope that you are able soon to talk to an expert of the teeth. And you're the best, Jex. And I'll put this right here for you until you do talk to the expert of the teeth. Because you're amazing. I'll put that in there. That's for Jex. Yo, what up, grown up? The man! How are you, grown up? Thank you for those rose hips. What an entrance, grown up. Man, I've been getting a decent amount of hips today, and I'm very grateful for it. Thank you, grown up. This challenge looks so hard. You got this, though. Yeah, it's insane. But we do totally got this, man. That's another one of the things that I'm saying that isn't true, but that could be, maybe, this summer. All right, let's check the weather. We're catching up on sleep that we needed to since we were kind of outside for a while. Still 3 down. You can kind of see the temperature vital just draining away.
And what are the principles of a Jedi Knight?
To always defend truth and justice throughout the galaxy.
And to eat a lot of peanut M&Ms.
It's super important. If you want to rise the ranks in the Star Wars hierarchy, you got to eat peanut M&Ms. It's clear. That's the way. All right, weekly bingo at the community hall, Wednesday at 8 p.m. Don't forget about it. It's the middle of the week. Maybe you don't have much going on. You're just looking for a quaint night out. Go to the bingo hall in Pleasant Valley. It's going to be a blizzard, so you might want to walk in instant crampons. Peanut butter M&Ms are my favorite. I think those are my favorite too, Zebra. And I'll get even crazier. I hope you guys are sitting down for this one. Jex, I'm sorry. This is a teeth-related thing because we're eating M&Ms over here. All right, everybody settle down. I'll mix peanut butter M&Ms with peanut M&Ms. Here's the ratio. 75% peanut, 25% peanut butter. Just like that. It's important to get those ratios right because the peanut butter you want to have at a 25% knot, and you want the peanut M&Ms, which are a little more palatable over time, to be 75%. You mix those two up, and it's a medley of M&M squared action, baby. Unrestricted. Unstoppable. I was at the dentist yesterday, and I got some antibiotics, so hopefully soon it's over. But yes, totally the teeth is close to a lot of things, so I always got to check it out. Excellent, Jex. The kitty's my favorite. Loving these new emotes, Larone. Thank you, Waba. You guys notice so much, and it means so much to me. I love it. Waba, earlier, our boy Versetti talked about Echo Preston from the real life Dave's Cave. I couldn't believe it. So, I mean, you guys swell up my heart. All right, let's go through this fridge. I'm also going to want to tear up our neighbor's curtains and make another Davy Crockett hat out of it. Dusty floor potato.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Make sure to check in these little ajar places. You might find some old mill flour back there.
Here.
Thought it was a Macadon, man. We already have 2. I wouldn't even know what to think about with 3. Straight to jail. Sil's got to redeem for your impression. You're famous now. Nice! Excellent! Hey, yo. Hey, what's going on? That's probably one of my impressions. Very famous. Famous Daves, if you will. You guys ever heard of that one? We have a place, restaurant chain around here called Famous Dave's.
I think I can use this.
I think they serve barbecue there. Pretty good. I'm actually a pretty big fan of barbecue sandwiches. Some nice piping hot French fries on the side. Boy, I tell you. All right, let's tear up some neighbors' curtains. Never liked these curtains. I just found a review place for Dave's Cave. Yeah, grown up. I don't know if you were here when we talked about the real Dave's Cave. Unbelievable stuff. It's like a drive-in liquor store where you go up, you can get like fountain sodas and everything, and it's in like just the flyest over a flyover states. It's in like Oklahoma in one of the most random spots. It's crazy. All right, let's eat 40% sardines. What a treat. Questionable fish. Standard fare crackers. More toilet water. Man, old sardines and toilet water with crackers. Sometimes you just gotta make do with what you got. Okay, we can't have a mending fail, but I learned from the pros last time that you don't fail when you craft. So the first craft is okay, you can guarantee you won't have a fail on it. And now we throw in that Davy Crockett. And you can see that the healthy Davy at 100% deteriorates quickly, but it comes out pretty piping warm. 1 Celsius, considering we just made that out of our neighbor's curtains. So this one over here has seen better days. It's probably good to invest another half an hour to improve that warmth bonus right there. Let's see if we can... Yeah. Sunlight's escaping us. Can we get it off before? Hopefully. Beautiful. All right, Double Davy is back. And we just went from 11 to 13 like that. Big time. It is Duncan, Oklahoma. That's it back in play. The most random of places. Duncan, Oklahoma is where the real Dave's Cave is. Unbelievable. Hello, Mr. Larone. Hello, Millie. How are you today, my friend? You haven't missed a darn thing. You've missed me make just an improvised hat, but you did miss a nice, interesting kind of little monologue about Mario Lopez. So that is one thing. But I'll tell you right now, his dimples are good. He sits backwards in a chair. Super stud, all-state wrestler. It's good to see you, Billy. Dave's Cave is my go-to store for all my cave-related needs. The staff is knowledgeable, and the selection is superb. I always find what I'm looking for. You know what, grown-up? That's very true. Karaoke does happen there. One of the craziest things about Dave's Cave is that it doesn't stop there. It's got good things. It's got appetizers. It's got great vibes. There's electric tape as well on the stools, so you know that, you know, people come in there a lot. And that's a sign of, you know, a place you want to go, I would say. So I just want to say that I also wanted to express some stuff about it. It's an important place. And it's important for this. Ah! I'm trying. It doesn't remember. Okay, hold on. You got to do this for me. Come on. With it. Ah! I have been beckoned for games. Being popular is such hard work. Stay alive, Larone. I shall return. Love y'all. You're the best, Molito. So I missed a great monologue, but I'm sure there are more to come. Yeah. I'm over here. When you deal with like the paint thing, it's kind of a nonsense thing, so it's giving me the business right now. But I will tell you that I have some stuff related to the boy. It's just giving me the business. It was a real review. That's it, grown up. So let's get serious here. I'm a little distracted by the great Dave because his cave is wonderful and everybody knows. So let's get into seriousness and be serious. All right. Prepared hand wraps, warm versus our current ones. We're kind of have to have a recovery night tonight because we can't do any of the stuff we're supposed to do. It's getting dark and windy out there. So we'll just loot the gas station, kind of run around a little bit, get our rest right, and take care of business. Dave's cave is always open. That's what's great about the cave. That's it, Millie. You're always welcome, too. I will tell you that. What's up, Mugwop? How are you today, my friend? We're just kind of getting settled in Pleasant Valley, and we're thinking about doing some hunting today. What do you say to that? Please send my regards to Chris and the great Scarborough, the legendary Terminator. All right, I'm a bit scared of wolves out here, especially haunted wolves. All right, we're going to get a few goodies out of the Thompson's Market over here. We have never been here. And it's always clean, never found any garbage or stuff on the cave. Yeah, and you guys are usually pretty good about it being greasy on the bar. You see it as a good thing. And I appreciate that. Okay, so we're getting cool stuff here. Dusty floor potatoes, lantern fuel. Got something going on in the computer. Hey, Doug! I hope you're doing good. Does he have any other family on the island? That you? Okay. Oh, it burned out our torch! RP Trusty Brand Match. Alright, our match inventory right now is at about 40-something. We should have enough to get us through 10 days, but we never want to get flippant with our matches. We've been on the wrong end of that. And we do have a mag lens, so any opportunity where the glorious sun can save a match, we'll definitely use that as well. Right now, we're just blowing through them like we're rich over here. Aurora incoming. Scary beast will await you outside. Holy. M. Hunter's Wilderness Kitchen. Carrot. And dusty floor potato. Rich in matches. And we got a pretty decent amount of rich and dusty floor potatoes too, Jex. Alright, exclusive lockers opened with our awesome pry bar. This is one of our favorite sources of things like this. Worn eel wrap. Said perfectly. Oh, worn work gloves. All right, here we go. Drop these, throw these, and then we go over here and put that ear wrap on. It makes us look way more ridiculous, but now we're up to 14 Celsius warmth bonus. Replacing these things and getting this thing taken care of. We seek to make an improvised ptarmigan insulation here by crafting one. We have 4 feathers and we are 1 feather short because we made nature call on a ptarmigan and it was glorious. The wolf went and attacked him and we were able to get 4 feathers off of him. So now we just need 1 more and we can make that insulation. So anytime you see a ptarmigan around, I'll try to pay attention so that we can bring a wolf over to him. We do have a bow, but I'm scared to miss a shot. Because if I miss a shot, it's over. So I don't want to shoot skittish opponents like deers or ptarmigans or things. I'm being very bear-centric with keeping 100% accuracy in the forefront. My cat actually goes crazy over potato peels. She loves the dirt, I guess. Holy crap. I'll tell you what my cat does, Jex. So I'm sitting here the other day, yesterday, in fact, in this very office, and I start to hear man's voices in the other room. And they're talking normally. Scared the crap out of me. I didn't know what was going on. I'm like, nobody's supposed to be here right now. What's going on? Like, why do I hear grown men talking in the other room like they disown the place? I go in there. What do you think's going on? My computer was turned on by the cat. So I guess she somehow walked across the keyboard and it was to sleep. And it was not off. So all she had to do was walk on the keyboard and then it started the podcast I was watching in there. So I just hear like, yeah, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And I'm like, who the heck is in here in the other room talking right now? It was last night. I go in there and she's looking at me. I didn't know at first. I was like, what am I walking into? You sometimes get that thing in you as a dude where you want to pick up a baseball bat. You want to go in there and like defend the house from robbers. So that was kind of in my mind. I go in there and I just see her looking at me like, I caused a scene, but I'm not confessing to it until you figure it out. And then I did figure it out. Unbelievable. So it taught me if I'm going to keep it open and just leave it there, that it will become not asleep and she will make it that way. Ridiculous stuff. I don't even know what she was doing up there. It was on the table. What's she even doing back there? Mother meatloaf, you know what I mean? My cat sleeps on our laptop. It's always all messed up afterwards. Yeah, and you know, they change like Windows settings in there. They'll make your resolution like 640 by 360 and just run amok on those things. No regard. Can you imagine having your work up and having your work spreadsheet like show a bunch of ASDFs on there and all kinds of nonsense from her fat toe beans? Unbelievable. So I just wanted to share that little story. Maybe it was Dave who told the cat how to open the PC. Well, Millie, if it was Conspiracy Man, then it may have been Alan sending a sabotage. But I would never want to think of Aretha working with Alan, so I think I am wrong. I think Aretha was just saying, hey, you've been in there for a while, and I'm going to run amok too. So she ran amok. No question about that. All right, so we're in for the night. There's an aurora going on, so we can do activities if we're making any clothes. We've already made the 2 Davy Crockett's. We don't need really too many other things made.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I'm thinking of our responsibilities. Maybe we could cook porridge. We have 2 things of running river oats and spam our cooking up to level 3 so that we have empanadas for today's hunt. Also, we could cook all these ridiculous dusty floor potatoes and give the peels to Jex's cat. $95. Yes, totally, Neo. Or they buy gifted subs for their friends. Holy crap. They are trying to hack us. Listen, man. Insert emote of cat typing on computer. All right, we're going to open that Pinnacle Peach can and listen to how smooth it's opening. We used to throw this thing against the railroad tracks to open it. Not anymore. Smoothest open? You know why. Can opener. Here's a funny thing about the can opener. I was in my buddy's stream and he was playing TLD, and maybe he's played a little less than some of us. He was really excited when he found the can opener because he's hung out here at Dave's Cave a little bit, and I felt a little bad because we make a big deal out of it out of kind of our reverence for the ingenuity, and we love our boy Metal and stuff like that. But he was probably happier than it would make sense for him to be if it weren't for our nonsense. I'll say that. And it really does just open the cans pretty much. But around here, it's important. We care about the little things, so I just thought that was a little funny. No, it was a terrible story. Please forgive me. Okay, so we're going to open our foods, make some porridge, and just take it easy. We have kind of a responsible night. We're catching up on fatigue after being stuck in a blizzard at the end of last time. Just rebuilding our vitals and making it serious. We're going to want to get a little more health, acquiring birch bark, so that we're full strength just in case we get jumped by another wolf. Forage. And you get 2 XP points for forage. 1 for the prep and 1 for the cook, I believe. So forage is a great way to get your cooking skill up if you're in one of these hunting tournaments, and it would be awesome for you to have cooking level 3. That's what we're on the doorstep of. So excited to get it. Empanadas on the menu. Look how close it is. Alright, so we're a little sleepy. We'll go to bed soon. The best time to go to bed is for us, probably right there where the moon is right there. So a little bit later. Just catching up on responsibilities. Mentioning to you guys about the greatness of Mr. Lopez. Storming the steeds. Forage. Bedtime is my favorite time of the day, not gonna lie. Well, that's because you work so hard, Reagan. You're running the country. I understand totally. My favorite time in TLD is the fireside, where you lay out all your teas and everything, and you kind of plan. There it is, baby, cooking 3. Cooking 3 skilled, as they call it. Let's go over here. Cooking 3. You're a pretty good cook. In a hunting tournament, of course. You figured out some good ways to improvise around the lack of modern utensils. Yes, they haven't seen how cool our can opener is. And appliances. 15 calories from any cooked food item. No calorie loss when smashing open cans. And cooking times reduced by 10%. They should probably make a change to this and put on there the greatest thing. The thing that we just talked about. Because it's on the menu now. Oh. I'm going to throw some sticks in here. And then I'm going to take this off. Take the cooking pot off. Throw this on here. And are we just going to have normal things on the menu? Or is it going to be something extravaganza style? What if rose hip empanadas were on the table? Oh! That's it. Okay, serious things are happening. I'm going to throw a little bit more firewood on here and get some water boiling. And we got rose hip empanadas in the mix. It's happening. We're going to be staying up all night. Oh, pack and play. Thank you for zipping and zapping. Holy crap, we got stuff going on. Thank you, pack and play. Thank you very much. We got Helga in the mix. How are you, Helga? Helga is an amazing OG, and it is awesome to see Helga. What a shaking, Helga. Thank you for zipping and zapping, pack and play. You packing the zips and the zaps. Empanadas are back on the menu, boys. That's it for SETI. It's truly happening. And now we are zipping and zapping through the roof. We got trains flying through like it's chapter 5. It's happening. How are you, Helga? Oh, holy crap. Thank you, Reagan. Thank you very much. bringing in that presidential cash. Unbelievable, Reagan. I believe that I will zip and also I will zap. Thank you, Reagan. Thank you very much. I'm doing good. Was just playing some Below Zero. Holy crap, you were diving deep with the fishes. Hopefully you weren't sleeping with the fishes when one of those big old monster fish comes up. The one with the crab face. Yeah, how's it going, Helga? It's good to see you. Thank you for those roast hips, Neo. Man, I'm telling you. Things coming. This is amazing. I'm getting roast hips. We got roasted empanadas on the mix. We got Helga in the mix. We got President Reagan over here. I believe that the Milky Way galaxy tells us which way to go into war. It's totally my idea and not Nancy's. Original idea from old Ronnie himself. Thank you, Pack and Play. Thank you, Reagan. Unbelievable. Presidential. No sleeping with the fishes. Excellent. Yeah, I think in Below Zero, you get to run around. They even have like a cool cold biome and different things. And of course, Helgo's playing Subnautica, another one of the coolest survival games, I imagine. I think that's Below Zero. So, yeah, this one's actually the 21, Helga. I don't know what else to do except for to hunt in this game. And we're doing a hunting tournament. So this is our way of doing it. And we just kind of made a custom code that fit what we were interested in doing in TLD. So we just came up with one where you couldn't miss shots. You live for 21 days. You got to shoot 21 shots. It's crazy. It's good to see you, Helga. All right, let's get serious here. We just got Cooking 3. I'm fired up. I'm going to take it easy. All right, time of night, middle of the night. We could definitely use a little bit of good old-fashioned sleep. And we'll save the empanadas for times when we're on the hunt and not next to a bed or can't use our bedroll for any circumstances. I do believe we have a bedroll, though, so we are well equipped. I think we'll shed ourselves of one of these cooking pots now. And also this recycled can. I've actually grown to love forage as a food during the hunt. The reason is because it's a heating mechanism as well. So if you're in the hunt and you just want to carry lightweight, forage is there, and then it's just water and forage and a cooking pot, and you got yourself some food on the go. It's a heating mechanism. It's good for prospective hunters. 400 calories. It's not bad. I enjoy it. Alright, so we're just going to take it easy right now. We're just going to let things cook. We got our first batch of empanadas. First batch hype. We're going to get rest. And tomorrow is a big bear hunt and coal and birch acquisition. There's 2 items we're looking to gather and a bunch of bear we're looking to hunt. Derelict cabin bear. Abandoned mine bear. Forage just spoils quickly is all. That's exactly right, Lily. That's why I'm thinking if you're a hunter and you cook it ready to order, kinda, that it won't go bad and it'll heat you up the way a tea would too, especially if you're outside still for a little bit looking for the bear and waiting them out and stuff like that. Herbal tea. We got a ton of dusty floor potatoes, huh? Carrot. You just gotta kind of wait out the situation sometimes, gather your thoughts, and use the time when you're forced to stay inside because of weather and things to plan appropriately. TLD is always going to change those plans for you. It's going to throw everything off the rails. It's good to have a plan B sort of in your mind as well. And the fireside chats are where FDR and Reagan would want us to come up with good plans. Hope you guys appreciate those FDR references. Time to take the doggo outside. We'll be lurking. Good luck in the tourney. Thank you, Helga. I appreciate that. We will stay alive and thrive, and we will not go sleeping with the fishes. Although we might eat fish, like a Mike Trout. Good to see you, Helga. It's getting serious. For the love of our country. That's it. Okay. Little short on firewood. This is why I'm prioritizing coal. Right now I don't even have too much to put on the Kindle besides our important lumps that we're always trying to conserve. So I think we're putting our cooking situation for the time being to the side. We're gonna get some rest. So when we talk about traveling with a warm thing in our belly, you can put the teas in your satchel when you go to sleep and kind of hope that they're still warm when you get up. But it's not always easy. Look at these double Mackinac thermoses. Unbelievable. We keep talking about the luck we've been having. There's a perfect example of it. We can keep two separate teas nice and toasty. Okay, let's get some old-fashioned sleep, wake up, put on a little makeup, and then go out and do those things we keep talking about. Or just keep running our mouth and do nothing. We must go under the bridge of seriousness. I probably should tear up a curtain or two before we leave, too. Hopefully, we'll get another rabbit through nature calls situations. A wolf will attack a rabbit. It's kind of sad to hear, but it will mean that we're closer to maybe making some of those rabbit skin mittens. Not a priority, just kind of a passing side quest of ours. All right, the Aurora is done. Nice SOD reference. SOD reference, huh? I'm pretty bad at acronyms. I am making a lot of crazy references today, though. I appreciate it, Neo. Did you leave your keys up on the table? Well, hopefully I didn't leave my empanadas at home. That's what I say when I want to leave a party. Hey, guys, I left the empanadas on, you know? Got to get home. I understand. Everybody's just dealing with my problems by acting like it's normal. Okay, he left his skillet on. Yeah, we get some rest. Tomorrow's a big day. Oh, thank you, Fire, for the empanadas! Holy crap. There is no better way that you could join us, Fire, than with such graciousness and amazingness. Thank you, Fire. Oh, System of a Down. Well, I see that you're a cultured man, Neo, and you guys have some cool rock down in Louisiana. I'll tell you a story about System of a Down. I was in school, and I was getting a ride from like a cool senior, and it was like a big deal because it's very silly that this is the thing, but you have buses that take you to school, but somehow using gas in a car and not going on the bus like everybody else is like the cool thing to do. So I won't digress too much, but I was getting a ride and it was a big deal. It was from a cool senior. He picks me up. It's like 7 a.m. You know, you're just rolling out of bed at that point. You had to go to bed a little earlier, but you're still tired, right? You just grabbed your Jansport and hit this guy's car. You're ready to go to school. He's putting on System of a Down at 11 over here. We're turning past 10. We're talking Spinal Tap. And and I'm telling you, System of a Down's amazing. And my experience with it was being forced to listen to it by a guy I was never going to say, hey, we should turn it down a little bit. And it was just like, at 7 in the morning. So I got the full System of a Down experience right away. What's up, Fire? How are you? I'm just over here talking about nonsense. Pointless stories, basically. Only way to listen to it. Yeah, and I wasn't going to tell them to turn it. Basically, most of the times when I hear these bands, it's always at the loudest volume, and it's with a guy that's too cool to say anything to about, hey, I'm about to throw up, it's so loud. Rage Against the Machine, another cool guy that was a senior. Bang, boom, coolest band. I'm a big Rage Against the Machine guy, and I had to listen to it at 11. And also his car was a muscle car, so even the car was loud. And yeah, it was crazy. Enough about my ridiculously insignificant car radio stories. Let's keep getting rest. Alright, we're just taking old-fashioned sleeps. We don't get any sort of bonus for sleeping for 7 or 10 hours like you normally would on regular interloper, because there is no regeneration of your health during sleep. The only way is through drinking cups of this glorious birch tea or using an emergency stim if you go to your health radial and have one. We seek a stim out of the Red Barn here in Pleasant Valley. Bulls on parade! That's it! Hey man, Rage Against the Machine rules, man. There's no question. Those guys are just kind of the epitome of rock, in my opinion. Basically, every one of their songs is kind of a catchy hit. Oh, we got Silo in the mix. What up, Silo? How are you? What's going on, Silo? How is the man? We're just hanging out over here, doing a little bit of chilling. And it's good to see you, Silone. We got a pro in the mix, gang. Silo is the man. How are you? If you won't do what you tell me. Dun, dun, dun. It's so cool, Neo. It's awesome you like Rage. Yeah, we're talking about music over here. Speaking of which, Silo has actually been warming up to the Beatles. One of the highlights around here was discovering that our boy Silo is actually not into the Beatles. So he listened to the Revolver album, and he was having a pretty good time. So the Beatles will charm even the most, the people that don't like it the most. And I'm glad you enjoyed a little bit, Silo. You know, just take your time. It's the best band of all time. And, Beatles, yeah. Been listening a lot. There it is. There's the update. He is into it. I'll tell you what my favorite one is actually a Wings song, which is a solo Paul McCartney. I still consider it kind of Beatles. It is Live and Let Die. It's a GoldenEye song from one of the movies made by Paul McCartney. Legendary. Good stuff, Silo. Despite my best efforts, we managed to finish the tourney. That's it, Silo. Man is kicking butt always on the island. Great work, Silo. We're just kind of getting started over here. Pleasant Valley has been keeping us inside for a while, but tomorrow's a big day. The sun will rise tomorrow. We seek the bear. Here it is, morning. The biggest morning. Most serious. I'm gonna tear up this curtain. Furiously. You should have seen TSL on the finish line. Oh, is he scrounging and clawing? What are we playing today? Same tourney. Well, I'm not sure what tourney you were playing, Silo, but we're playing the one that we came up with last time, the 21. The craziest of crazy. That basically hunting focused. Broken Man Deadage. Alright, so we got a few responsible cloth. We are a bit overweight. And it's probably good to be nice and trim and slim when you do some hunting. The dusty floor potatoes are pretty much adding up. I don't know that leaving calories behind is ever a cool move. Let's get rid of some of these. So most of our weight is pretty concentrated. It's these dusty floor potatoes that are kind of adding up to us. Alright, now it's 28 cattails and a bunch of other stuff. I missed last stream, but heard about it. Let's see it. Lurk for a bit for food, starving. Nice, Silo. A nice cup of joe and a little chill time. Yeah, we're just kind of checking our weight. We're wearing all our clothes right now. Most of our weight's pretty allocated. Let's eat some of these bowls of porridge. You're a bit low on the empanadas, Larone. I'm worried. I am too, Mayo. So here's the thing. If that's the case, I might need some rose hips. I'm gonna use any angles I can get, apparently. We do have 3. But you are right, Mayo. We still got 3 down arrows. It's a cold, brisk morning here in Pleasant Valley. The wind is kicking. And it's tough scenes out here. You can just see we were outside for 5 seconds, and look at the temperature. 1/4 of it is gone. That radial is just... Thank you for those rose hips, Pack and Play, Mayo, and Fire. Thank you very much for those rose hips. I appreciate that. I couldn't live without those things. Thank you, guys. Thank you for those hips. All right, we have to do some sort of morning activities right now. I think I should break down responsible reclaim wood. Our weight is not going to allow me to carry very much. Four feathers needs to go up. Definitely got to get some more feathers. I feel like we need all this stuff. All right, let's think about responsibilities to take care of while we're here. Got about an hour. Why don't we just take an old-fashioned? We got to get on full situations here before we go into this hunt. And the more you're rested, the more strength you have to carry around your heavy backpack, too. I'm about to throw up. It's so loud, it's hilarious. What's up, Bean? How are you? Great job on Interloper Bean. We were talking about your most recent success on that toughical difficulty. Great work, Bean. It's good to see you. All right, let's do it. All right, so if you're wondering what we're hunting with, it's this glorious simple bow. It's pretty rad. It's very simple, but that's what you need when it comes down to the hunt. We're gonna pull up the map here and make sure we're going to the right places. I think I go somewhere. I think there might be a shortcut to get over to his cave by going right here. We're going to use our mag lens to start the fire, light our torch with the fire, saving a match, of course, using the glorious magnification from the sun. It's good to see you guys. Man, I'll tell you, I hope that everybody could be so lucky to be surrounded by their pals on a Tuesday. Get rose hips, your favorite thing that you're totally not addicted to, and just nice vibes. It's a great blessing. It doesn't escape me how awesome it is. This new tourney is based off Nagoa. Well, it's kind of like Nagoa and I think it's called Nope Fire. It's got a few things from a bunch of different tournaments, and it was kind of just taking the elements from those tournaments, since we're new and don't even know them all, and making the thing that we would kind of want to play and make us the most excited and fired up to run amok. So that's what this one is here. It's just a bunch of the rules from everything that makes it super hard and hunting first, even though we cook a lot. All right, so this is the burn down thing. Let's pull up the map and make sure that that shortcut there over that hill is where we're going. I'm pretty sure it is. So we have to make sure that we have the map of Pleasant Valley and that we go to the right place. Son of a gun with the maps. A Larone original. Well, it's like we all kind of threw our ideas in there and then put it together. All right, I'm trying to get the map of Pleasant Valley to work. You know, sometimes you try to get crazy with this stuff and it gets crazy back. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's giving me the business right now. Classic map games, you know what I'm saying? I bet Aretha stepped on the PC. We stay cooking. Thanks, been having a great time with it. Just hit day 75. The cold is no joke. That's it, Bean. So if you're doing like a loud, long run, then you might want to make animal clothes. Could be. You never know. All right, let's get out there. Our maps, we're mapless right now. The mapless wonder. We'll get them working soon. Right now, we're just going to assume that this is the way you go. We're trying to get to the abandoned mine bear who kind of is hanging out around the climbing area. And I believe his cave is closer to downhill from the Cinder Hills mine. That's essentially what we're going to do, is go over this bend and go along the right there to look for his cave this summer. And then our side quest involves going up that big hill of the climbing area to get into the Cinder Hills mine for coal. Alright, so I'm going to look along this wall here. The reason I'm being kind of serious, because we're in bear country, and I kind of got to act like it's serious. I don't have warm teas anymore, probably. So we're going to have to start a spot fire. I see a family of birch. Let's try to get into this cave and start a fire. We can grab some birch for future arrows. Don't have too much more time to be making too many arrows. And I need to find out if this is the bear's cave. There might be two caves over here. Oh, lumps. There we go. Also, 2 ptarmigan down insulations. I have a moose hide coat, deer boots and pants, rabbit hat and gloves. Oh, that is a sight to see, Bean. And still often face 3 down arrows in Mountain Town. Crazy stuff. Yeah, interloper life. That is challenging, though, Bean. That's very cool. Alright, I'm going to use a lump. I'm getting a little loose with the lumps right here just to get a nice fire going. Let's get some teas ignited. And we're going to find out about this, if this is actually the bear cave or just a regular cave. As you can tell, there's no bones in here. So if it was a bear cave, he would not exist, and he didn't spawn. So herbal tea doesn't give you any benefits like it would on Interloper, where you get better sleep and rebuild more HP. But it's always nice to have heating mechanisms so that you can stay longer in the outdoor zones than I just did right there. So any map experts, I'm definitely always looking for your sage advice on the stuff I'm thinking here with these caves and stuff like this too. If you guys know that this is the not bear cave and stuff like that. Okay. I've adopted your method of keeping a ton of lumps on me at all time. It's already saved me by letting me ride out blizzards in a car. That's it, Bean. And there's only 4 directions the wind can go. It's usually gonna give you a visual cue. You can light the fire on the side of the car that's blocked. Even use the front hood to block the wind. There's all kinds of stuff. You can adapt. Like MacGyver. Prepared birch bark. Each one of those bad boys is going to give us 5 HP, and that rebuilds over 2 hours. So right now our 60% condition with a cup would go to 65 in a mere 2 hours in game time. Pretty cool stuff there. On lower difficulties, I always kept 1 to 2 emergency coal, but Interloper, I'm taking all that I can find. Yeah. At a certain point, I was just walking around encumbered because I was so into coal. Then I started to get around a responsible 25 with always an acute awareness of where my lump pile is if it's back at one of the bases. I'm gonna pull torches. That was what that book was for. Right when this water's done, we pull torches, we get out of Dodge, drink a hot tea. It's on. Now, let's talk about this cave. Is this the bear cave potential? That I need to know about.
Too much stuff to carry.
Okay. You have to be serious and think about the seriousness. Seriousness is Pleasant Valley. What's it called? Go over here, Pleasant Valley. Basically trying to find out, is this the bear cave or not? It's important that we discover that. Son of a gun. It's gigantic! Okay. And there it is. The beautiful map of Pleasant Valley. My plan is very simple. My plan is to get this taken care of by going and finding out if there's a bear cave down there. Let's go. We are trying to go to this bear cave. And we're next to it in this one, I believe, right now. We were next to those waterfalls. So we have to kind of go over there to, what's it called, to get the bear. Probably just go right wall strats, bear cave, money in the bank. That's what I think. Let's go. Okay. So much craziness. I want to go get a map. You have to say son of Pew Pew. Oh. Plot twist. It's a rock. Oh. Okay, so that wasn't a bear cave there. Hey, is this tournament? Hey, this tournament is legal drinking age. That's it, still. All right, let's go. There should just be a cave somewhere over here on the right. Wouldn't there be bones in it? Yeah, Bean, so we just pulled up the map of PV, and there's 2 caves kind of close. We were in the regular one. When we go up here on the right, we're going to see an additional cave, and that one's going to be potentially bones in it or not. If there's bones, the bear is there. How you doing, brother? Doing pretty good, Sil. How are you? We're here on a Tuesday. We had a great day at the beach, and we're chilling. Try not to talk about the beach too much, Sil, because our boy Yinzers, you know, obviously couldn't go. He was at the office. All right, let's check for this bear. Okay. The jury is no bear here. So the next one is the derelict cabin bear and the birch forest bear. Now I submit to the Campfire Society 12 lumps. Do we get the lumps now? Had to bring it up. I'm sorry, answers. Or do we go and get the lumps later? I want to hunt. We're running out of time. It's probably good to hunt, but we also need the lumps. I also am always convicted by action. You know, I grew up watching the Van Dams, the Stallones, those guys, and I just love the action. So some part of me just wants to go and hunt bear, really. Even when I'm supposed to be getting lumps. So if there's a responsible crew out there, you're probably telling me lumps. If you're action junkies, we seek the bear. All right, pretty soon here, there's going to be a right, and it takes you up the climbing area. Go get him, SK. Reagan, because she's an absolute OG around here, actually deemed me the Salmon King. It's an honor. It's kind of a tough thing because me and the bear have the same food supply. We are the food supply for the bear if we are a salmon. So that's why we're always at odds with the bear. Bear? I must crush the bear on the road to Vostok. All right, let's do it. All right, so if we were going for lumps, we would go up this hill. We would actually go get the lumps. Right now, we're just feeling crazy, so we're going to go to the derelict cabin bear by going north on the road and continuing it. Going good here. First one to finish the new active tournament, so pretty pleased. Nice, Sil. We seek the bear. Normally, you'd have to be scared of the bear that we just checked for right in these territories as you're coming down the Cinder Hills mine down this hill. But right now, we know he's not here, so we can be a little more calm auto-walking while we're chatting with our pals. It's a beautiful Tuesday, and it's time. It's time to storm the steeds and be serious. When you travel at the right time of day, you can tell our temperatures maintained. Earlier, we went outside of the bingo hall for 10 seconds, and we were at this temperature. It's the same temperature from that cave we were at till now because we drank a tea and traveled without a blizzard at the warm time of day. Makes all the difference when you plan responsibly, I suppose. Something we don't do as often as we should. All right, expired warming up. A good time to drink another tea. Okay, here, you want to talk about responsible? I didn't throw my teas in the thermoses. I have 2. Ah! You know, I talk about this a lot too. Often in life, I'll talk like I know what's going on, or I'll get a little full of myself, like I'm being responsible. It's literally like sitcom timing every time afterward that I step on rakes. Right there, the rake was, I didn't have teas. I was going to warm up again, talking about warm-up bonus and leaving the house. I'm a jabroni, dude. Absolute jabroni. We'll continue. Cold. Let's do it. All right, so we're just going up this hill, north, basically on the road, and we seek the bear. He's gonna be around these streets. I'm working on a video now, but I'll keep alt-tabbing to see what's going on. Nice fire. Well, I can tell you a little bit about what you'll miss. Probably some Mario Lopez references. I won't throw my teas in the thermos again, most likely. And you'll see a guy who's cooking a lot, considering he's in a hunting tournament. Or you won't see. It's gonna see you fire.
Hey, Brebby. There she is. Hey, you know Joanna? Yeah, I know Joanna. She's the girl I've been telling you about.
Very important stuff. Always important to focus on AC Slater during the hunt. Hunting a bear in this visibility is unhinged and also why I love your streams. Thank you, Bean. Yeah, unhinged comes up a lot. All right, so the shelter over here is far and few between. There's a broken down derelict cabin over here somewhere. There it is, right there. Let's do it. Yo, what's up, Dunk? Thanks for dancing on in here with those frogs. We just made it to the derelict cabin. And we seek the bear. We forewind the lumps. And we're going for the bear, baby. Because it's time. We're doing it Jean-Claude Van Damme style. We're doing the splits.
Turned out pretty well.
Yep. Turned out great, man. We're in the nice warm part of the day. How many days left? Around 9 or 10. All right, These unjiggled teas will go in our thermos at the end of this real Whoa! Oh! We recently learned that the crows make a panic sound when the bear is nearby. Never noticed it before, but can't unhear it now. The crows make a panic sound when the bear is nearby. Yeah, and I think the bears or the wolves will even run off. Unbelievable. We faded into the long dark. I was heavily unfocused. No! Man, we were kicking butt. We had the pincushion bear. We had it all. Dang it. And he's howling over me. I just got here, said careful at this fire, and you died. That is insane. I know. I was talking. And you know, okay. Here we go. Dearly beloved, this all came as a shock. He was way too young. This will had only been around for about 10 or 11 days. He was the first attempt at a tournament we're way in over our heads at. He was a great man, and honestly, this guy had a lot of promise. He had double Mackinac jackets, he had it all. But the one thing he didn't have was focus. He cared about Mario Lopez a little too much, and not enough about the wolf. Here's what I think. I think the derelict cabin stove stinks. And I know you guys are saying this is a memorial service. You shouldn't be insulting stoves here. I would say this. If I light a regular fire in that exact same derelict cabin, I do have immunity from the wolf. So what's the point of that thing? I want to take that thing and I want to break it so no other Will or Astrid falls by its nonsense. That stove stinks. Well, you learn about things. We learned this run about that stove again and how it does nothing. The goggles, they do nothing. He was just a freaking kid. Golly. It's just one of those days, man. You know, Limp Bizkit said it right. He was a good Will. He was a kind Will. He should have been a Zach guy. Well, we know you're a Zach guy, Neo. So we should give credit to our boy, Zach Morris. He's really cool too. He had sick blonde hair. He's kind of who a lot of people think of when they think of Giga Chad type archetypes. He's the real deal. Things come a little easier to guys like Zach Morris. He has one of the first cell phones, and he's got a room that's decorated very eccentrically. But today we're here to mourn a Will who deserved a lot of love. This guy just needs to know about stoves more. I feel a bit like salty crackers right now because that stove stinks. But I'm not going to ruin this occasion. You all look beautiful in your outfits. Let's have our one last second of silence for an unfocused Will that we love. Thank you. Dang it. We lost our can opener. We lived for 12 days. Not bad. We had it all. We can't ask for more random number generation than what we received. That was truly it. I do want to double check and make sure our safe and locker and drawer gear is not on the generous side, because when we set the sliders, we were trying to put it to as hard as everything, and we got so many good things that time, and we got so lucky that I want to double check our work and make sure our sliders are right. So we'll check those, but man, it was literally just one moment of lost focus. Yeah, that fireplace stinks. I tell all you survivors out there, just light a regular fire, because there's no benefit to that fireplace. It doesn't give you more burners or anything. It's literally just there by the wolves. They set it up. They hang out there. That's why it's called the derelict cabin. The derelicts, you guessed it, the ninja wolves. Unbelievable. So here's what we had. We had 7 shots. probably one of our best bear hunts ever took place with the first bear, and it was the best case scenario for getting 21 shots in 21 days. Unbelievable. We had one bear that we took out. That was the bear we mentioned, and one wolf attack before the last one there. So 2 total. 2 wolf struggles. One of them we did not survive. I also probably could be choosing the crowbar over the knife, but I'm not expecting to get jumped by that wolf right there. Just never gonna forget it. Each run we learn, and this time we learned the derelict cabin fireplace is the worst bait, even more than the stuff on the beach that you fall into thin ice going to get. The worst bait. Okay, so can openers found 1. We did have a nice can opener, I will say that. We had notes over here that involved Mario Lopez. That's also good. And we didn't even eat our first batch of empanadas. The toughest of scenes. That wolf said you had a debt to pay for the good random number generation, and he was there to collect. He was a hoodlum, like Grandma and Rounders. He was roughing me up. But yeah, they, unlike manual ground fires, wolves do not fear them. Yeah. So you tell me what the benefit is of lighting that fire or just having no stove right there. It's almost better not to have one. They put that fire barrel next to a workbench as a trap. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm starting to realize Raph is quite cunning, and he has tricks of his own. If there's a blizzard and it keeps killing your ground fires, that stove will look like an oasis in the desert. Well, here's the way I look at it, Versetti. There's walls around there, so the wind would be blocked. So really, it's just to trick me, is what I think. Should we even be at his funeral, boss? Quiet, you two. Yeah, I suspect Raph on that one. He set that fireplace up. I miss Will. Oh my gosh. So we just got our butt kicked by a wolf out of nowhere. Too much Lopez, not enough hunting. The benefit is that those types of fires cannot be blown out by the wind. Okay, yeah, good point, Versetti. So if you're ever feeling like that corner with a regular fire wouldn't be enough for you to block the wind, you can light the stove and it won't blow out. But be prepared, because you could get jumped, so hold a torch in your hand. That's for sure. Long Dark is unforgiving. This is why we love and sometimes cry over the darkness. Man, all right, well, here we are, the loading screen, our only friend. I have to go and check out the custom code because we're going to have to copy that bad boy back in here. Man, we just got our butt kicked, huh? All right, we're going to go and check out our file, make sure we have our text file and get the little code and everything. If you guys are interested, I'll show you some stuff about what we're up to. We go to custom and we enter the code, and there it is. And it's insano. I am wondering if instead of dawn, we should maybe make it or like early morning, but now we'll keep the code the way it is just for the sake of it. And I do want to check the loot because we were getting a bunch of good gear. So let's make sure that we don't have anything here that gives us more loot. Empty container chance you want it the highest. On Better News, I saw Moneyball in your recommendation, and it's a banger. Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies of all time, Doug. That's true. So these are all pretty much set to not give you anything. The items decay. Oh, here's another thing. Remember that sound we heard in the cave last time that kind of spooked us and we thought it was a ghost? I think it was our clothes ripping apart, and it's just a sound we never hear because usually you don't have the item decay to very high. And I think it was just our clothes ripping after the hunt. So all the gear is set to not good for you. Loose item, not happening, modifies the amount of gear that spawns outside the containers. Low chance reduces the amount of gear you find. Harvestable plant, low. Reduce item condensity. Modifies the amount of gear you find in each container that is not empty. Yeah, so we have all the stuff set to it. I think we were just super lucky. That's just the bottom line. And Stone Cold said it. So, you guessed it. We have to kick some butt here. I don't know what we're going to do to make it happen, but I know we're going to try as hard as we can to do the old 21. This is it. 21. This is a little bit fancier than our conspiracy text file, and I'm actually slightly excited about it. I do think it's another one of those times when I've nerded out, and I realized as I was putting this together, I was like, yeah, this is next level nerd right here, dude. Because it's supposed to reduce multiple items, right? I think that one set to none means you'll find multiple items. Reduce item density. All right, I'll check it in a second, Duncan. Stove Cold Willy. Oh, it's so soon for a setting. So, this is what we got. We do have a custom code for it, and if we update anything like that item density, maybe it'll make us get less RNG. And that's kind of what we're aiming to check for when we were looking at those things. But this is it. Live for 21 days, shoot the bow 21 times, can't miss any shots. Surprisingly, the accuracy wasn't the reason we lost. It was a jerk wolf next to a silly stove. I'm so salty. No health regen except birch bark. No mending fails. Can't fix your clothes. Can't heal at night. These are the points you get for kicking butt. And our big target is those 100-point bears. Off limits are typical things. Campfire cheese, feats, the trader, all kinds of stuff. And there's our code, baby. There's the code that sends us to 11 days, Mario Lopez, Jerk Ninja Wolves. Unbelievable. I can't believe this. Let's go check that item condensity thing that Duncan's talking about real quick and make sure we're getting the least amount of loot. What we're trying here to do is set everything against us. The weather, the loot, the bad guys, the whole thing. 21 days, a nice short hunt, and always focused on the hunt. Even though sometimes pop culture references might get in the way. So, when we go back and check out the different stuff for the tournament, reduce container item density. I don't see container item density yet. Here we go. Reduce. And it's on none. So, find multiple items. Modifies the amount of gear you find in each container that is not empty. Low. And low will give us less Mackinaws and stuff like that. See, this is the first time I've messed around with these custom settings. Raph gives us this setup in the sandbox mode where you can put all these settings. So most of them you can tell our items fall apart quicker, all this stuff, and we're just trying to make it as insane as possible. So if we put reduce item container density to high, it'll reduce the item density highly, apparently. It's got to be less than the double max and all the great stuff we were getting last time. So I think with high on, they promise to add more custom settings at some point in the future. That's actually something I've been talking about, Fire, because I would love to make it even more intricate. And maybe you could put on like a setting where, you know, it would go for a while. But let's get serious here. So we made one addendum, and that's what I'm talking about. We're going to make this thing good. Grown Up even floated something last time where we don't even loot the bunkers if they're looted. Maybe he was thinking I was getting too much of a blessing with my double Mackinaws and my stock bunker. And he was thinking of a rule where we self-impose you're not allowed to loot bunkers. You're allowed to sleep in them, but can you imagine going into one of those things, seeing all that Sprite and beef jerky and not being able to get it? It definitely makes it tougher on the survivor, but it would be tough. It would be a big test of willpower rolled into this one as well. So, let's get in the mix, baby. This is what Duncan thinks will make the gear less by putting reduce item density in there. So, I'm all for it. So now we'll have a different code on there. Unbelievable. All right, we do no feats and no trader. Okay. I'm going to do Bezos because he's been long overdue, and we're going to sit here and we're going to assess how we're going to handle this because nobody expected to be here. Willpower. I see what you did there. Holy crap. It's going to the next level. Thank you, Yinzers. I need your support. All right, quick Bezos, and we're going to hang out here and talk about this. We got this. I'm coping. 21 Jump Street starring Jonah Hill. And, of course, Channing Tatum. Man. BRB, we're going to storm the steeds. Okay. It is a time of seriousness and a time of focus, really. So I thought there'd be no better way for us to focus than for me to show you this. Last time I mentioned my lonely childhood and how I used to play a ridiculous 70s board game. And I actually had the opportunity to dig this bad boy out of the archives. The Starsky and Hutch detective game. As you can tell, it's really old. It was made by the Milton Bradley Company in Springfield, Massachusetts, and it's got it all. I got this at a thrift store, and it was one of my few sources of entertainment when I was looking for a board game. The pieces are mostly missing, but I always remember that I was able to play as Huggy Bear. So I'm hoping, I haven't opened this yet, that I'm going to get to see Huggy Bear in here. As you can tell, it's ridiculous. You run around, you got cards, and there's just pictures of Starsky and Hutch on here. Just as low effort as you can imagine. But here's the highlight. And I see my boy, Huggy Bear. Huggy Bear is the cool kind of like sidekick that's like cool and helps Starsky and Hutch. And there he is. It gets a little dark if I bring him in close, but he's there. You trust me, he's there. That's Huggy Bear. So that was always my choice. I would play as Huggy Bear, and the cards have like the derelict guy on them. and ridiculous stuff going on. There's the derelict guy on that card. And it also has, of course, your token where you're the cool car and you run around on the board, basically just capitalizing on the intellectual property, you know? That's what this is all about here. So, I know it's not much, but we talked about our Starsky and Hutch past, and I wanted to put the proof in the dusty pudding. We have it, baby. I can't believe it, but it's there. We finished turning, by the way. First one finished. Nice, Sil. Yeah, so we have a Starsky and Hutch board game, and if only that would help us accomplish something in the long dark, we'd be in there, right? All right, let's do this. New run hype. Here we go. We're just going to do what we do best. Run our mouth, run amok, and run. How long can you survive? Well, if it's like last time, less than 2 weeks. What do you say to that, Raph, with your outdoor fireplace at Derelict Cabin? I'm so salty about it. I'm mega effed up. Days worth. 9 days, 13, but massive blunders, more than a day's worth. So these guys are talking about a different tournament that they're doing.
Can't feel my feet. Goddamn freezing.
All right, let's continue. I've been told I finished a bit behind you, world second. I feel yet 3 moose disappeared and 3 blizzards as soon as I finished a bow. There's just a bunch of, shop talk here between a bunch of TLD fanatics, We're talking moose, we're talking inside baseball here. There's a little hill we usually go down when we used to run across the road. And we're making our way to Hibernia. If you've ever been here at the beginning, and most of the time we're at the beginning, so you may have been, we seek a very specific item at the beginning of our runs here that really helps us cut down the bow quick. I will say that last time we learned that you can adapt if you put your mind to it and just accept whatever loophole gives you. So this time, if we see an early lantern or bedroll, we're not going to get discouraged. We're going to storm the steeds. So our first obstacle is the lantern, and we're not going to see it. Here we go. +1 on this, definitely your style, Larone. Thank you, Silo. Let's see if we get our style by not getting this lantern. Okay, we have avoided the lantern. When you get the lantern or the bedroll, it's basically like Christmas when you get a gift as a kid that you're maybe a little less than enthused about, that isn't quite the Nintendo game you were hoping for or something. So you go, oh, thanks, Raph. This bedroll in Hibernia is super helpful, man. Appreciate that. And you act grateful because it is nice. But you still are, a little bit. So we're gonna make ourselves some tinder, and here's the other thing we have to avoid. We're just gonna rip the band-aid right off right away. Get ready. I don't want to see the bedroll back here. The bedroll is socks when it's maybe we're hoping for Nintendo. So no bedrolls, what we want. We're gonna strafe left. We're gonna look behind these green boxes, not see a bedroll. Right about now. Oh, Ref. Thanks, man. You got me Loophole 4 for Christmas. I really appreciate this bedroll instead of a hacksaw so I can't cut my darn maples down for 18 years. This is cool, Raph. These socks are gonna warm me up all year. Ah! I think Raph is out for me. I'm just gonna say that. He's out for me, and he's back on the trail of just... that's it. You know what? Accept it. I'm gonna be sure about this. All right, let's go start a fire, put our coffee there. If we gotta take cheeky naps on the road, might as well, because we can do it. I'm gonna craft some tinder, light our fire, make some things happen. All right, craft tinder. We gotta get the flare from the usual spots. You'll see it on that barrel or underneath this workbench. There it is. And the only reason we know about all these things is because we fade into Long Dark so often. So you become pretty acquainted with early game stuff sometimes. Also, we're serious nerds. Cheek City. Sylv Raffi. Watch that drip. Very responsible of you, Yinzers.
Come on.
Lump of coal for you. Oh. The best part about not starting your fires a lot is that you get to hear unique voice lines that only come out when he's really exasperated. He starts swearing up a storm, and at this point, I'm with him. That fireplace incident was over the top.
All right.
Oh, he's back to being positive. All right. So, let's think about this. Thank you for that rose hip silo. Now, I'll say it is only one, but it does mean a lot. Even one. I'm trying to not be ungrateful for the bedroll and the one hip. Thank you, Silo. All right, we got a safe over there. That should be a little less generous this run because we made sure the sliders were appropriately slid. Now, we're going to go get our crowbar and get early gear and do our thing. We know we're not getting an early hacksaw, so we're just going to plan accordingly. We're gonna get our hammer from Trapper's Cabin all the way in Mystery Lake. So it's going to be a minute, and we're probably going to be forced to do a forge in, what's it called? Forlorn Muskeg on the thin ice. Dead man's ice. All right, now we're going to look for our crowbar. It's probably going to be around here somewhere. Usually you find a crowbar in the old whale factory. I think our spot's going to be to the left here. Reduced hip density. You know, these are good bits, guys, but if it becomes, if it affects our hips, you know, what are we going to do about it? We can't have that. All right, I don't see any crowbar over here. All right, it's going to be tucked away somewhere else. Min-max it. Here we go. Okay, so you'll usually find it. He needs some milk. You need some milk, huh? All right, we're back to smash and open our cams in a very primitive way, right up against the railroad tracks. It's the type of stuff you have to resort to when you don't have a can opener, of course. Nuts and stuff. Summit soda. Tomato soup. Alright, let's get in these exclusive lockers. We're looking for Mackinaws, work boots, the stuff that keeps us warm. I'm still basically looking for opinions and thoughts on filing cabinets and desks, and whether they are fruitful enough to search for. Most of the time when I go through these things, I end up finding like Big Moose kicks or something, and it makes me say, maybe it's worth it. Beef jerky, you know? We're in a bit of a rush usually, and I love to sprint to get that maple cut, so I don't do a ton of stuff like this. But I'm always open for talks about it, you know?
Someone's stash.
Ketchup chip talks, you know? Trusty bread. All right, we're not going to duck here. We're going to shimmy around the left. No crouch. Boom. Min-Max City right there. Same dunk. Mega George. Worn t-shirt. All right, we look ridiculous. Boxcar Willie style with Sadie Hawkins shoes. And boy, we're back to being cold as crap. 3 Celsius warmth bonus. I think we faded last time with around 12 or 14. Big time stuff out of safes last time, like double Mackinac. 90s grunge Willie. I wear short sleeve shirts under long sleeve shirts under short sleeve shirts. Oh, he is cool. Depends on the challenge, but usually we're just warming up anyway, so might as well loot. Yeah. I think most of the time loot works. It's just about circumstances, kind of like sprinting. If there's a circumstance to do it, you do it. And there aren't blanket statements that some of us novices are always looking for. All right, let's go into this safe. All right, we got 20. Zero. Chips and jerky and trusty brand. All a Mario Lopez fan needs. $20 and $2. All right, we got Mackinac work boots on the mind. We do believe that we made sure we would get less goodies.
This will come in handy.
I think so far it's proven to be the case. Oh! Okay. So that's pretty good. We got 0.4 and 0.4, 3 and nothing. I think 90s Grunge Willie is changing his opinion. Now he's used to work at the ski lodge, Willie, but he's been fired for 20 years, and now he's kind of a deadbeat who still lives on the mountain, and he goes snowboarding sometimes, but really he's just let himself go. All right, here we go. I see a copy of L.L. Kingley's Sewing Primer.
What have we here?
We'll use the books to make our fire starting percentage better when we make some moves. I think we'll head over to the abandoned mine, grab some lumps, and continue. The rules are different on the mountain, man. Nice It's Always Sunny reference right there. That's one of my favorite sitcoms of all time. Or maybe it's a Hot Tub Time Machine reference. Either way, both of them are amazing. Tinder plug. All right, we're eating new tomato soup. Sunny reference. Love that episode. Yeah, me too. Okay, everything seems peaceful now, but don't let the peace fool you. There's gonna be craziness. Great show. Now here's another thing. Anybody know what's coming? Magic's coming. Just when you guys thought everything was going to be normal. Well, it is at first, because we're just going to go into a place with a bunch of old bunk beds. Was that a Zach Sawyer reference? If he says one more cool thing, he's in. It was Rossetti. Thank you for noticing. You're amazing at references. Will dressed appropriately for the Pearl Jam concert tonight. Okay, so look, this is just a regular trailer. There's no way that this would not be a regular trailer. Or will it be? Now, if you go into this trailer a different way, this is how we opened it. We hit the door with our circle radial thing right there. But let's say we put this below the handle and open the door. Could something different happen inside that trailer? Would it be? Could it be? Maybe. Magic. This is Narnia. This is the place that Raph coded into the game that he never thought anybody in their mind would find. Did he know anybody short would open that door? Well, that was an oversight. No pun intended. And guess what happened? We found it, Raph. You might take us out by the fireplace, but you cannot take from us. Oh, that was a misclick. I just wanted to light a torch right now to see the magic. Oh. Here we go. Here we are in the magic trailer. I know you guys are all worked up right now over seeing such wonder in front of your eyes, but it's okay. You don't have to. Ragged hoodie. 4 and 4. 1 and 1. Okay, we're dropping that ragged hoodie. So, not a lot of great stuff, but it's very whimsical and exciting. Alright, RP match. We're down to about 11 matches, and match conservation is always a smart thing if you're not going to get a fire striker. And guess what? We're definitely not. We're on loop pool 4. Once more. Crazy thing is we have a 50% chance of getting an early hacksaw, and we somehow pick the wrong side of the coin most often. Haha, yeah, soon he'll be out of his trusty brand. Oh! They're coming for my matches. Alright, Jerk Wolf. Had about enough of them. Okay. A nice little route for us. Start in the blizzard, run to the whale factory, and then go through the abandoned mine for nice travels through the town. We'll be passing our first birch sapling opportunity here on the right. And sometimes in this little spot, you'll see some future arrows that you can cut down. We're going to watch the drip, just like Yinzer said, very responsibly. Meanwhile, over here, we share spreadsheets. Someone essentially figured out the loopholes for Slay the Spire 2. It's a big controversy with everyone demanded the devs patch it. Wow. Holy crap. It's going to happen. They can't stop it, though. I don't know what they're thinking is going to change. There's always going to be dedicated nerds like us. If you make a good game, right? Mega Torch 2!
Use this.
Alright, we're going to acquire some lumps here and do our thing. This is the part they can't take away from us. The part where there's no bad guys. Normally, you could find a fire striker in there if you get blessed by one of the good loot pools. It's Lump Town. RIP Little Batch. Oh my gosh. That's the tough thing when you don't have a second thing to start fires. The misclick happens immediately. So if you carry a torch out, you're asking for your trusty brand to go by the wayside. Bayside. It's all right. Okay, let's think about this. We do have a bedroll, so if we want to sleep to warm up, we could. Or we could stay moving, light a fire with lumps, chain together some food or tea or something, and just keep moving as fast as we can. That is more my speed when we're still seeking the maple and the hacksaw for warming up process. It's over $6 here. Okay, now whenever we see affliction, hypothermia risk, we're taking the drip. So we get the fire pump full of coal. Excellent. So we're not going to use all 3 hours. We just wanted to throw as many lumps on as possible to get our fire warmed up quick. When we're at about 5 p.m. on the temperature, we drink the soup or coffee and head for the hills. There is an early sapling opportunity that was pointed out to us that's actually up there. If we got an early hacksaw, we would check for it. For our endeavors, we're going to have to get the hacksaw from a few places. Quincy's garage, the car next to Quincy's, I believe, and the abandoned lookout. I think those are the hacksaw opportunities here on Loot Pool 4. I'll probably double check it. Will's mind cannot comprehend this reality. That's exactly right, Rossetti. I think we'll drink this Summit soda. Craft Tinder. I think Bezos ate what you're commenting on, Yinzers. I don't see the thing that's over $6. He wants his hedge funds for his hedges, and he eats comets. Recently, I've been getting a little freaked out, man, because some of the stuff we've been talking about, he's been showing commercials for, like Airheads. Speaking of freaked out, I'm also very freaked out when I think about eating cherry Airheads now that our friends told us that they are made from beetles and things, the red dye. Ah! And also some sort of like Darwin's condensation process and all this craziness. Just sounds like one of those instances of probably shouldn't eat it all the time when it comes down to dyed taffy. Pochichinol, that's it. Ah, it's so crazy. Freaks me out. I love cherry stuff, Yensers. All right, let's get out of here. We're going to pull a bunch of torches, and we're going to head on over to Coastal to grab ourselves some stuff. Since there's no health regeneration, we can't live as loose and fast with our health. The only way we're getting it back is if we get to Birch or use a stem. We can play no games. I will say, when we go up that way, I think we pass a rose hip bush. So, in the future, I may consider it, going the way of the maple. If you're looking for another early game maple, you can head on up to Kate's Secluded Corner up there. And there's a little fire. And maybe you can even spot it from here. That'd be cool. You could kind of scout the maple if it's on there. It'll be on one of those clearings up there. And you can get an early maple there if of course, you get an early hacksaw. Super nerd talk. I hope that Mario Lopez knows how much he's still loved and beloved around the world. In other news, we had a really cool event happen this past weekend where the first ever sporting event took place on the White House lawn. That was pretty monumental. It was wrought with pageantry and a bunch of cool stuff, and it was surprisingly went well. An incident where so many variables could affect the success of it. It was one of the greatest turnouts you could expect, weather-wise and all the different stuff that was involved in it. So that was pretty cool. And they were duking it out on the White House lawn. Holy crap. It was beautiful. And I never thought that my love for mixed martial arts would actually show me more of the White House than I'd ever seen studying any history or taking school or anything like that. Got to see all kinds of stuff. One of the dudes walked out of the Oval Office. So you actually saw the path from the Oval Office all the way to the front of the house. Never seen that before. Book! Yo, what up, Odds? How are you, my friend? I hope you're doing well today. We're over here. It's a Tuesday. I've totally been not eaten by a wolf at all today, and everything's gone perfect. You know what I mean? Everything's going A-okay. Except the opposite of that. And I did get mauled because of a fireplace. Everything I've seen from that event seemed incredibly trashy, but I guess that's expected at this point. Well, it was actually really amazing, Versetti, and you have to take that with a grain of salt because I myself am a bit of a jabroni, but it was pretty cool. I have to say. There was moments when myself was very fired up by all the patriotism and everything, and that was really cool. They were shooting planes over the top and fireworks. It was just a very American thing. So us Americans got to be ourselves and kind of feel that good, healthy patriotism. Even if it was, of course, to curry favor from those people by them, doesn't have to be that for us. Yo, what up, G? How are you? I can tell you, we're in these abandoned mines right now, and it's a perfect time for you to show up and keep those ghosts at bay. How are you, G? I hope you're doing very well on this Tuesday. We've been talking about everything. Starsky and Hutch, games, how my cat turned on the computer and scared me last night. All kinds of events. Very nice to see you, G. And we got lumps. Let's do it. All the lumps. Unhaunted, too. How's everything been going with you, G? You've been kicking some butts and haunting some ghosts? Putting them in lunchboxes? Doing good. How's you? Doing fantastic, I have to say, G. This is an amazing way to spend a Tuesday, I'll tell you. It warms my heart to be around such cool and creative cats and to just storm the steeds, you know what I mean? Thinking about warming up before we get out there and travel. Just thinking about the best way to do it. Thought I saved that match. We're trying to be conservative with our trusty brand. So here's the thing. We got Loophole 4. We know that we're not going to get the tools and things we need to do a forge back here in Desolation. I left behind a stem. That's kind of tough. But let's hope we don't have too many emergencies because we have a good time. And we don't have to worry about getting health back from an emergency stem. So we didn't go to the lighthouse. Let's go over to the car or the basement. We can sleep in the basement since we have a bedroll. We all know Will has his limitations, and one of them is he would rather fade into the long dark, literally pass away and go to heaven before he would sleep on a concrete floor inside this basement here. So, don't you worry, particular Will. We have a bedroll, and we're super happy about it. Yay. I see a wolf. Abandoned Harris home. Ed Harris home. Basement cheeky time. Newsprint.
Use this.
New sports socks. Did you check those lockers or do you need a pry bar? I think I did, Bean. I hope I did. Exclusive lockers are awesome. Alright, I'm thinking about getting cheeky here. I think it would be so cool if you could read those newspapers. I see it. It says Great Bear Gazette. Will is a Giga Chad, and it's okay if he dies by fireplaces or shoots bullets at them during desk pops. Also, it says Odds is a great numbers man, and there are stonks going through the roof at Dave's Cave because of him. I see some more fine print there that says Dave's Cave has half off appetizers, and also it says leave your rose hips in the deposit box. All important stuff. Are you carrying extra pants and not wearing them? Well, that's a funny way of reminding me to put on my jeans, but I'll take it. 5 Celsius warmth bonus. Now let's eat banged up dog food. What a treat. Half off. Oh my God, that derelict stovetop was getting revenge for the desk pop. Yeah, heavy drama. Sign me in. Rose hips. Thank you, Odds. Thank you for those rose hips. All right, let's go. More cheek. Cheek to cheek, baby. chicken. All right, we ride. So you take your opportunities as often as you can get to get some sleep in, because sleep and hunger and all the stuff, even thirst, is going down crazy on these tournaments. All right, we had to blow through one of our trusty brand. We definitely are going to seek... Hey, what's up, Awanu? Let's go, Larone. Keep me entertained while I wait for the password timeout so I can play. Well, I don't know what the password timeout is. I'm guessing it's a Steam-related thing. But it is great to see you, Awanu. How are you? And you're actually playing TLD today, because I think that you were a Subnautica fan. Steam messed with me today. Holy crap. They're trying to keep you out. Yeah, it's good to see you, Awanu. We're over here just starting things off. I'm trying to put a little pepper with all the salt that I have from our last defeat by the hands of a jerk wolf. A very common story you'll hear amongst people who take part in the activities here on Great Bear Island. Mine is no different. I'm not... You know, I just got to pick my bootstraps up or my Sadie Hawkins ridiculous shoes up and storm the stage, you know. Mario Lopez clip is on cooldown. Well, cool is the appropriate word, Duncan. It's because he's so cool that everybody wants to do it more. But I will say this as well, that if it needs to be such that Mario is unrestricted, then it will be such, because if there's any reason to stop such a great man, it should be changed, and I need to make sure that that's not the case, because Mario's important, and he would not want to be stopped by anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So we have to go and make sure that AC himself it has no cooldown, and AC is unrestricted and unstopped. He's back. Yeah, I got a surprise day off, and they said no games for you. Oh, I'm sorry, Awanu. I hope it gets fixed soon.
There she is. Hey, you know Joanna? Yeah, I know Joanna. She's a girl I've been telling you about.
Gosh, she's cool. Okay, so we did not get an early birch or maple, but it's okay because we don't have the hacksaw yet.
Too heavy.
So, let's think about this. We have to get a hacksaw. I should probably make sure I check the Excel sheet to see where the hacksaw spawns here in Coastal Highway. We know that no hammer is going to spawn. Where does the hacksaw spawn on Loot Pool 4? If any of you guys have the Excel sheet around, I would love to be reminded. I'm pretty sure it's Abandoned Lookout, Quincy's, and then the car on the road. Man, our trusty brand's going by the wayside here. Thank you, Doc.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
A 9 going on 8 trusty brand. We see Quincy's. It's okay, I have your excellent stream to comfort me until I can sign in. I appreciate you being so sweet always, Awanu.
Turned out pretty well.
Thank you. I could use some, some support right now, I'll tell you. Our boy's getting his butt kicked. Let's go double lump. Sometimes you'll see a ravaged deer right here, and you can grab some early meat or guts or things to get your bow prepped. For the bow, of course, we're going to need a couple things. 1 maple sapling, which makes the wood part of the bow, and then the cured guts, which makes the lining that you pull back, the little string part of it. Takes 6 days to cure the maple, 5 days to cure the birch saplings, which of course become your arrows if you have forged arrowheads, and then the guts cure in 4 days. So it's a good idea to get maple, and then you got a day to get birch, and then 1 day for the guts. It's all very technical. That's why we fade into the dark so often. You got about 1 or 2 hours of daylight left to get over to Quincy's before it gets a little crazy out here. I will say on our settings, you often see the timber wolves too, because we set the sliders for their appearances to be through the roof. So in this little clearing over here, it's good to check for menacing shadows around the beach. They like to kick sand in people when they go to the beach on Sunday without yinzers. You know, it's unacceptable. We're like Jonah Hill and Moneyball, using charts and stats instead of just old man vibes. Yeah, and that's kind of the way I simplify the change in sports. It's like there was, I mean, you just watched it. I love all that stuff, Duncan. How the old school scouts are like talking about his girlfriend and all these kind of innocuous things that they used to judge people on before there was analytics and things. It's an unbelievable movie. It took liberties with the truth probably, but I'm telling you, that movie will get you fired up to make moves like nothing else. We need to protect the yinzers at all costs. I love the beach. Yeah, that's exactly right, Wobbs. I love yinzers. His sacrifice does not go unnoticed. And one day he will be CEO. Would have liked to get those rishis by the burned down houses, but we'll use windshield right now. We're trying to use this right wall here to block the wind, and we'll see the swirl in the top center when it's blocked right like that. And you can see our temperature changes when the swirl shows up from 2 down or 3 down to 2, making us a little warmer. You're the best. And nobody suspects that you hired those Timberwolves to kick sand on us during Sunday. Nobody would ever float such an idea. I imagine the Timberwolves as kind of like Johnny from Karate Kid. Coming up on dirt bikes. Hey, you guys trying to have fun? Well, we didn't get invited, so we're gonna act like bullies. Something like that. Cobra Kai energy, you know. We're just going to continue down this road, and up here on our right, we're going to see the coastal town site. There'll be a couple little houses there, and Quincy's Quonset gas station, our first spot for the hacksaw. If we're lucky enough to get one there, then we head up and we check out the clearing after a few switchbacks on the path kind of up the mountain towards Abandoned Lookout. That'll be our first opportunity for maple. I do see a jerk wolf over there that's likely to be on to us. I really hope none of you guys ever feel like you need to warm up at Pleasant Valley and go to the derelict cabin thinking that everything will be all right. Because you need to do a floor fire. Remember these words. Floor fire in the derelict cabin. Zoolander quote. Piano key necktie. Those are all the rage. Why floor fire, no stove? I'll tell you, Wanu, because guess what's going to happen if you light that stove and think you have immunity from the local wolves? The wolves will jump you while you're trying to make Mario Lopez references, and bam! They'll wipe away 60 HP from you. Why, you ask? Something about the stoves and the fire lit within it does not scare these wolves. And they will attack and hurt you.
I can carry much more.
And make your friends press their black suits and dresses and show up to yet another Will funeral. Pretty sad scenes. I miss him. Okay, here we are at Quincy's. This place has a lot of cool stuff. We might find a lantern here. I don't believe I saw a hacksaw outside. Yeah, I think we missed it, Dunk. More sad scenes. So we're going to have to probably go and check the car down the road for the next one. Otherwise, it's the abandoned lookout up the hill. What a treat. Let's grab this storm lantern and grab some gear of the Richard variety. Cooking oil. Recycled can. Lantern, I think, is guaranteed here. Yeah, so we're getting all of the nonsense items like storm lanterns and bedrolls. And, you know, I'm grateful for it. It's super cool. But it would be cool to have a hacksaw. Let's go. So you kind of look around. You just get your essential items. Don't get too bogged down with stuff. That's been kind of our motto. We got 21 days to get all this done. And the first third of it is pretty much the sprint for the bow. So you just stay maximized and optimized.
There's got to be something useful in here.
All right, now we're carrying around 3 pry bars. You might think it's dead weight, but I'll tell you, it's a great, nice, economic way to get scrap metal. We probably don't need quite as many arrowheads as that one time when we made 35 of them, attempting to do a tournament that took 50 shots. So on this one, we're just going to do a few more, maybe like 16 arrowheads when we do our forge. Same with Fire Barrel at the workbench in Mountain Town. It is not going to protect you. Ah, we're talking about the one outside of the farmstead in the barn. The wolf will actually go in that barn, huh? Those are pieces of work, man. Unbelievable. Alright, now we're going to think about this. We might need to warm up by doing a cheeky little 1 hour or something. We also could stay in and fully rest and break down stuff for scrap metal and things and be responsible. It's probably better than traveling in the cold. We could also hit our neighbors' houses, since it's nighttime and you can't do much in the way of hunting.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay, I'm just going to double check for the hacksaw over here. I'm pretty sure we didn't see one. I think where you'll find it is kind of laying right here or in these spots. Right out front. I don't believe that it ever spawns over here.
I can't feel my feet.
Neighbors could have can openers, so it's a risk we have to take. It's always worth that risk. Now we have a sewing kit, so we'll tear up some of our neighbors' curtains and make improvised Davy Crockett hats as well, ×2. There's a 10-point buck over there you can see in the sunset. Yeah, let's go in our neighbor's house. Coastal house. Dusty floor potato. Highly nutritious. I'm going to put that toaster over there because I do believe that it's wise for us to get our scrap metal broken down with the stuff we can break down the fastest, like crowbars, toasters, and side lamps.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Lamps like the one you see on that guy's little end table there in his bedroom. Here's another one I might wonder about. What if the clocks worked? I think I'm getting greedy when I ask for stuff in the game, but it'd be kind of cool just as just a small thing. Probably not on the priority list, but what if the clock was right? So right now it would kind of be like maybe 8 p.m., 9 p.m., something like that, instead of 2:40. Something small. We want everything, don't we? Poor Raph. I want the clocks, man. Alright, I'm tearing up these curtains soon. Or finding a pocket watch to use would be cool. Yeah, maybe that pocket watch could have compass capabilities, so you could kind of know your true north and stuff like that, Awanu. I've always kind of wanted to be able to have a compass here on Great Bear.
This gear is slowing me down.
I think the reason they don't is because it might be a little powerful. But I'm a jabroni. I don't think it's going to help me too much. He can give us a compass. Yeah, what up, Noah? Larone, my goat. Well, I'll tell you. That is an unbelievable first time to come in and call me the goat. Thank you, Noah. Thank you for coming in here hot. How are you, Noah? A new tourney where you go around Great Bear setting all the clocks to the right time, man. That's it, growing up. Listen, man. If these clocks aren't telling you the right time, are things normal, man? I don't think so. Summon soda. Same, but that feels greedy. Time knowledge is a fair ask, though. Yeah, you're right. I'm not going to get greedy. All right, now I'm just thinking about what we're up to right now. We probably want to stay in tonight and then go tomorrow for the hacksaw since it's going to be cold and windy right now. We can break down this lamp and toaster and then maybe to get some responsible sleep. We are in a dead sprint to cut down the maple after acquiring the hacksaw. I don't think we can break down any scrap metal. Plan ruined. Let's see. There we go. All right, we're getting scrap together for the future forge. And now I contemplate whether I want to carry 1 kilogram nonsense lamps and toasters in my bag so we can break them down soon. Scrap isn't quite as hard to come by as you initially think. How would that work, though? The clocks would only work in an Aurora if battery-powered. If not, it has to be a wind-up clock with no one to wind them up. That's a good point, too, grown-up. So already, my plan is kind of off. I will say that batteries are mostly what it is, but nobody would have batteries on Great Bear either. Bro, let's go, Larone. Yo, what up, Kingsley? Oh my gosh. The crew. What is shaking, Kingsley? It is good to see you. We are here and we're doing it big. How are you, Kingsley? Is it amazing to see you? I'm glad you guys are enjoying the experiences on Great Bear. Alright, we're carrying around silly things. We cannot forget about it. Wonder if you can craft in the night. Probably not. No. If an aurora hits, we wake up and make 2 Davy Crockett hats to throw on our depressed-looking head. Otherwise, we're just going to get some old-fashioned sleep. We can't break down the toaster and lamp until we get a hacksaw. Right now, we're carrying 42 of 27, in large part because of these 2 ridiculous things. Let's see, banged up dog food. What a treat. And a few other places, I think. Wind up grandfather clock in Milton's at Grey Mother's. I'm good. How are you, Larone? Pretty good, Kingsley. We're just doing a crazy tournament involving hunting. It's a short time to do it. Can't miss a shot. No health regen, all kinds of stuff. How is your Tuesday going? We're fired up. I busted out the old Starsky and Hutch board game earlier. That'll really get you fired up. Moldy chocolate bar. Nope, I don't want to eat banged up pork and beans. We'll use it as a heating mechanism and eat stale beef jerky. Ketchup chips. Fire game, by the way. It is so good, Kingsley. I gotta tell you. This game has taken everything I knew about video games and changed it. There's just something so... Yeah, you know, I don't know how to describe it. It's channeling something inside of me that, like, it's like, yeah, you know? Testosterone and Tim Allen noises from Home Improvement. Whoa, you know? I love it. Other video games, it's nice to you. It caters to you. Eventually you can figure it out. It doesn't discourage you too much. This game's just like, you're dead by nonsense, by a raft bait fire. That's it. Oh! And they take you out. The masculine urge to be stranded in the wilderness. It's actually horrendous at this game. Oh. Well, you just keep on playing, Noah, because I got to tell you something. It's even fun if you're an absolute jabroni. Exhibit A. Right here. Flashlights also run off batteries and only work during auroras. Yeah, so I guess the clock should only work during an aurora. And maybe we could have it kind of going backwards or something. Holy crap. It's the steakhouse salad vibes of the gaming world. Holy crap. This summer. This song makes me happy. Thank you, Waba. It makes me pretty happy, too. We're just going along. My voice probably doesn't make too many people happy. Do. Yeah, this is like the, you know, Mary Tyler Moore theme song where you throw your hat in the air and everything's okay. You're a gal making it in the city. You got a good job at the news station, and you work with the funny weatherman. What's his name? Ted Knight? Ted Knight and Ed Asner? That's a pretty good staff on that news show. You guys want to hear any more about ridiculous shows nobody's ever heard of? I will say that Ed Asner kind of had that dad look throughout his whole career. Somehow he always kind of looked the same. Angry guy. Okay, we're waiting for the sun to rise before we can make our double davies. Right now we're just catching up on old-fashioned sleep and eating old ketchup chips. responsibilities. All right, when the sun crests over the moon is when he deems it light enough to craft and make things with his sewing kit. So I think after this hour. We can't fail when we make something for the first time, so we don't have to worry about messing it up. 1 Davy, 2 Davies. Go over here and toss those Davies on. Boom. Gosh, he looks so feral right now. A few more curtains to break down. Wait for the wind and storm the steeds the second the wind breaks.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Yeah, you're carrying around toasters and things because of me, man. I'm sorry. He's got like 70 lumps and 2 toasters in his backpack. It's absurd. Still windy. Try to listen for it. I think I'm gonna have to drop these toasters. So if you're ever trying to take these things out of your backpack, you go into customization mode and place it. Otherwise, it's kind of tricky and it'll drop it as a box. So, game plan's simple. Sprint to the hacksaw. We got 2 other spots to check for, and it will be at one of those 2. We just need the time to travel to open up for us outside without wind and blizzards. Weather's set to kick your butt levels of nonsense, so it makes you really pick your spots.
I might have to drop some gear.
I'm thinking even about making improvised hand wraps. These things can't be fixed, and they're .2. Love the floor toaster. Just when you thought you couldn't make Pop-Tarts on the floor, well, guess what? You can, Kingsley. And we got strawberry frosted. We got cherry frosted. We got it all. And none of those unfrosted ones. Man, I haven't had a Pop-Tart in a while. Improvised hand wraps are 0.5 and 0.3. And then we go look at these other gloves we got. They're 0.2 and 0.2. It's not much of a difference. These things are a little wet-proof. All right, we'll stick with the old gloves and make these in a little bit. Let's get some responsible wood. Do we have crates in here? No. Toaster strudels are better than Pop-Tarts. Oh, wow. Heavy drama. I haven't had a toaster strudel in a long time either. You gotta get some. Bro, Pop-Tarts are so good. Well, yeah, I remember I've been in different places, like at school and stuff. And sometimes you don't have like a full kitchen and maybe your college housing or something. And I ended up eating ridiculously for a while, and I think I OD'd a little bit on things like Pop-Tarts. I would just go down to like the little place where you could get stuff, and they wouldn't have much. Easy Mac, Pop-Tarts and things. Let's just say thank goodness for the ability to endure terrible nutrition, like eating dusty floor potatoes in this game and Pop-Tarts at college. I remember one day I saved the ramen for later in the day because it was like a big to-do that I had ramen. I was like, oh yeah, you better hold on to that. That's dinner.
Someone's gotta go.
Okay, here we go. Echo Preston. Can't believe that, Rossetti. All right, we just got to the warm part of the day. We're going to want to travel the second we're capable of it. Part of me going in this neighbor's house is hoping that we're going to get the things we need to stay afloat while we're kind of sprinting around doing this stuff. Things I'm looking for are trusty brand matches over most. Right now, our trusty brand number, 8. That means 8 fires. And it's windy as crap here all the time. I do see a extra nuts and stuff bar.
Take this food.
Yeah. Okay, so just for our edification, we know that there's 1 toaster here and 2
Too much stuff to carry.
toaster-related things at our other neighbor's house in case we end up doing scrap here. Probably won't. Hacksaws first, and then we seek the maple right after. I will also say that I'm very grateful to be here with you guys on Tuesday. The week's getting started. It's time to storm the steeds. And it's the perfect way to make it happen with your pals. You guys are amazing. Let it be known. I'm gonna get some toilet water, and we're gonna get going after probably a cheeky little 1-hour sleep in our neighbor's bed. Let's eat a stale chocolate bar. We got plenty of toilet water on us. Now let's go get our hacksaw after an hour's sleep. I should be studying for exams, but it's worth being here over that. Well, think about this, Noah and Kingsley. We could easily do both. Holy crap. I will be the perfect example of what not to do during the exam. By taking your eye off the prize and losing focus. And you guys will be the antithesis. Perfectly said, right? Antithesis of that. And do different. And kick butt.
The back is getting kind of heavy.
Oh, look at this beauty of a day. Yo, what up, Vio? Oh my gosh, we got the whole crew. You guys are amazing. Big shout out to this crew. My UK brethren. Hello, Professor. You have more important business. Thank you, Duncan. I gotta watch this jabroni get mauled by a wolf that he doesn't deserve to be. And that's totally the way it should be framed. Oh! trying to save my trusty brand. We got a bear inbound. Ah! Thinking about it, Noah. Trying to be smart about my fatigue, and my hunger will go down like crazy if I start sprinting. I'm gonna go and turn around and look at him, see if he's gaining on us. He's grumbling back there. Okay, any of my navigating pros? I'm headed up to the abandoned lookout. If I take a wrong turn on a switchback, please advise. We're going up the mountain. I hear this guy rustling around, man. He's stealthy, but he weighs so much he breaks branches and things. You kind of hear it. I'm switching back. You're taking wrong turn right now. Oh! 2 hours and 15 minutes of English. I'll just write about this stream. Gather round. He was a jabroni that couldn't switch back. He lit fires on stoves that would not protect him. He referenced Lopez. Mario Lopez. I'm Kingsley's stepsister, by the way. It's nice to see you, Vio. Yeah, Kingsley's the man. You guys are awesome.
My fingers feel numb.
We're doing ridiculously insano mode over here, getting crazy. We went into the custom settings and tried to push everything to the limit. It's been pushing back. And then once you get past the rocky nook, whoa, turn right and go up the hill. You got it. So if you ever see these creepy witch trees, these are actually acorn trees. And you won't have any Blair Witch incidents, but you will find acorns to prepare for small amounts of calories. Nuts from an oak tree. All right, we gotta do a spot fire.
Too cold to think.
Next to the oak tree. All right, another match down. I've talked many times about starting these fires before my health starts going away, but I often find myself a bit distracted, and I don't do that. So I'm also trying to improve that aspect of things, you know? Go in the trailer, save the brand. Oh, it's too late.
Come on. It worked.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna primitively smash open these tomato soup and bean cans. Oh. And if you guys just go back and run into it, trust me. Fight it mano y mano. Well, I would love to, guys. There's one thing standing in my way. At this point, I'm fighting them with Mario Lopez references because I do not have any weapons. When you start out on one of these crazy things, they don't give you a weapon. And you can't even throw a stone at a rabbit in this thing. So we have to go make our bow. That's the first goal. So we got our fists. Unfortunately, much like his refusing to jump or sleep on concrete floors, he doesn't use his dukes. He says, no, I'd rather just get mauled instead of punch him with my red mittens that make me look like a lobster. Dusty floor potato. All right, so it's going to be a bit windy here. Let me see if I can find the route to get us up this hill. I think I'm going back that way and up a little crevice. Let's go ahead and eat these banged up pork and beans in a minute and make some moves. So I believe I did pass it. Or if you want to do a rope climb instead, that's on the right side. Yeah, we usually go the route without the rope climb. Save that energy. Couple hours of the warm part of the day if the wind can go away. "43 lumps, a nice healthy supply. Way too much toilet water." Yikes. Beautiful. Let's do it. We're gonna rock our way up this mountain to the abandoned lookout. Hopefully a hacksaw's there, because we're gonna need it. We're gonna scout the maple on the way up. And if you ever get lost coming up this hill looking for this abandoned lookout, don't feel bad. It's very deceiving, and it's meant to be kind of tough to navigate in some of these places, part of the charm. And that's also what I say to cope, because I get lost often, and I try to lump you guys into it. Okay, so there's some bones over there, and we have already met the bear. He does exist here. We'll continue. So we got some folks taking some exams today. I hope the rest of you guys at work are doing good. Our gal Jex is having a tooth infection, so she's going to be fixing that. And Yinzers did a great job at work. I miss school. Yeah, I think what was nice, Reagan, was it was all laid out for us, you know? You could run around. And eat Pop-Tarts. Save our ramen like it's something to do. All right, I'm hitting a switchback, I think. Literally just show up, learn, eat, learn some more, go home, and then you get to see your friends. And you get to have nap times. That's it. I like the ability to be able to do really cool stuff in between classes. Like be able to work on art and different stuff like that. So I believe we're going to be passing right here. The first shot at seeing the maple on the way up this hill. I don't have a stone. Not funny, Reagan. We're trying to give him the ring around the rosy routine here. He's liable to jump us at any moment. I feel super slow, by the way, too. Bogged down. Oh, he's gained... Threaten him with the toaster. I think I left him behind growing up, so I don't think I'm encumbered by that, but I am slow as can be right now with all those lumps. I definitely almost got... Sam and King is spooked! They got me on the run, Reagan! I believe that wolves should leave jabronis alone. Try to get more distance between you before doing that. Jeebus. Threaten him with the toaster is ridiculous. Couldn't be me. No, not me. Can always bop him with a torch. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. Right now, it's a bit precarious because he's pretty close. And I haven't had too much time to stop and talk about Lopez, you know? Throw a torch on the ground, light a new one, throw the new one at him. Let's hope he gives me enough time to do that, Bean, because he isn't giving me much personal space right now. He's kind of getting in my bubble. Bubble bobble. All right. Let's think about this. If you could pick up some stones, that would be great. Okay, that one was pretty good, Reagan. Even though I'm in a serious situation, that was good. Because she put Lumberg there, and that's good. And Bean and I are on the same page, but more space between you. This space is tough. I guess I'm just going to run downhill and live to fight another day. Because right now, we're just being ridiculous. Here for comedic relief. Reagan's Night at the Apollo. Martin Lawrence. With opening act, President Ronald Reagan. Star of Bedtime for Bonzo. Alright, this wind is causing problems. We did it! Some pro moves right there. Thank you, Waba. Gamer! Holy crap. Thank you, guys. And on flat ground so the torch doesn't roll away. Yep. That's interloper talk right there, Bean. That's it. So, now I'm just contemplating torch and the match, of course, versus just starting a fire here until the wind goes away, because we're in a bit of a cubby here, and I could just light a fire and wait here for a second, keep our torch on us. So I'm just kind of doing that right now in my head. Torch goes away the second I go around this rock. I'm trying to be wise about it. Seems like Raph isn't into this plan very much. There we go. It wasn't until I'd been playing this game for like 4 years that I learned the pump fake method, so I'm bopping them with the torch. Used to be my main method. Nice, Bean. You've upgraded. Yeah, there's nothing more intimidating than a stone pump fake to a jerk wolf. Okay, we're on a forbidden slope here. If you put stuff on the burner, you can't jiggle it and keep it from burning. I've been on the wrong end of that equation. Responsible torch breakthrough. Hopefully the wind dies so we can get up the hill during the light. New granola bar. Make some tinder plugs. Prepare. Why don't you get on, man? I've been told that it's wise to be smart about your traveling, and I think traveling through the high winds and the blizzards are the tough part, because you're trying to min-max every moment to get that bow made as fast as possible at the beginning, especially before you even have the hacksaw. So we would love to move right now and get up this mountain. I'll tell you what you don't need to be doing right now, Wolf. Playing games. Okay. Simple stuff here. Waiting for these winds that are going to be pretty much always present, too. So you start to think it's always going to be a blizzard or windy. I got to start traveling during it. And that's when it gets you. Especially when you don't have matches to just light more fires once you get around. We have 7 trusty brand. We got the lumps, but no trusty. Might be good to go back to the trailer and wait it out. Ideas. Oh. Yep, I'm thinking the same thing. Only because this stuff is still going. I gotta see about these toasters too. Alright, we don't have toasters. It's the lumps that are weighing us down. Hoisted by our own lumps. That's another one of those phrases that I just say and I have no clue what it means. Hoisted by our own baton? Is that the phrase? What the heck does that mean? I've never been hoisted by any batons. Batard? What a sentence! Yeah, I'm not sure what a petard is, Fire. But it's just one of those things I've heard and then tried to say to fit in. Never knowing what it really means. I sort of know the meaning of it. You're messed up by something that you love or are using. I get that part. I just don't know what any of the words mean. Petard. I don't know what it's like to be hoisted by said petard. A small historical explosive device used in siege warfare to blow indoors walls or gates. Holy crap. So you light one of these explosive devices and then you get hoisted by it, by I guess means blown up by it on accident.
That'll come in.
Oh! Beautiful, pristine lobster gloves. All right, now's the moment when we are going to figure out how we're going to handle the rest of this situation. I may travel at night if it clears up out there and just say, we got to go. Feels like I might be making mistakes, but we got to do it. Let's see what it's like. We're nice and warm now. Okay, the bear's here, and it looks like an aurora.
What'd you do?
Too heavy.
Reagan's an OG. She's seen me since basically the beginning. If you think I'm a jabroni now, Reagan's seen it all. So if you wonder why she incessantly roasts me, because, you know, she's kind of earned that right. Let's go up the mountain. We're going to try to avoid the wind and block it by going on this right wall here as we're doing this. We're going to try to avoid that wolf who came after us, because we're the slowest. I do not roast you. I very lightly poke. Just like you're keeping the fire nice and toasty, you know? Just got to give it a little poke sometimes. Breathe a little air into it, you know? Oh, I hear him. All right, trusty brand down. Ah! This is madness. Classic. One of our favorite activities in the long dark is to go outside, accomplish nothing, get cold a little bit, and then just go right back inside. Of course, accomplishing nothing. It is the Grandpa Simpson factor. Son of a gun. We were going to burn a torch and then immediately lose the match, so I'm just opting to go back and take an hour's sleep in the trailer. Weather's not really nice to us right now.
I might have to drop some gear.
Sounds like an Eric Clapton. I even like some of Eric Clapton's later stuff. Did you guys know that Layla was about, I think it was about George Harrison's girl. I think they were both dating each other's girlfriends at one point. It was a wild time in the 60s and 70s, man. I may have that lore off, and you guys might be able to fill me in. But it's a beautiful song. All right, I'm going to keep this torch out just in case. I hear the bear. There he is. Ah! This is just, man, the hits keep on coming. I think I just heard what Rossetti was talking about. Scared crows. There was a different kind of
Something's gotta go.
vocal. They were like, ah, get out of here. Trusty Brand down. Getting our butt kicked up. I think he was scared of the bear. We're going to stay moving and we're going to check for maple over this little clearing right here. See what's going on in a little spot downhill right when you get over this little ledge here. If you're ever trying to get an early maple cut, it's good to know the maple spawn locations in the town where you're going to acquire your hacksaw. For us, we're on our way up to maybe where the hacksaw is. We're definitely hoping to see a maple so we can chop it on the way down. We're about to hit a switchback here on this little bend. All right, Maple Scout. Okay, sad scenes. I do not see a maple. They took it from us. Let's go up and get that hacksaw. Classic loot pool for games right now. We do it for will. We do it for justice. We do it for the steeds that need to be stormed. That's it, Kev. How are you, my friend? How are you doing, Kev? How is the man, the marathon man, the running man? Arnold Schwarzenegger stars in Kev. I have to get integrity. I have to grow radishes. That was a terrible Arnold. I'm sorry, Kev. How are you, Kev? It's good to see you. I hope that things have been going well and that your belly is full of cat treats. Things like crab, fish, and tuna. It's good to see you, Kev. I'm just over here kind of getting my butt kicked today. Trying to navigate up to the abandoned lookout to get ourselves a hacksaw, because we need to cut down things and begin the hunt. I want to also give another public service announcement about something to avoid. This is a jabroni PSA, so you guys don't fall by this as well. We already learned about the derelict cabin fire stove and how terrible it is. If you're in the derelict cabin in Pleasant Valley, light a floor fire. Don't use the stove, okay? Well, cool? Now here's the other one. Sometimes when I light those spot fires, I'll do like the 4 hotkey and I'll drag it and it goes under you. One time it went under my feet. I lit a fire and then burned myself immediately. So if you ever see me pull back from a fire before starting it, that's what I'm trying to avoid, because you will burn your own feet. Nonsense things that video game characters do because common sense eludes them at times. So another warning for any of you guys out there. It could be you. I'm telling you. All right, prepared acorns. Long Dark needs rain. I was going to say mass start, but then I heard the mother of all thunder rumbles. The gods gave me a show UWU. Holy crap. You got thunder going on. Ever light your long hair on fire smoking something? I don't think so, Kev. the closest I've come to that, cat hair will get inside the candles, and sometimes I'll smell Aretha's loose cat hairs inside the candle when I light it. I hope that you don't, my friend. I know you got some nice locks. Gotta be careful and responsible. Alright, cheek is on the option right now. About to get cheeky. Cats 100% will light their tails on fire in accident. I had one donut once. Alright, I'm about to eat this tomato soup, and we're going up the hill. Torch numbers are good. Time to roll. Okay, so it's been a tough start here, I would say. I would say a long dark with rain would be pretty cool. Most of the time it gets condensation time. It usually gets snow because it's so cold here, so I guess that's what Raph is kind of thinking. Alright, hopefully we'll do our switchback. Little house fire started over cat going zoomies bananas after turning their tail into a torch. Holy crap. I feel bad about that kitty. Before you got here, Kev, we were... Oh! He's playing so many games right now. Alright, I'm gonna go right. I think this is the way. Oh, we're here! We have reached the abandoned lookout, baby. This is our second of 3 options for the hacksaw. We also have rose hips. I think this all is a good reminder for every one of us that rose hips are important. Oh man, what's up, fish? What is shaking with the crew? How's it going? I'm just spelling all those numbers that are letters. How's it going with the crew? We got some legendary crew in the mix. We got the Spider-Man saving New York City after as a moonlighting as a hero while taking pictures of actions of the New York City stuff and getting yelled at by that mean boss. Can't remember that guy's name. Yo, what up, Blaze? What is shaking, Blaze? And we got Chef Maria cooking things up in the kitchen, baby, stirring the pot. Hey, Larone, I hope the run is going well. It's great to see you, Fish. Fish, Maria, you guys are absolute legends. Yo, what up, Cos? Oh my gosh. Everybody's here. J. Jonah Jameson was Spider-Man's name. That's his That's it. Okay, so here's what's going on with us. We were just getting to the abandoned lookout, and we're looking for a hacksaw so we can cut down an early maple. I hope that you guys are having a fantastic Tuesday. We've been running amok. We got attacked by a wolf next to a stove. It was lit, by the way. So I've been telling everybody, and I probably don't need to tell the pros. If you're in Pleasant Valley and you light a fire at the derelict cabin, the stove will not protect you. So I'm going to light a floor fire next time. What do you guys say to that? Unbelievable. It's good to see you guys. Absolute legends in the mix. We're hoping to get a hacksaw here. I heard nature call outside. Poor rabbit. I got derped on by Raph once more. Hacksawless. Crunchy stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to look under this. Did we miss it? Maybe. No, it's not there. Okay. So now it's definitely going to be in the car along the road. So we just kind of got to go down the mountain and I suppose go to that one purple car that's next to the down tree. And that has to be where the hacksaw is because there's 3 spots on Loophole 4 where it can be located. So we'll just descend the mountain and go to that spot and hope we live to tell the tale. Every bear and moose and wolf in the world is after us. They're letting it be known outside. Yes. Let's do this. Spider-Man, these pictures are terrible. You need to get better ones. That guy was... he was kind of like Ed Asner. Grumpy boss. So, if I was going to the road from the abandoned lookout, I can probably go off the cliff the other direction and just kind of goat down the place. It's tough to see right now, but I think that's the way to do it as the crow flies, you know, straight to the destination. We are farmers. Holy crap. I'm guessing that's a reference to an insurance commercial with the voice actor who was J. Jonah Jameson as the guy who does that company's commercials. If that's what it is, that's unbelievable. I see Burdock Root. Holy crap. I am Burdock Root. Alright, I'm kind of aimless doing this. I'm just hoping to get back on the coastal highway. God help us. I can't see anything. Frolicking rabbits and small cabins. We could use this as an opportunity to warm up. One thing that we definitely need is matches right now. We got about 6 matches.
Some place to escape this cold.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
6 matches. This whole cabin thing is warm up, but definitely matches over everything right now. Yikes. Let's go to the neighbors. Is it guaranteed to be at one of these places on this loot pool? I think it is, Bean. The pros here might know a little bit more than me about this, but I'm pretty sure on loot pool 4,
My head feels thick.
out of the 3 spots in Coastal, you'll get it at one of them. So I'm thinking it will be in that car. If not, I'll be very sad. Oh, this guy was a learned doctor. Alright, so we were encumbered before, and now I'm carrying around a bunch of nonsense books. Books that we cannot read. For a wealth of knowledge.
This will come in handy.
Juicy pork and beans. What a treat. Alright, no matches. Do we let the match go out? I could start a fire outside too if we wanted to do that and then sleep next to it as well. Pork and matches. And we seek the match right now. We need those trusty brand, Blaze.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
Okay, we got a bunch of pointless books.
Can't feel my feet.
Is another reason why the wolf was making a move on us. If you go around in their territories without the proper situations, you'll have issues. And the proper situations being, of course, nice and limber and ready to move. Okay, we're about to be at the car. This has to be it. Golly, we're so slow.
So cold in my life.
We're taking a 20 per hour drip on our health. I'm trying to push ahead to the car. This feels ill-advised. Yikes. Go! These ridiculous books.
I could eat a horse.
I don't know why I have 30 books in my backpack. Everybody's going to be thanking me when we can read about history of Great Bear and mathematics, jabroni geometry. All right, Hacksaw has to be here.
Just what I need.
Success initiated. Okay, so it was the last spot we checked, but it does exist, and I do believe it is guaranteed at one of these 3 spots. Abandoned Lookout, Quincy, Purple Car on Loot Pool 4. Best case scenario, you pick the right one first. But sometimes Raph says, you know what? I heard you mocking the fact that I ate a salad at a steakhouse, and I am not too happy with it. So he kicks your butt.
Come
Sapling time. Thank you, Bean.
It worked.
All right, we go double lump. We put some water on, and we take cheeky naps in the car. When the wind kicks up, it might blow out our fire, so we just go 1 hour at a time. And throw our pork and matches by the fire. Yeah, burn those 30 books. I probably should have. But when are we going to read about jabroni geometry if we don't have those books in the future? Imagine a world without that knowledge. Not a world I'd want to live in. Now we go to the maple spawn locations. We have a few of them. I think it would be wise for us to detail those in a second. Let's see if we can get a little water out of this. Nope. Plenty of toilet water to drink. Yet another ridiculous thing that we're doing. Now, Will can't even read those books. They're in Braille. Holy crap. It's true. And everybody knows pilots cannot read Braille. It's a known fact. When we take a look at the great place of Coastal Highway, it lets us know where we need to go for the saps. Detailing how to get to the map shows one very specific thing here. We're at the car right here. This is our car, this little blue car, and it had the hacksaw, I believe. We're going to go down the coast or across the ice if we can actually see over here to these small islands off of Jackrabbit. If you see an M next to this sapling right there, that is a maple opportunity. That's what's going to make our bow kick butt, and it definitely is required, and it takes 6 days. So we can't even begin the hunt until we chop down that maple. We're going to check for it here at the small island, and if we strike out there, we go up here. We go up to this little clearing next to the fishing. We check for a maple at the burned down rabbit kind of cabin over there and keep going up. Bear Creek Campground has another maple spawn on a clearing. So we just kind of go around getting rose hips and looking for maple and birch saplings while planning to acquire cured guts from a thing like this ravaged deer down here. So we got all kinds of stuff. A beautiful highway. What's up, Roadrunner? How's it going, my friend? It is lovely to see you. How is it going, Roadrunner? We're just kind of detailing the plan here on this crazy nerd map of Coastal Highway, you know? It's a good time. All right, let's go get a maple. Yeah, I hope you're having a pretty good day, Roadrunner. I've just been kind of running amok over here, but that's pretty par for the course, I would say. New granola bar. Let's do it. Okay, we're going for a maple, and it's in a foggy, cold night. Sometimes, that's it, Roadrunner, and it's crazy. It's good to see you, Roadrunner. Wile E. Coyote has nothing. He's indebted to the Acme Corporation, and he can't even keep up with you. I saw him flying off a cliff the other day. All right, on our left here is going to be the fishing hut, and I see a lot of doubters out there. A lot of people who don't really believe in the whimsy and the magic that could happen before their eyes. If you really think that today isn't going to be whimsical and crazy, well, think again. I hope that everybody is again seated securely, because when you see what you're about to see, it's gonna change how you think about everything. It's gonna take us 8 years to get there. Why, you ask? Because I'm carrying around nonsense everywhere. Pointless books. 1,000 lumps of coal. There's even rumored to be a toaster in there somewhere. Good lord. We're doing night travels. Do you believe? Do you believe in magic? That's it, Wobbs. I see a lot of people out there that thinking, you know, they need to see objective materialism before them to believe that it's actually evidence. Well, I'm gonna rip time and space apart and show you that this is so dumb. All right, here we go. We're going to the blue trailer. Everybody, you better be chilling and you better be seated 1,000. Holy crap. I don't even know what 1,000 is, but that's exactly it. T1000. Seated and ready. Excellent. Well, prepare yourself, Roadrunner, because it's about to happen. Because we're about to go into this trailer that everybody thinks is just a normal trailer. Could there be a heavy hammer outside magical trailer on this loophole? Unfortunately not, Bean. We're actually going to have to go all the way to Trappers to get that. Because we don't fancy ourselves interested in going down a giant rope climb in the ravine. And this is part of why Loophole 4 is so ridiculous. But it's okay. We're super into it and grateful for our early bedroll. Now, let's take a look at things. I see this guy up here. He's just a regular old guy. But he's in here alone. Did Larone just say this is so dumb? Yeah, it was my bit is ridiculous. You know, I'm always acting like I'm doing something here. But seriously, let's be serious. And everybody, I've been building this up way too much. There's a guy on here, but he's alone. But is he alone for long? Because what happens if, just maybe, we get company in here for him? This is just a normal bed. But what if I went into blue outline mode and then move this bed? Are you trying to tell me this chonker guy is not going to be alone? Maybe. He won't be. Oh! Green Jacket guy is here. And he's here to show you guys that aren't believing in whimsy to believe. And he has decent running shoes on him. All right, 0.5 and 0.3. Come on. We just upgraded to Nikes from Sadie Hawkins shoes just like that. We're making moves and storming the steeds. Now, I just see a regular shelf over here with no plastic container to search. You're not going to tell me that if I move this green shelf, it's going to have a plastic container on it, are you? Oh my goodness. The whimsy. I know it's crazy, but we all have to just be, we have to, you know, carry on with our day after that. No, it's not going to be easy, but we just got Nikes. It's okay, Roadrunner. It's, you know, if it's one of the first couple times you've seen it, that's a normal reaction. But we did move that. So, and here's the other thing. I know, it's crazy, Wobbs. If this guy isn't on here, move this bed and he'll show up. And sometimes he'll have beef jerky and Sprite on him. So, extra loot opportunities, and more importantly, a way to seem important in front of people that are way better than you at the game, that are your friends. So let's think about this. We want to go cut down a maple. We want to do it immediately. So I think I'm just going to keep moving right now, save the match, and head to those opportunities. Oh! That's it, Yinsers. We're working in the magic
This
type.
bag
I've
is
seen this
too heavy
7
to
times
carry.
and I still don't believe my eyes. I know. Sometimes you forget about how magical it can be around here. We have gotten a little bit of clarity in the skies, so we'll be able to see those small little islands. Let's make sure there's no wolves on the ice. Strat talk. Okay, you want to have some strat talk, Big Fish? Big Fish, you're the man. It's good to see you. Here's what we're stratting. We're stratting maple saplings. We're going to cut it down because 6 days from then is when we can make the bow. We have a finite amount of time to get off 21 shots in 21 days, so the first 7 pretty much are taken up by the bow. That's going to give us 14 days, 2 weeks after that moment, to do all the hunting that is required. Our plan is going to be similar to how it was last time, sans me taking my eye off the prize and talking too much about Mario Lopez and his awesome dimples. What we have to focus on is getting our sapling cut, weapon made, and lumps acquired. You know, simple, one step ahead seriousness. And also probably a spot fire. And the strat is simple. Cut a maple, get our bow prepared, and then prepare for the hunt where we're going to take nice accurate shots on big body bears. John Candy strat, pin cushion strat. I knew about the guy, but the container, wild. It keeps on getting more wild, doesn't it, Roadrunner? And the even crazier part is
Lay down for a bit.
places like that are just the same. If you see trailers with that same layout and you move those things, it will happen just the same. This is really crazy with no wind blocker in the middle of the ice. If I take a cheeky nap here, I'll probably get smoked. That's why we went with a ton of stuff. Zipping and zapping. That's it. I'm hoping I didn't miss a zip zap that Bezos did or something like that, and it's just a general excitement zipping and zapping. Sometimes Bezos is known. Something going on? I missed something. Bear Creek Campground to look for maple. Well, that's definitely in the cards, Bean. The first spot is going to be check that little island we detailed right there. If I take a nap, well, Raph won't even let me nap on the ice, so I won't even be able to take a cheeky 1 hour. Yeah, he's not having it. Keeping up on our responsibilities. Almost tried reminding you to fill up the thermos before I remember this is a new run. Oh, it hurts, Pete. We had 2 Mackinac thermoses last time, and they have faded into the long dark with our will. All right, looks like it's morning. A long night of shenanigans. Sil, how are you? I have a feeling I missed something. If I missed a zip zap, will you guys let me know? Any sort of redeem or something that I didn't see. Oh! Now that one came through. Thank you, Neo. Thank you, Neo. We got Tina in the mix. Unbelievable, Neo. Thank you very much. Holy crap. Eases the pain of the poor, hurt man who has fallen in the derelict cabin. Thank you, Neo. Neo, you know Kung Fu. You break into the Matrix. Unbelievable. And you also know the appropriate speed to keep the bus so it will not blow. That's for sure. Thank you, Neo.
There's a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, please. Listen, I know you guys are going to see Sandra. And if you do see her, please do not let her go below 65 miles an hour. There's going to be consequences if she goes below that mileage. No slowing down. Please. Please don't let her go below 65 miles per hour. Or the bus will blow. Thank you, Neo. You're unbelievable. And your Keanu-ness is just tremendous. Thank you, Neo. We are definitely storming the steeds, and we're rising through the ranks, I would say. The ranks of what? I don't know. Thank you, Neo. Unbelievable. My man. Thank you, Neo. Bikes and cheese. Whoa, thanks, Neo. You're in the mix. That's it. And you got two pretty cool stuff coming with you. We're big fans of cheese around here. And we usually are also into biking. You wouldn't believe. We believe in the two-wheel system. It's good to see you, Bikes and Cheese. Yeah, Neo's setting it off. Okay, torch gone. Trusty brand out of here. Neo is the best. Kind of low on supplies like food and things. Yeah, Neo's my boy. Crawdad King. Louisiana's finest. He puts the zap in the zip with Zap's chips.
Made it through another night.
Throws Tony Chicheros on whatever, even corn on the cob. I still can't say that name. I think it's Chicheres. All right, I'm checking to make sure these aren't Timberwolves over here.
I've been so hungry in my life.
Sometimes when they hang out together, it makes me think they're Timberwolves. I think these are regular. They're still pieces of work, though, and they're looking to waste my trusty brand.
Can't feel my hands.
Sashures. Tony Sashures. So I watched Speed yesterday, Larone. It's 50 miles an hour, sir. Oh my gosh. You're fact-checking. Well, that's good for Sandra because 65 is pretty fast for a big giant bus. So she only has to keep it 50 miles an hour. Second off, I shouldn't overlook the fact that you're watching Speed in 2026. Legendary move, Neo. Great work. My opinion, if they howl, they're normal. Okay. Sandra, please.
Getting kind of thirsty.
Do not go below 50 miles an hour. Okay, I'm going to have to remember that because I often say it's in my top 5. Yeah, it's pretty good action. It's got short-haired Keanu in it, and it just shows the range that guy has. I think he's a cop in that one.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
Really, I don't remember. I'm going to have to watch it. Obviously, I thought it was 65 miles an hour. I can't have that mistake happening again. All right, guaranteed candy bar. All right, let's do a scrap metal inventory. We do have our hacksaw now, so we can break down lamps and other things for extra scrap. We got 4, and we need more. Let's eat our stale chocolate bar. Track Jack Traven. He's a cop. Holy crap. I know a kindergarten cop. Yeah. That's very true. And if you eat all the other kids' lunches, he's going to pick you up and shake you into knowing that's not it. These other people's lunches.
Are these all your lunches? You mean you eat other people's lunches? Stop it!
Oh! That poor kid, man. I don't know if you guys know this, but Arnold in that movie was a cop, like our boy Jack Traven. And
I'm gonna need to eat.
He took on a job that required a little bit more delicacy than he was initially prepared for. And he was shaking kids that were eating lunches. It is not a tumor! A wool scarf.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
20% waterproof. I think, as crazy as it is, we stay with Double Davy over the wool scarf. There's no mending. And we could probably just make Davies until later. Who is your daddy and what does he do? You grew up in Astoria. Detective John Kimball. I ask you a bunch of questions to have them answered immediately. You know, Arnold's probably one of the easiest guys to impersonate, and I still feel like my impression leaves room for improvement. Metal lamp. Yeah, I kind of have a derpy impression, Silo. Stop it! That was terrible. Keep trying, though. All right, we're running out of calories. I need to get some food or something here, or a little streak of calories on our belly is going to end, so maybe we'll find another candy bar or something from these other cabins.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
There's not too many cattail dreams around. We need a fat maple syrup or something. Calorie rich. There we go. Secret candy bar. Nuts and
always
stuff.
use more food.
Oh, did read the percentage. That was a deer hunter candy bar right there. Christopher Walken when he's off the rails. All right, we have to think about this because our calories are getting kind of serious. All our luck was used up in Pleasant Valley. Yeah, especially that fire safety luck at the derelict cabin, right? Totally not a thing I'm salty about still. We used to be responsible. Oh, Silo. I can't tell if it's real. Lots of cattails at Bear Creek. That's it. Yeah, so if we go up there for the maple, that's true. I did want to check the small island here, so I'm hoping we have enough calories so that I can pop over there, and then we'll check Bear Creek after that. Just want to make sure we hang on to this calorie streak. Might have to move towards Bear Creek instead, given that fact. So much to think about. Oh, dang, I missed the fire safety. I'll have to go back and look. Okay, well, I'll reenact it for you. Here's what happened, Pack and Play. We were standing there saving like 30 million people. rescue situation. Our sleeves were torn. Muscles were enormous at the time. It was like the most heroic thing you've ever seen. We were mentioning and paying our respects to Mario Lopez next to a fire, and I didn't have a lit torch. Turns out,
Too heavy.
something about that place, they're not having it. They refused. The wolves are not intimidated by the stove fire. They say, you know what, this is our moment. And they came up on us. There was nothing we could have done to avoid it. Definitely nothing like be responsible and pay attention to what we're doing instead of making references. But it was heroic, I think. At least that's the way that my cope will remember it. All right, let's eat this chocolate bar. Stale granola bar. All right, we now have enough calories. Let's go to sleep and hope that when we wake up, it's good going to get maple weather. We got this. I prefer Slap Yo Mama over Zatarans or Tony Sachures. Okay, so now we're going to need to talk about Slap Yo Mama. It sounds like a bit of a derelict cabin brand, but if Neo believes it and he puts them on his crawdads, then I want to know about it. We're comparing all seasoning salts right now. Stuff I love to throw on chicken when I'm cooking it. Stuff like that. And mine is Tony Sachures. It's a can of Summit Soda right there. That's what I'm talking about. Summit Soda. You get a little bit of calories from sodas too. Let's check the weather.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
How about random books? You want some more of those? Offsides. Goal. We're talking World Cup. I don't think I gave that goal justice. Okay, I was going to do an impression of Will playing soccer, but I heard in my head how bad it was going to be, so I didn't do it. I spared you. All right, we're checking this island for the maple. Mind the boardwalk here responsibly. Pack and play. We're so scarred from the incident with Boris, aren't we? Pack and play is referencing one of the biggest jump scares that we've ever witnessed. We were attacked by a bear on the boardwalk, and we're still mentally paying the toll. Okay, no maple. If you're ever here and you want a birch, sometimes on that little island right there, you can get a birch. For us, we're going to the Bear Creek Campground kind of territory up the hill. So we go back here, up a clearing. We look next to the rabbit cabin there for a maple and keep moving towards Bear Creek Campground. Cattail Dreams, Maple Dreams. Got to get it together. ML was talking about the jump scare on Hollywood Access. Oh, Mario Lopez. That's how cool we know him so well. We acronym his name now. Mario Lopez was talking about the jump scare on Access Hollywood a few days ago. Oh, hey, guys. It's me, Mr. Lopez. I'm just here on Access Hollywood. We got TMZ coming in with one of these Hollywood people that we jerk around completely, and we've been chasing them with paparazzi. And then we blame them and act like they're off the rails. But they aren't, because we antagonize them and gang stalk them. And here we are. We're about to talk about the magic that you can find in the blue trailer over there at the log sort. Boy, what a sight to see that was. He made a green jacket corpse show up next to the chonker guy, and I believe he got orange Nikes out of it. Quite an update. In other news, there was a jump scare on the boardwalk. All right, this bit's terrible. I'm sorry. And it was crazy. We all got scared. Coastal Highway. That's it, Talget. How are you, my friend? How's it going, Talget? One of our resident geniuses, Talget, is here. It's good to see you, my friend. Tony's is in top tier, but Zataran's is also good. Slap Yo Mama is big in Louisiana, but Tony Sacheres is king. Holy crap. Slap Yo Mama. The marketing department came up with quite a polarizing name when they named that stuff. Slap Yo Mama. Not quite as family friendly. All right, we're checking maples, getting cattails, and doing big things. So there is a maple opportunity up here next to this burned down cabin. Shh. Golly, I'm so slow right now. Can't even get these rose hips. Ah! Yeah. Your sound effects are impressive, man. Nobody's denying it. We're just gonna keep on going. No issues. No beef in the streets. That's a bear. Save the rose hips. Listen, I know we're in a time of distress, but let's be real. I need some rose hips. I wasn't able to go to that bushel over there and get them off of it. These are dire straits. I hear the boardwalk is a safe zone in this region. That's funny, Pack and Play. Okay, we have birch saplings over here. Unfortunately, we're walking right to where the bear lives, so it's likely he's going to take umbrage with our current geographical location. So you can see the bones in his cave. Birch saplings. Thank you, Pack and Play, for those hips. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. There's 2 maple opportunities, and we're right in between both of them. If we go up here... Trusty Bran. Eddie loves Cass. Okay, our temperature right now is an up arrow. Unheard of on this difficulty. Especially considering our outfit is ridiculous. How many we got left of the only brand you can trust? 5 of the only brand. I completed the game. Nice, Talget. You talking about the fishing game you were playing?
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Slap Yo Mama was from Friday After Next. Oh, was it in that movie? Slap Yo Mama isn't as salty. Oh, well, that's probably good, Neo. The basis of these seasonings we're talking about with Zatarans and Tony Sacheres and everything is basically salt and pepper with a few other things in there that pop it up a little bit. So it's kind of like an all seasoning that gets everything taken care of. So if you're cooking your chicken, here's a little tip. You guys think you lost the game Holy crap. Happy drama. Yo, what's up, B? How are you? How's it going, B? Black and yellow all day, baby. What is shaking, B? Thanks for buzzing on in. How was your Tuesday? It is great to see you, B. We're just, looking for a maple right now. I'm walking slow because I'm a bit of a loot goblin, and I'm carrying around pointless books that I can't even read. But no problem. We have cattails, so we can maintain our well-fed, and we're really hoping that right when we get around this corner, we're going to look up on a hill, and we're going to see Maple Sapling Height. He must be killed. Holy crap. Bear Creek Campgrounds. All right, great news all around. Big things happening. Let's keep this torch, try to go up against the wall. The wind is blowing not where the wall is. I think we're going to lose this match. Rats. Okay, the biggest reason for celebration, the maple sapling exists, baby. I can't believe it. It's right up there. I spotted it from the distance. It looked like one of the places was cut down, but the other one did exist. We seek the maple. I wondered how you were going to get away from the bear. It didn't occur to me to think it would just work to just walk away. That's it, Lily. If you have enough distance and you keep a calculation of how encumbered you are and if he's gaining on you or not, you could stay out of his range, listen to his moans and groans, and just get out of there.
To escape
It's the pacifist way. Listen, man. There it is. Look how glorious and strong it is. This will be our bow, if we're lucky enough to live. Alright, I'm going to try to keep that well-fed and eat one of these cattails. But we got to get over to the rabbit cabin. That's where we're going to rest up for our travels through the ravine. We're going to micro cure our stuff while we sleep in that cabin and rest up good and strong for the trip through the ravine. We're going to get our cured guts probably from the deer either at the ravine or next to the bridge in Mystery Lake. But that's where we're headed, baby. And that's where we're sleeping for the night. The glorious rabbit cabin. Should have some rose hips next to it. No big deal.
Damn.
Unfortunately, our health has been taking a bunch of hits, drip-wise. Looks like we're going to be settling in around 50 condition by the time we get to the ravine. So the birch bark is going to be flowing and brewing. Milwaukee brewing. Schlemiel, Schlemata. Rabbit Grove. Let's do it. Takes all the resistance in the world to pass those rose hips. We'll get him on the way out.
Here is slowing me down.
Yeah, it sure is. Gotta have 70 books on you, man. It's important. Rest, relaxation here, and plan for the fact that there aren't any indoor spots between here and the ravine. So it's just cheeky nap or nothing. Gotta go into it well rested. And probably we venture over there tomorrow. We have a slight bit of more like time to chill out now that the maple's cut. So the speed run. Oh, worn simple parka, a simple coat constructed using modern materials. Good weight to warmth ratio. Oh, worn cotton toque. Okay, this cotton toque stinks. about this, though.
I could use
Decent
this.
cotton scarf. Also stinks. Okay, let's think about it. Let's eat a bunch of cattails. Good thing we have a sleeping bag. That's it. I need to change category. There are a lot of games out now. That's it, Talget. You go ahead and change that category. I'm going to try some of this Slap Yo Mama. I'm going to see if they have it maybe on Amazon. Throw it on some chicken. I was going to give you guys chicken insight. So here's my tip of the day. Culinary tip of the day. We got to have a jingle. The jabroni. Pointless cooking tip. It's always redneck advice. Listen, man. It's always redneck. So that should be said. It's a very Dave's Cave type thing and not an Allen's Cave thing. So here's the tip of the day. When you're cooking your chicken and you're about to put Slap Yo Mama or Shishares on it, here's what I recommend. Let's say the chicken takes an hour and you're baking it. That first half an hour, no seasoning. Pull it out after half an hour. Be quick about it so it keeps its heat and doesn't lose too much. That is when you season it at the midway point. You flip the chicken over so the other part is on top now. Throw the seasoning on midway and it won't burn through the full hour. It'll just be on there for that half an hour. That's what I think. That's all I got. All right, let's get some rest. Okay, we're gonna rest up. At least to 3 o'clock on our fatigue meter before we move. Only thing that would get me out the door is calories and thinking about the fact that we need more cattails and ravaged deer in the ravine to sustain ourselves and keep our streak. We're going to be getting well fed here in about a day or shorter. We're going to want to maintain that bad boy. So we'd like to carry, you guessed it, pointless books. Prepare burdock. All right, munch on au gratin, back to sleep. We're getting limber and loose with each moment. And wait till we get 5 extra kilograms of carrying capacity. It's going to be wild. We don't have to worry too much about night traveling. If the weather's clear, we can do that. That's no problem. We're heading into the safety zone of the ravine. 1 hour at a time. Game over. Yes! Got some World Cup hype going on, huh, Sil? The whole world playing in a cup. Speaking of cup, I might need a cup of broke quote tea pretty soon. Sometimes when you're doing the important things like redneck chicken seasoning tips, run your mouth a lot. It'd be quote time. I'm thinking so, Neo. Gotta get in there. It's not throat quote. The flower of the teas. Is not throat quote the flower of the teas? Oh my gosh, Neo. It says you're being racist. Oh. Alright, we're allowing Neo's racism here. Bezos tried to stop him. Apparently. I don't even know what that means. I wanted to say hello. I have to go to bed. See you tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you, Talget. You're the best. I think over there at Talget's time, it's pretty late right now. For us, it's getting into the evening time. I'll see you, Talget. Okay, the wind is trying to stop. That's what we are called instead of redneck. Oh, well, Bezos knew about it. He's hip to that scene. And Bezos isn't having it. I noticed that you put a space between redneck, so he didn't stop you there. He won't even let us be self-deprecating. I think this might be our moment.
Feels like a lot of gear.
All right, we have a trip that we have to go all the way through the ravine, but look at our fatigue bar. It's pretty strong. I think we can do this. If you guys see any more books we can't read, let me know so I can pick up 30 of them. Gross hips. Thank you for those rose hips back in play. A nice economical 2, you know? Back. Alright, wolves are always around this bend here, so I'll stay ready just in case. Trusty brand numbers are getting dangerously low at 5. Let's talk Mystery Lake matches. I do believe we're going to get a mag lens guaranteed at the camp office. Mystery Lake matches or ravine matches. You are not the worst player, my friend. That title is mine. What's up, QC?
Not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
Inflation has hit Great Bear pretty hard. Yeah, I noticed that. Sometimes the hips, you know, it's just 1 or 2. But just like with the bedroll, I'm grateful for it, you know? I gotta be optimistic. Yeah, it's going pretty good, QC. How's it going with you, my friend? I hope work's going good and everything is well. With you and the pups. Right now, we're headed to the ravine to get a bunch of birch.
Cold is making my head feel.
I think we're going to have to do a spot fire before the ravine. We're going to be down to 4 trusty brand. It's happening.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
Tough scenes. Try a cheeky 1 hour. Doing well, man. We're about to finish far territories, man. That settled mine feat is in view now. Heck yeah. Gotta get the feats. Man, I haven't even gotten close to a feat in a while because I keep playing on custom loot pools and it doesn't accrue towards the feats. Most of the tournaments we're in don't even allow feats, so I guess it's not so bad. You know.
Fire's life out here.
Alright, we're about to get cheeky. Trying to stay on top of our fatigue meter at any opportunity. Let's do it.
can barely walk with this much gear.
Oh, I missed Neo's bit. Darn, Bezos ate up another comment. I'm sure it was great, Neo. We've been talking about seasoning, QC. You ever heard of Slap Yo Mama seasoning? Apparently, it's a pretty good local brand from Louisiana, and it's good, like a good all seasoning, like Tony Chachere's. And Zatarans. Yo, come on down to get some Zatarans. I only have the Dark Walker feat, and I don't even use it. Maybe I should shoot for more. They're really useful. They sure are. You know what I think is the best, Lily? Cold Fusion. It's the temperature one. If you're allowed to use it in whatever you're playing, that one right there will probably save your vitals more than any of the other ones, I think. Cold Fusion. That's the good stuff from New Orleans. Oh, you've had it, QC. I know you're a pretty good cook yourself, so you probably know about some of the dry rubs and the things out there. I know you and I like to use our air fryers. Boy, air fryers are the best, man. You can get some chicken legs. I'll tell you. Costco's got some pretty good deals. It's grilling season. That's it. We will grill our opponents.
Too heavy to carry.
Yeah, we don't have any heating mechanisms. We're taking 3 down arrows right now. I don't think I can do another spot fire, but boy, we are definitely having issues. I like the stable mind feat. Keeps cabin fever away. Interesting. I think that's the one that he's on the... Yeah, he's on the settled mine. That's it. These fires have to happen often.
Can't feel my feet. That's done.
Let me see if I can cook the acorns. No.
Too cold to think.
Prepared acorns. Alright, we got 3 up arrows. It's becoming morning, so it should start warming up towards midday.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Let's check our tinder numbers. 12 tinder. 12 cat heads. Probably overkill on that. 4 matches. Not to be... You know, that's something. Cattail Dreams. Will is talking about his feats. Plural. You got it, Neo. Prepared acorns with a 1 next to it. Alright, responsible bandage. We only have 1. We need to get ready in case we bust our ankles or get eaten by a wolf. We know they have it out for us. Prepared acorns. Oh, well fed. Very subtle, but there it is. Well fed. You managed to prevent starvation for 3 days. You're full of energy and carry more gear, including pointless books. You're also able to face the physical trials ahead. Let's hope in the fine print. It says you won't light a stove fire at derelict cabin and pestilation. I'm so salty I can't even say it. Did it. So, when you go over and look at your backpack, you see it has 5 kilograms more ability. It's pretty exciting. Cattail Dreams. Okay, my friend. Got Emmy at the vet for a visit. I will talk to you all later. Had to pop in and speak, man. Okay, QC. Golazo! Golazo, huh? Okay, I'm just thinking about this. We got about half an hour in our potato. Okay, 7 minutes. Perfect. Responsibilities pretty well accounted for. Let's get across this sketchy thing. Never to be taken lightly. It's always intense. It's
Looks
really
like I made it through another night.
smart not to auto walk across it. I feel they didn't do anything, yet they are winning easy. Smooth and easy on the pitch. Alright. Since we're just waiting on this water to boil, we have time. We're pulling torches, and then we'll get rid of the ones that are the least percentage. If you sort your backpack by the star there, it does it by percentage, puts the worst at the top. You can break those down and carry the ones with a little more juice on them. Because pulling torches from fires is completely random. Sometimes it'll be 47, others 22. So if you just do more, you'll end up with opportunities to get bigger ones, and you can just get rid of the ones that are weak. All right, let's get serious here. No auto walk. Take it serious. We've done it a lot, but never act like it's just easy. No problem. We're gonna do this. Goal scoring quality, only difference. Here we are at the Raven Falls Trestle. Sometimes after I get securely across, I like to look down at what I could cascade into. It's pretty daunting down there. There's spikes and old logs and sharp trees and things. You definitely don't want to fall down the bridge. Cool game. One of the best players in the world scoring 2 goals is the difference. All right, let's go to the ravine. Wowie, second half was exciting. All right, let's continue our discussion about matches in the ravine and Mystery Lake. We definitely have no interest in going into the lower ravine where that rope climb is. We're going to check that cave and the upper part that we're about to get to. And we're going to go to the cave next to the deer, which is closer towards the mystery entrance. As well, we can go anywhere in mystery, in the dam, We could go to the Hunter Blind next to Allen's Cave. There's a few options. A very sophisticated cave. Didn't someone say there's always matches in the Mystery Lake Lookout Tower? I'm not sure, Duncan. Would be wise for us to know that, though, given how important matches are. We are going to get the mag lens from Mystery Lake, but it's rarely sunny on these tough tournaments. Can't have that. I would also say that even though we have like 4 matches to our name, I'm still extremely grateful to be here with my friends. Mbappe is extremely good, but he also seems like a giant D-bag. Oh! Casting aspersions. I'll tell you, I think that the obstacle a lot of superstar athletes have, Sil, is that most people don't tell them when they're acting the way all humans inevitably do, which is kind of like a jerk. And so if you just have a bunch of people who want to be nice to you because you're an athlete that people want to be around, you don't develop as much of a personality as you could if people treated you a little more traditionally. So athletes end up being kind of stunted in that area. And I imagine that becomes pretty intense if they end up having to be taking up other professions after their athletic career. His fingers feel numb. What winning the World Cup at 19 does to an MF could be true. Birch bark. All right, the rebuilding of the health begins. We are at the ravine. This is when it starts to get kind of chill for a second. Let's get in the cave and light a fire. And I'm stuck at the office on Sundays. Poor Yinzers. But I am looking at the schedule right now.
Come on, little fire.
And I'm starting to think that...
Damn it.
Yeah, that's what I'm starting to think, Silo. Because, you know, we have to start putting together the schedule come around Tuesday time. And now that we're thinking about it, that was a critical mistake I just made. This is classic. I'm screwing around. I'm thinking about Lumberg bits. Okay, I think we're down to about 3 matches now because I'm going to have to light another one. Oh, we got Molly in the mix? Yo, what up, Molly? What's up, party people? Down. We got the Jock Jams. Molly brought them in. ESPN. Here we go. Oh, who does run the Tootsie Roll? I don't remember any of those songs very well, but I listened to them a lot when I was a young lad. It's good to see you, Molly. Yeah, it's good to see you, Molly. I hope you're doing very well, and you always make it better when you arrive. I just ran out of cotton candy. Well, I didn't run out of cotton candy, but I did run out of a clue. Because I let another match go, and we're down to 3. Holy. Light the fire. What are you talking about? You're still a young lad. Well, when I was a younger lad, Molly, I did listen to the Jock Jams albums that ESPN put out. Unironically. There was things like Whoop, There It Is on there.
Work.
Just so you know. Ridiculous songs. All right, our supplies are weak sauce right now. We're living calorie to calorie. Let's get some teas crafted. Let me see the Tootsie Roll. Alright, it's kind of an overcast, but it's going to be a beautiful day today. I heard Raph is going to show mercy.
Thank goodness.
Now that's pretty cool. I'll take it. Secret heavy hammer. Turns out, you can find it here in this cave. I've never found it here before, but it was hidden behind the backpack. We're on loophole 4, the Forsaken loophole. So we're having to get our hammer from crazy places. If you don't find it in this upper one, you have to go down into the worst place, the lower ravine, where everything is terrible. The reason it is because you have to waste like a day's worth of energy to get down there and back. You do get a stem, but at what cost? We're on kind of a can't take your time very much, and you got to keep pressing forward tournament. There's not a lot of time to waste a couple days recovering going down ropes. Birch bark? Oh, what up, Jex? Jex is back! Jex is back. What up, Jex? Alright, let's get moving. Did you Scrata today? Oh, it's a Treyu. What up, Trey? We got a legend in the mix. How's it going, Trey? I don't know what Scrata is, but I am Scrata to see you guys. Scrata's, of course, jabroni for grateful. You're back, Jex. Here we are at the Great Ravine. This is a crazy place. It's a place of safety, though. So our terrible HP will be a little less terrible when we get more birch bark off the floor of the ravine. We did find our heavy hammer, so we don't have to wait till we get all the way to Trappers. We'll probably just get to the camp office for our guaranteed mag lens, and then just head right down the rails westward to Forlorn instead of going to Trappers. Come back to Mystery Lake with a beautiful bow that we can make after our forge at Forlorn. Gosh, it's quite a to-do doing all this, isn't it? Serious stuff. We got plans. Big plans this summer. Rose hips. Do not let this make any of you guys think that I don't need more. But it is awesome. Look at this rose hip. I think we're pretty short on feathers too, so we definitely want to prioritize getting all the feathers we can.
Brevy, there she is. Hey, you know Joanna? Yeah, I know Joanna. She's a girl I've been telling you about.
Holy crap. Should we all sit forward in our chairs or follow in the greatness of AC Slater and sit backwards in our chairs? Another great thing, Blaze, thank you for those hips. Thank you for those rose hips, Blaze. Everybody else is acting like they didn't hear what I had to say about rose hips and my less than subtle begging for them, but thank you, Blaze. We got a lot of stuff to do. We need to focus on our priorities. Thank you, Duncan. And those priorities are Mario Lopez, of course. Got to stay on track. Access Hollywood would never be as great without the great Lopez. All right, calories are kind of weak. We're kind of getting a little loose. We're going to get cattails over here. More birch and things. And that's happening. When are you adding back the 1000K foot cam redeem? I don't know what any of that means, Atreyu. But I would say that I'm grateful to see you, my friend. I got another pal of ours, Kev, telling me to eat cat treats. It's crazy. Some Black Mirror going on here. Just how it is, you know? I'm not a clown. We want to see them hogs, wild hogs, starring Tim Allen, Martin Lawrence, and I think John Travolta. It has become a tradition for us to bring up the wild hogs about once every day, asking the important questions. You guys are wild. Even on a Tuesday. Okay, so you might be wondering, where's all the bad guys? We are in this glorious place, the ravine. It's a place of safety. You will hear the frolicking deer prancing around, and they're pretty uninhibited.
I'm that baby's daddy. Out of Pepe.
That's it! Bernie is the pappy. Who would have thought? We didn't think that the warden's daughter would hook up with Bernie, but he is, in fact, the pappy. Funny every time. Okay, Jex. Make sure it's good for that tooth. All right, we're going to grab a couple things off of the water over here, like cattails and things.
Starting to weigh me down.
Now, here's a question I have. Hey, yo, give me some of them tots, Jex. I think that is a... What's it called? Napoleon Dynamite reference. Nice, Kev. No, these are my tots. Hey, I haven't seen that movie in forever. Okay, so I'm thinking about going to the train car down there. We're on Loophole 4. I think it's very small chances that we'll ever find Trusty Brand matches in that busted down train car, right? In the flippin' pocket. No, I'm freaking starving. Yeah, he had him in his cargo pants, I think. He was storing them away. So, no Trusty Brand matches down there at that truck, at that busted down train car, right? It'd be silly to go down there. We're not getting them in there. There might be scrap metal down there. Trusty matches are as reliable as master locks. Marketing scam. I think the scrap metal kind of convinced me to go, since we have a forge in our future. All right, it's happening. All Trusty Brand is random loot for here until Mountain Town or Broken Railroad. Holy crap. This summer. I gotta start lighting these spot fires before it comes down to the seriousness. Oh! Hey, listen, Kev. You come in. You're great. You're the man, really. You tell me... Oh, take it easy, Will. You tell me to eat cat treats, and you run a really good farm there. I hate to say this to you, but you've been banned. Don't feel bad, but you have been banned.
Come on.
That's it. And you're out of here. But don't feel too bad. Happens to the best of us. Kev, if you haven't seen this bit before, just letting you know that it is totally a joke. But if you have seen the joke, then don't feel too bad, but you absolutely have been banned.
It worked.
Oh, Liquid! The gambling man! What up, Liquid? I hope that you're still on the right side of everything. Your reserved high makes me feel like maybe, you're coming in a little quiet today. So I just want you to know that I'm always concerned with you, my friend, and I hope that you're doing well, Liquid. It's good to see you. We got Liquid Rishi Tea here, heating up the fire, and we're gonna go check for matches and things and scrap metal down at this little train car. No big deal. It's good to see you, Liquid. Thank you for zipping and zapping, my friend. Fair birch bark. Alright, really soon we're just gonna go down there, scrap metal. We're looking for random trusty brand. From here on out, it's just, we might have to do some dam looting. Boy, is that intense. We might have to go through desks, of all things, to get some trusty brand. That sounds like a nightmare. Fair birch bark.
In addition to being a major star in this film, would you also be willing to run errands?
Oh, gosh, I'm really hoping to get a career running errands. That'd be a major boost for me.
It would be a boost. What an opportunity. I love that bit. Gotta run them on Sunday too. Never stops. That's it, Molly. Yeah, it's good to see you, Liquid, and I hope you're doing good. I worry about any of my friends that like to do a little bit of gamba, because I know it comes with great highs and lows. And I hope that you're doing well. They always show during the UFC fights, this person put $15,000 on the underdog. It's crazy. Small Arms Handbook. Simple tools. Okay, so the train car was kind of lame, but we did get scrap. Let's go and get some more birch bark. Our guts from the ravaged deer. And then trusty brand, hopefully real soon. No excuses, never surrender. There we go. So when you're here in the ravine, you can go on the river here for cattails, and the rest of the forest has all those cool striped trees, and the birch bark falls off of them. I believe sometimes it takes 7 days for the birch bark to replenish in locations like this. And if blizzards come, the bark will shimmy off those trees even faster. So I guess that's one of the upsides to being on one of these weather completely against you tournaments, is that maybe the birch bark will come back after you inevitably get mauled by a wolf and need to rebuild your health. Let's do this. I should get some old man beard. Plan for the future. We're going to want to get 3 of these guys and craft them to an antiseptic substitute whenever stuff hits the fan. You wouldn't believe if I tell you the whole story. Well, that's the thing, Liquid. I'm scared to hear the story. There's so many highs and lows. I just want you to be okay. And if you're good with numbers, we got places for you. You can work with Yenzers on Sunday. Usually he's the only one in the office, but if it's going to keep you safe, we might even be okay. But I'm all right for now. Okay, Liquid. We are always here for you, my friend. All right, now let's plan this out. We should probably get our guts and a little snack out of this deer. Maybe we'll make the fire in the back of the cave, and then I'll pop out to get the deer stuff. If I do that, the guts are going to take half an hour, though. It's heading into the warm part of day. Might be able to pull it off. Maybe not. Maybe we just do the fire next to the deer. Summit soda.
Goodness.
Tomato soup. Pinnacle peaches. I was kind of secretly hoping Trusty Brand was going to be in here. If tax collectors won't be able to get my butt. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and they come after the gamba money, just like they do like game show winnings. They probably looking for like 40%.
That did it.
Those poor people who win like game shows and stuff, they think they're taking home what the number is, but it's usually about 55 to 60% of that. I always watch the old Price is Right in the kitchen TV, and you get some of the worst prizes where it just seems like a pain in the tail to get that stuff home. Here's a bedroom set. Oh, thank you. That's way better than a car. And you have to pay to get it home to your state that's 8 states away. Well, thanks, Bob. All right, cut out this gut. Let's do it. All right, we're getting the guts for the bow. 4 days from now, we're curing them. Nope, water. Okay. A nice, responsible gut acquisition for the bow, and then we'll get some deer off. The wind is treating us nice. Fair birch bark. I'm trying to keep an eye on that well-fed. I'm getting a little risky here. Once you get into the red, you're playing with fire. I think we'll eat something. Stop breaking the law! Breaking the law! I love how every time I come into a stream to see what you're up to, you're always by a fire. Well, Some would say that in a hunting tournament, you're supposed to shoot animals. But I would say what you're more supposed to do is cook by the fire and bad 80s movie references, right? Gotta keep warm. You'll also be happy to know, Reagan, that we know the appropriate speed that Sandra Bullock has to keep the bus going. We originally thought that it was 65 miles per hour. That's a lot for a big old bus to stay moving on the highway. Very tough for her. But it's only 50 miles per hour. That's it, Neo. It is exactly 50. And I appreciate and respect that research. It is 50. It's important that we have that right. Can you imagine me walking around talking that it's 65 in the wrong circles? Get laughed out of the place. Can't have that. I think I might eat some Rusty Pinnacle. 16%. Thank goodness I looked. That's going to make me sick, isn't it? It activated at 50 also. Holy crap. Literally never changed Salmon King. Thank you, Reagan. I appreciate that. More supposed to do. I am crying. I'm not going to eat these peaches. They're going to make me sick at 16%, aren't they? Look at them. How banged up and rusty they are. They're kind of wavy inside. They're radioactive. $53 sticks. Good night. Yo, what up, Egg? Eat them and find out. That might be a bad idea, Reagan. You might want us to get food poisoning. What up, Egg? Hot, stinky peach juice. Nice, grown up. It's the best idea I've heard today. Well, it's 16%, Egg. And if you guys were doing some Great Bear-related activities, you might know yourself, Mr. Egg, that it's sketchy to eat these peaches. Look how radioactive they are inside. They're swirling around like some sort of LSD hallucination, man. All right, here we go. It's good to see you, Egg. How are you today? And how's your Tuesday? And I hope that you guys were having a good time if you were on the island. Oh! Okay, I know that you can drink all sodas, even the sketchy ones at 17%. I should take it easy a little bit more because I carry around poisonous food. I haven't seen any sort of unified front about these sketchy peaches. Most people just trying to get me to eat them for the bit. So let's think about if it's responsible to eat those or if I should leave them behind. Peaches is spoil proof. Everyone knows that. Yeah, and I'm having a hard time determining whether you guys are telling me the real advice or I'm getting roasted. I think that's the downside to being such a jabroni here. We're just running Signal Void for a bit. Oh, nice. I hear a lot of the territories in the outer skirts of the map Mr. Egg talked about, but I've spent very little time out there. Like the Sunders Pass in the ZOC, the Zone of Contamination. But they seem really cool every time I watch someone adventuring in them. Zone of Contamination has all the colored plants and everything. It's contaminated in the zone. I knew someone in high school with that nickname. Hot Stinky Peach Juice. Famous comedian Reagan over here. I believe this country needs comedy. Dad jokes reign supreme. Alright, what are we doing about these peaches? Because I'm about to leave them. I died in ZOC and have not went back after. It's fun, though. Gotta laugh to keep from crying, you know. Eat them. Now, Neo, you would never guide me wrong, would you? It was an Always Sunny reference. Krabs is sewer proof, but peaches can get you sick at 16%. Succumb to the peer pressure. I'm torn. Even my best pals want me to get sick. Neo, are you trying to get me to eat sketchy peaches? Now I've really done it. I have cooking 5. What do I know? I hear at Cooking 5, you don't even have to put Smack Yo Mama on your chicken and it still tastes seasoned. That's how OP Cooking 5 is.
I need to find a place to rest.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I think we go to the trailer with all of our cool gear. We drop it there. That's always a nice, cool checkpoint for us. That's where for 1 second we get to think and we can drop all our stuff. With Cooking 5, you can eat frostbitten limbs. Good lord. Now it's getting crazy around here. Gosh, we are the slowest. I'm trying to move faster, I promise. People with Cooking 5 look down upon the rest of us as if we're subhuman peasants. Yeah, they become hardened. They don't care who gets food poisoning or not. They just look at us as serfs. Or is that what the lower class was back in the caste system? Serfs? Going back with that one. Okay, if we do run into a wolf, we're in trouble, Jack. I think. Yeah, I think that was like 9th or 10th grade history, Yenzers. I think some of us are going to have to go back to the archives for that one. Kind of changed my tune on history. I was very immature in my younger years. I thought history wasn't an interest of mine because it's already happened. I kind of want to know what could happen in the future more. But I didn't have enough reverence for the people who laid the groundwork and things, you know? So I tried to change that over time and have more respect for history and appreciate the stuff that was done before. Unnecessary, pointless comment of the day, number 7 million. All right, we're looking out for the wolf, trying to keep the torch lit. That trailer's our salvation.
By snow, nothing to drink.
Wisdom comes with time. That's it, Fire. One thing I've learned is that you gotta respect. We made it. That's pretty deep, Larone, man. Yeah, I'm getting deep over here. 1, 2. Okay. That
Not gonna be able to carry this load
feels
for much
like
longer.
a pretty good thing. We got all of our bow stuff right here, right in front of us. Now it's just about doing the forge, coming back with arrowheads to this place, and making a bow here at the dam. Studying history can allow us to know or predict what will happen in the future. Yeah, in my full of myself, younger self, just was, just being honestly prideful. And just thinking that I needed to study other subjects. Oh my gosh. Will X's green windbreaker. It's back. Alright, we're wearing it on the outside for style and windness. It has a little bit more windproof, 0.6 Celsius more. We got dog food.
Where's the good stuff?
Toilet water. And now we think. I think what I should do is a Bezos and a throat quote tea so I can get a little hippie wisdom in me and come back and storm the steeds. Do you guys think that is a good idea? Yes, I do. I'm going to have a tiny piece of chicken. Throat quote tea. It's actually called throat coat tea, Reagan. It's something that we use to alleviate our esophagus, and it comes with hippie wisdom on the tea holder thing that you use to dip in there. And it's usually base level Poetry 101 stuff, but sometimes you get a banger, So we'll see. But I think that it is time for that. Did we get the hippie wisdom fire? You're the best, Fire. Okay. I think that's the move. Okay. Follow the river. Okay. That sounds like a great idea. All right, Will's getting a little tired. Follow the river. Here I am on a river. Okay, let's see. There's the river. So Wizard is correct in that following the river will pop us right next to where we need to be. Question is do I go east or west? Let's go Adam West and hope that this is west because I am compassless. I know there's a cache in the logs by the cabin, but I just get the coffee. Okay, I think that's just deer. Okay, so we're going to be on the lookout for cabin along this river. Oh, no! Oh, no. I don't think I can outrun this guy. We got 2 shots. We're going to need Jaws from Brody action. Smile, you son of a bee. Moment. Oh, he's coming over the mountain. He knows. He's tracking me. What do I do? Should be up and left, I believe. What about the bear, though, Wiz? He's gonna ban me for life. I don't hear him. Woo! That was intense, man. Oh my gosh, that was intense. I didn't have any cabin nearby. Bear isn't attacking. Yeah, see, I couldn't even tell that. The music was all trepidatious, and he seemed like he was after me. I just get spooked. What do we got here? This looks like it's leading up somewhere. Oh! Run! I hope this isn't just a bridge. Oh god, now the wolves are after me. Cabin should be left, but you passed it. Dang it. Should I face these wolves and go back towards it? Alright, that's it. This is our moment. Oh! Boom, baby! Our first wolf of the run. And my first wolf ever. That's what I'm talking about. Will has bullets, baby. Yes! There he is. Oh! He took off! Buddy, I need that arrow! Oh no, a blizzard. Blizzard might despawn the bear from dying. Beautiful. Thank goodness we have the warmest bed in the game. Boy, it's sure blizzarding out here. Alright, we're conceding, huh? Yeah, we're conceding. He won't disappear. You might just heal, lose your arrow. Alright. Well, he wins this one. Wow, 3 up arrows in this place. Wait till you get in the bed. You're sleeping in warm lava for an evening. Okay. Let's drink a little of this water full, and we're going to sleep for a fat 10. Here we go. Could still be bleeding out. Yeah, I think there's something about going inside that makes him come back to normal. Yield hypothermia risk. Okay, let's see what time it is. It looks like it's about to be sunrise here. It's about 5 in the morning here in Mystery Lake. And we're about to see about a bear. And what he's doing and what he's up to. I should probably have a torch for the 2 Celsius on my temperature right now. Or I should stick gather for a fire, so I'll have good travels. Let's go back over to the bear's territory while we stick gather. Or we could check the stats. Boom! Get out of town, bear! That's right! He's out of here. You're out of here, bear. You've been getting wild. You ran off with my arrow. We're sick of it. We're about to storm the steeds. Unrestricted. Unstoppable. Everything. And we are going to begin with one serious thing. We have throat quote tea. We dine. Where's his head? Showed this before, but I think it's worth another glance. Look at him. He's antagonized us for too long. We must drink from his skull. And also, in this Boris Cup, we have a quote from the hippies. So if you guys are ready for some hippie wisdom, I think it is time for a little bit of ridiculous granola nonsense. Prepare yourself. We go. Plant kindness and gather love. Proverb. Good Lord. Plant kindness and gather love. Proverb. Well, it's pretty simple. It gets right to the hippie basicness. It talks about plants, of course, and it says to be kind. Also says to gather love. Plant kindness and gather love. Proverb. I don't know. Now, feeling when your kid pushes you away and cries for their mama when you try to comfort them. Oh my gosh. So that seems personal. Seem personally affected by that. Sorry, my friend. Shouldn't be laughing. Thought it was a joke, then I realized it was serious midway through. Man. Well, this hippie tea is, it tastes better than the quote, I suppose. To plant kindness and gather love. But just so you know, we also have Big Moose Kicks. It's alright, I know I'm the fun guy and not the comfort person. Still, story of my life. Oh! We get no respect. I tell you, I try to comfort my kid, and then he goes and cries for his mama. I'm sorry. This is kind of how I break the ice sometimes. I try to make a joke and make everybody happy a little bit. That's definitely one of the things that I like to do and what I consider myself is icebreaker type. If everybody's about the drama, I'll try to bring a little levity. I suppose that's where a lot of the nonsense I spew out comes from. You got it, Sil. You got it. So we got Big Moose Kicks in that other cup. So we're double cupping, throat quote, and some awesome coffee in the other one. I suppose what it would be wise for us to do is get out there and come up with a plan. So let's now think critically and responsibly. We have a forge ahead of us. We're going to want to get scrap. We've already got double bear sweaters, so we might not even have to go to the dam. But here's the thing about the dam. It has 1,000 things to open. The odds of us getting Trusty Brand there are pretty high. And it might even be important for us to go through the dam specifically for Trusty Brand. As sad as that sounds. This is a quote from Versette. With women, I try to be frank and earnest. With some women, I'm frank. With others, I'm earnest. Ernest P. Worrell Having a plan? What's that? Well, I will say one thing, Jex, that would be good is matches. I don't know if you realize this, but we're living on the river's edge with 3 matches right now to our name. So we're having to avoid windy times outside, and we're very fatigued. If I go to sleep, we'll lose this match. Maybe I should go through the dam and look for some right now. It's kind of one of the plans that I've floated. I get no respect. Oh, that was a Dangerfield bit. Nice, Versetti. Are you playing Misery? What up, Skabura? How are you, my friend? We're doing something even crazier.
This much gear.
How's it going, Terminator? We had Mugwop in here earlier. It's good to see you, Skabura. Skabura's one of my favorite pros to check out. Methodical hunter. Goes about his business. Very responsible. The other day I saw Skabura. He was leaving the maintenance yard in Broken Railroad, and he was in that outside area where there's like a bed. As soon as he opened the door and tried to leave, there was a wolf within a meter of him, just right outside. It was crazy. Jump scare of the century. I had to lend the camera to a wolf. He really enjoyed the selfies he made. Holy crap. Autocorrect added men for some reason. Classic checks. It's been a pretty, like a comedy club vibe for us today, huh? We've been getting wild. All right, our fatigue is serious right now. We're going to be taking a drip from being tired here, and we'll take some spot sleeps. Thinking about things. I might want to light a fire for the torch and then just throw wood on there. Sleep next to it. I'm over here conserving matches as much as I can. This the interloper tourney. Give me just a second, Skabura, and I'll type in the thing for it.
I'm feeling so drained.
Yep. Gotta light a fire and do it immediately. This is what it is, Skabura. It's one we came up with last time. Thank you, Peter. What's up, Pete? What is shaking, Peter? How's it going, my man? We're over here chilling, and we got Skabura coming in and the Pete man. Pete and Pete, baby. Yeah, we kind of came up with this one last time, Skabura. It's pretty simple. And the reason that we came up with it, because it fit what we were looking to do by simply playing the game. So we just said, let's just go into the custom thing and put together something. Here we are. We get no respect. Yeah, I'm a big Dangerfield guy, Versetti. I like Back to School a lot with Sam Kinison and everything. That's one of my favorite cameos when he's the crazy PTSD professor. Okay, I want to light a fire. Fire barrel's kind of far away. I guess we're just taking a drip to get the fire, sleeping next to it to conserve the match. Things are getting a bit crazy right now. Do you guys know where I'm going to find matches? Apparently they're all random.
I need a horse.
I'm just putzing around doing nothing. Alright, let's go get the fire barrel. Nice. How do you keep track of the leaderboard? Well, since we just made it up last time, there's nobody on it. But that's not a problem I really ever thought we would have. It's kind of just one just for us, basically. But if anybody wants to play it, I'm definitely, that would be cool, you know? I just wanted to make something that was Exactly what we were looking for in a tournament. And I was actually talking about Highway 99 earlier, because I know that everybody likes to play different. We like to play the 21 style, but there's folks out there that like to travel and experience things too, you know? We are the leader. Holy crap. That was intense. So what is the goal? Well, I don't know if you saw the document or that little text there, but it's get as many points as possible. Rise through the ranks, you know? I'm just gonna do it here. Gotta get off the drip. There it is. I missed the number of points awarded. Sorry, no problem, Scabura. I can pull it up in just a second. I'm kind of tired. Totally understandable. I'm here to say hi. It's midnight here. I finally found the hammer in the ravine after maybe 25 days of traveling. 1 second, Pete. Okay, this was a match fire, and other things are happening because of it, like water boils. But that was simply to conserve our trusty brand. I found the hammer in the ravine after maybe 25 days of travel from coast to broken railroad and back, so finally I could survive. Nice, and you could probably forge, right? Make that self-defense tool. The simple bow. Ooh, got a little close with that food.
I need to find food.
27%. 7 places to look. Okay. Larone, can you show the points? You got it. So check it out, Scabura. Just basically a multiplier on stuff that we've checked out before. I wanted to kind of keep in this challenge for us what the pros thought was appropriate for the hunting and the off-limit stuff. And we did everything we could to... When you miss, you lose. Yeah. That's it. That's why it's Insano mode. And why we're in way over our improvised head wrap. Is redonk. If you pass day 21, that's it. That's the end at 21. Also, another thing we wanted was just a nice condensed thing. Because sometimes some of the marathon ones are kind of a long one. So, I will play. Nice, Scabura! Excellent. Well, I'll make sure to give you any information you need, and I'm sure that we'll come into the exact same amount of points by the end of it, right? Spawn place at my choice. Yeah, that's it. So there it is. Get out there, Terminator. Storm the steeds. Let's do this. So, I was thinking about going to the other end of this place to check for matches. Because I think they're going to be down that way. This match thing is ridiculous.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
All right, this is a pop to this other place to look for matches, pretty much.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Okay. Let's go look for matches real quick, and then get back up to the front of the dam, and we're gonna start doing things like ptarmigan nature calls. I was hoping for matches here. I always find matches in this little door area, like sometimes right here. I'm banking. I'm Carlton banking. For that blue box of glory. Trusty brand. Or a basic book. Just as good. I can't look through this whole dam for matches, can I? There's a bit of a match shortage right now.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Okay, so I'm definitely interested in any and all ideas about what exactly is going to happen to find the matches. We have banged up dog food to our name food-wise.
Food.
Ravaged deers are going to have to come into play. Okay, last time we tried to take this barrel with us, it started playing big-time games. And it was disappearing. Just a regular old Tuesday for us, carrying a lit fire barrel through a abandoned dam. This is the life we live. A few essential items from here. Put the workbench up front for the future bow creation we're gonna have. This is usually our place of crafting. Look at this paint can top. That's wild. I went to Riken Forge and waited here for 2 days for a bear. And shot him after nothing happened. I stopped stream, went to bridge in DP. And just before quitting game, I got some meeting with a bear on one side and moose on the other, kind of like a Mexican standoff. Oh. And I was fast and found a rifle before I went to DP2. I was fast, brutal, and large amount of luck. Were you fast? That's the question. getting dangerously close to well-fed. We're gonna eat some banged-up dog food. We don't want to lose it. We still seek our first can opener. 22% loss opening it caveman style.
Starting to weigh me down.
Yeah, it sure is, man. The slow becomes slower. We have to go check this area because there are a couple exclusive lockers where you might be able to get some work boots or something. We still haven't gotten our guaranteed bear sweater from here either. It might be wise to throw that towards the front of the area just in case we need it in the future. Since there's no mending on this one, you kind of got to plan for it. Extra clothes. Stuff like that. We're still kind of learning the nuances. Come on, trusty Bran.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
It's not bad. Yeah, it looks like the bear sweater's in that front room. Under the desk. Rats.
Too tired to think straight.
Okay, unless we want to lose a match, we're going to have a fire barrel fire started pretty much every time we go to sleep. This match thing is becoming more of an issue than one would hope. Let's light the fire. So in case you missed it earlier, Aretha scared the crap out of me yesterday by walking over the computer in the other room and initiating the podcast I was watching when the computer was asleep. It scared the crap out of me.
Turned out pretty well.
That was pretty exciting. Let's do it. We're eating beef jerky and we're sleeping. Time of day is kind of middle of the night. I can't imagine that we're going to be able to stay here for too long before having to go out in night once we're a little more rested. Probably a couple hours of sleep by the barrel. And get out, getting cattails on the river. Maybe see if we can make nature call with the ptarmigans and the wolf. But But calories are serious like our matches. You're a kind of TLD nerd. So do you have some info about new maps from Act 5? They look awesome. Is there a chance to have them in survival maybe after Black Frost release? Well, I think you have it there, Peter. I think it might take them a little time to probably implement it if they are going to add it to the far territories.
I could eat anything right now.
One of the encouraging things we heard, Peter, is that Raph said he plans on continuing development on the original while he does a sequel, which I think is really wise, just in case the sequel doesn't live up to what we thought it might, and we all still want to play the OG. Will is craving peaches! Hilarious, Reagan. I believe I will trick my friend into eating rusty peaches. I prepared birch bark.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
All right, we cannot go out in the wind or we will lose our match. Let's get it.
I need to drop something.
I'm gonna drop some weight here. These two guys, ridiculous to have two. Probably this. Let's go. It's the same sentiment as just rub some dirt on it, you'll be fine when a kid scrapes their knees. Oh, is that you pleading, justifying your tough love? Is that what that is? Yo, what up, Melito? Always. That's what you tell everybody, huh? How's it going, Melito? What is shaking? I have returned. Excellent, Melito. And we are here. We're doing it big. We're talking about tough love and tournaments and the future of TLD and things. We got a sequel coming up. And our boy Peter was wondering if they're going to have info about the new maps from Act 5 because they look awesome. And is there a chance to have them in survival after Black Frost? A lot of the pros around here think that the debut of Black Frost won't be this year and that it'll be late next year. And I think that's a more realistic deadline than the one we probably have now, that it'll come out later around Christmas time. How goes the tourney? It goes pretty well, Melito. We, of course, I don't know if you saw, but we got mauled during our monologue about Mario Lopez next to a stove fire that doesn't protect us from wolves. But here we are. We're ready to storm the steeds and get back what's ours. Let's do that. We're going after cattails. We're okay if a wolf comes after us because we're going to bring him over to Ptarmigan's and make nature call. It's a little bit of bonus food and definitely future warmth. We craft it into insulation. Let's see if we can get that wolf to spawn by turning around right here. Sometimes he pops up by these trailers. I still have no clue how the wolf spawn situation works. I've never really been able to make these guys show up when I want. Yo, what up, Steel? The man! We are riding! How's it going? There I was, minding my business. Cool, I'm here for backup now. Thank you, Melito. I need some muscle. I've been antagonized quite often. A lot of detractors. my gal. Oh! Go. Okay, you see how his attention goes to the tarms since we're crouched. The tarms are right over here. You can hear him chuckling. They won't be laughing for long. Oddly enough, he's coming towards us again. Dude! Oh! What the heck? Nightmare. Ah! There I was, minding my business. No, Lily! Dang it. I was just trying to make a little nature call right there. What the heck? I've been good, just busy as heck with work. Nice, Steel. It was good to see you.
Never lower your eyes to an enemy.
Well said, Reagan. Appreciate you putting that Tatsu thing up. What in the world? Another stove situation. The ptarmigans are very much still laughing. Rossetti, it's too soon. Yeah. That's it. I'm hurting. Ah! I blew it! So, I'm not sure what it was. I think I was on the wrong side of the road and I didn't have the right angle. Maybe if I would have gone on the other side and ducked, he would have gone through and gotten the ptarmigans, but we didn't have a smell line on us because our guts were in the trailer. This guy is such a punk, man. Sick of his games. We died from loss of in shock from a wolf attack. I'm a big supporter of Ptarmigan Nation and the Rabbit Ptarmigan Collective Alliance. Well, we're finding out a lot about you, Rossetti. Apparently, you're not grieving as much as we would hope. This is a tough time for us. I see not today wolves. Here is a lonely human. Let's eat him, Larone. I want to spawn wolves here. Wolves, wait. There was something terribly wrong. I have a bad feeling about this. Man, I turned my back for a second to talk to hubby, and look what happens. That's how quick it is on Great Bear, Melito. I'm laughing if it makes you feel better. It does, Reagan. Ptarmigan Nation and the Rabbit Ptarmigan Collective Alliance, or otherwise known as the RPCA. Good Lord, Larone got a wound! I did, Kev! He's howling over me, which we have learned is the equivalent of getting teabagged by the wolves. I'll slurp this coffee. And can't take it. Okay, we have to say some services here. Dearly beloved, we didn't have a lot of connection to this guy. He was just here for 3 days. He did have well fed. He did not, however, eat rusty peaches that were swirling around and seemed to have kind of sentient life going on inside or something. I will say this. We're learning each time the things not to do. You definitely don't want to run out of trusty brand matches. You don't want to light a fire in Pleasant Valley at the derelict cabin. Golly, man, this is painful. So let's just go through it. Let's just get it going. Can openers found. 0. Bad guys taken out in a hunting tournament. None of them. Skills. 0, pretty much. Just all at the starting line. Responsible notes taken. Moment of silence for a guy who won't always be remembered, but we respect him nonetheless. Thank you. It was a kind. Thank you. Neo's got some words to say. Let's let Neo have the floor. He was a kind Will. He was a good Will. Not well at calling nature on snow chickens. Should you slap your mama? Thank you, Neo. That was beautiful. Thank you, Neo. We should use slap your mama, and I want to slap the wolf in the... I feel like it's disrespectful to say I want to slap the wolf mama, but I want to get that wolf back. I'm not having it. I'm fed up. I'm not well fed, but I am fed up. Let's get out of here. I'm sick of this. I grieved a lot earlier for 7-Shot Will in the Stovetop Tragedy. Thank you, Rossetti. That's very kind. That's very nice. Go over to custom. You go enter code. And then we have one adjustment to the code we made, and it's with the item density, we put it high because it's reducing the container item density. Some of these things are labeled kind of unusually, but this one, Duncan pointed out, should be at high, and it does reduce the amount of gear you find. And that changes that code, so we'll make the adjustments and update the page and everything, of course, with that one thing we changed to give ourselves less loot, to make sure that the safes and everything doesn't have a bunch of gear in it. I suppose we should tell Skipura as well. All right, let's go to DP. No trader. We're doing it. Good Lord. Number 3 attempt at this. We fade into the long dark twice today. Fingers crossed for Loophole 4 in the beloved bedroll. While Duncan is, of course, joking because Rando Willie... Well, Melito, here's the thing. Rando Willie, he has had success, but we tried it again, and I didn't think that it was still it was too soon. When it's random, it almost has to be random. And we're close, but I feel like maybe we can do like 1 or 2 more concerted efforts where we don't get Loophole 4, where we actually get some RNG, everything goes well, and if that plan's not working, if I get mauled, we're going random. How long can you survive? It's getting shorter. Good Lord. A lot of stuff. Henry, David, Thoreau, Walden. Nice, Melito. Most merely adapt to the long dark. Salmon King was born in it, molded by it. Holy crap. Nice, Reagan. We're kind of like Bane right now. I'm a jabroni. I have to do it like this.
I'm a jabroni. I'm better at making pop culture references than playing the game.
That's my bane for today. The wolves are the bane of my existence, I say that. Yeah, it's pretty cold out, buddy. We started in a blizzard. There's a truck. So it's one big sprint to the whale factory. This is not an ideal start. Bane AF! Yeah, I know. We all thought Bane was here for a second. I am Tom Hardy. I'm also in the movie Bronson, and I run around nude. In the movie Bronson, Tom Hardy beats up all the prison guards in the nude. It's pretty crazy. Ridiculous scene. Reagan, I think that's a link that got blocked by Bezos. You whisper it to me, I'll paste it in there, bud. Did you see Tom Hardy and Capone? I did not, Neo. I think it was universally panned, though. I think they were kind of hating on that movie altogether. And I'm usually a big Italian mafia guy. How was it, Neo? Is it absurd? That is absurd. You sent it? Okay, I got you, Reagan. Right when we get in here and don't see a storm lantern to the right, we're gonna check that out. Okay, first obstacle, storm lantern on the desk in this guy's office to the right. We look right, we see no storm lantern. Obstacle 1 avoided. Okay. We've dodged half of what we need to. I'm telling you guys, 2 out of 4 of the loopholes are good for us. We have to hit on this one, right? We're flipping the coin. All right, let's get Reagan's link and paste it in here. It wasn't loading properly, so I clipped a big portion just in case. You got it, Reg. Let's see what we got. It says The Long Dark featuring Bane. Oh my gosh, that's going to be ridiculous. Well, at least it's not me getting mauled. I'll say that. Candy bar. Okay, next obstacle. We're doing it just like last time. We're going straight for it. Everybody, I die all the time. At the end of it, it has to be that we know what's going on right now, right? We're gonna see if there's a bedroll behind these green boxes. Last time what I did was I put on the Christmas gift that you're not really into, but you're a normal human being, so you let the person you know that gave it to you that you're still grateful, and you put on a strong face. So this time, we're gonna look back behind these green boxes, and we are not gonna see a bedroll. The reason that this is important is because it really sets our run off. Pros like to just restart over if it doesn't happen, but we care about these wills. We want to see them thrive, even though they only last 3 days. Here we go. No bedroll is what we want. That means we get early hacksaw and everybody cheers and celebrates. No bedroll behind the green boxes. Oh... More socks. 2 years in a row. Thanks for this great luck.
What have we here?
Raph, we really appreciate it. Ah! What Raph wants is for us never to finish anything ever. If he had it his way, he would eat salad over our laughing corpse. Son of a gun. It's not a cause for celebration, gang. It's not about frogs dancing.
Cold.
Take it. Inner plug. All right, everybody needs to stop celebrating. This is not a good thing that we got this bedroll. But they're great, and they're going to keep me warm all year. Thank you, Rav. We're going to do cheeky sleeps. Be good on the go. We are grateful. I'm trying, guys. Betty Mercury. Paths of your will guided by spawn tables are interesting and crazy, but I really must go, so good night and good luck. Nice exit, Peter. Very well. I'll see you soon, buddy.
That should help warm things up.
All right, we're gonna go get our coffee and probably like a soup or something. Put it by the fire, get some water boiling. This is what we do. This is all we do. We run around. We talk about the future that will never happen. We die by everything. Even a broken heart. Raph's breaking my heart. Keeps giving me this darn bedroll. It's like he knows we don't re-roll. He says, "Oh, you wanna be an empath, huh? Well, I'm gonna show you where that gets you. It gets you in the bedroll." What happened last time? Well, it's not a laughing matter, first, Sil. I'll say that. It was tragic. What happened was, it was probably something ridiculous. A wolf attack when we were trying to make nature call on ptarmigans under Mystery Lake Bridge next to the dam. Apparently, we took a bad angle, and he never seemed to be interested in the ptarmigans. In my actions of trying not to spook the ptarmigans, sprint away from the wolf, I did it bad and got mauled. I ran into one of those ice things that's sticking up, and it was night, so I couldn't see it, and I ran straight into it, got mauled in front of everybody. Brutal stuff. I'm laughing at your hilarity, not your misfortune. Summit soda.
I think I can use this.
We're all laughing. Don't tell Larone, though. Pinnacle Peaches. You think the ptarmigans are your ally? You merely adopted the long dark. Holy crap. Call us Henry David, the way we're going to be more thorough this time. Oh, it's your brand, you say, Lily. Wow. You like trusty brand matches, Lily. Oh, wait, I have to get a pry bar. Yeah, trusty brand matches are pretty cool around here, I would say. Sometimes you'll even find them on this desk. Oh, Duncan, heavy drama. The Henry David reference was fire. Yeah. This is from the same gentleman who referenced Echo Preston, an actual human being who lives in Duncan, Oklahoma, who went to the real Dave's Cave. We were looking at Dave's Cave reviews. There was a gentleman named Echo, or a gal named Echo Preston, and our boy Versetti remembered that and made a comment about our Dave's Cave post on the YouTube. Next level stuff right there. It was weeks later, and he remembered it. That's true Dave's Cave behavior right there. Paying homage to Echo Preston. All right, I got to get over there and check for the pry bar. We're going to Goonies walk our way through this thing. Oh, did I arrive right after another fade into the long dark? Well, maybe the another part can be omitted next time, but that is exactly right, Lurbia. We did fade into the long dark for the second time. Happy drama. Rossetti is so cool he could be a Twitch user. almost lost this bad boy. We know how serious the trusty brand matches are these days. We're going to hang on to every one of these matches until we reach a surplus of like 48. Then we can get flippant with the trusty brand. But we don't want to waste Lily's brand of matches by using them flippantly, would we? Those are her favorite. Summit Soda. We're gonna go in that safe. I could be. Oh, Versetti! Another level of cool's been reached. He shows up out of nowhere, like a Twitch user would. All right, let's think about the safe. Last time I think we got jeans and beans or something. That sounds like a terrible album from some like family band that does a variety show. Oh, it's Jeans and Beans hour. Here comes the boring family that has a terrible life when the camera stops. They drive around in a bus and they can't go below 50. It's too fast in that bus. Jeans and Beans is being torn apart. All right, we're going to 41. 41-6. VIP this man immediately. I actually don't even have any. I probably need some. I know that Ranger is a VIP. Pretty much everywhere he goes. And he has a tough African wife who will kick anybody's butt. We learned that. That was pretty crazy. All right, it's 41. Forgot the second number. 5 or 6. Jeans and Beans hour sounds awesome. I tune in for that. Yeah, there's drama behind the scenes, but they drop it all and they focus when it's time, you know? Here we go. Let's get a Mackinac right now.
Could end up being useful.
Okay, well, it's kind of what we wanted. We didn't want such a generous safe again, but it's back to being Jeans and Beans and stuff. Accelerant. Nothing warm. So here's what we got. We're even more tattered than we've ever been. Every piece of our clothes looks absurd. We're, you know, it's ridiculous. 3 Celsius warmth bonus. We got Sadie Hawkins shoes, gym socks, underpants, double terrible jeans, and 1 red shirt with electric tape on it like the bar stools at Dave's Cave. Sounds like a Lonely Island song. Oh, we got Sandberg in the mix, huh? Got the jeans for our beans. Ripping a hole in those jeans after the beans. Holy crap. We've been going crazy this Tuesday, so I went with a little crass humor myself, you know? All right, we're going to go upstairs, get those lockers. Okay, time to cook dinner. Stay alive, Larone. Later, everyone. Well, it's easier said than done, Bolito. Most of the time, wolves are around us and they eat us. Stale chocolate bar. I'm gonna go check stuff. We're leaving once we're more warmed up. You even get the warmth when you're above the fire on another level. Oh no. I do believe we got our mega torch. So sometimes I don't open any filing cabinets. For some reason, these ones usually end up giving me ketchup chips though. I go for it. The African Queen wife saga will forever live on my mind. Do you remember that, Versetti? That was crazy. Our buddy Ranger was in here.
Still eat this.
And you know, I was moments from a butt whooping. I don't even know how I started. With the African Queen, This summer, the blockbuster fight, Jabroni versus African Queen. Alright, let's go with some banged up peaches. Think she doesn't mean business? Yeah, we can't mess with her, man. How could I forget we were cracking up the entirety of it? Yeah, that was hysterical. He's the man. He's the absolute man. I love Ranger. You don't want to mess with the African Queen. Ranger Alley or Meddled Ranger? I think it's Meddled Ranger. I don't know if I know Ranger Alley. But Meddled Ranger, the MVP, is the absolute man. Okay, we're gonna do this nice and quick. We've been dying a few times today, so you may have seen the whimsy. Here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna go into this trailer. There's gonna be dusty beds as far as the eye can see. You know, what do we have in here? This is nothing but shambles. Maybe there's something over here. Nothing. Let's go back out. What do you say we open it under the handle? Would that change things? It will. Oh! This is unbelievable! I know. I hope everybody's chilling. Duncan, you showed us this trick. This is your claim to fame. It's the real deal. And it's magical. You guys just thought it was going to be a bunch of busted down bunk beds? Not a chance. Someone call Penn and Teller. That's it. Larone, are you enjoying this challenge? Sil, this has been the most fun. This is exactly what I want. Normally, I don't plan on getting eaten by a ptarmigan, but I love the idea of really maximizing and optimizing bow creation and then having a nice, concerted hunt. Very similar to how it was after we pincushion John candied that first bear. We're going to get right into business if we can avoid the wolves. Wolves are always involved, and it adds that random fear factor, Joe Rogan, if you will. But it's the best, and I am having a blast. Even ragged and tattered with his beans and beans, Will still has that trailer park magic in him. And you have a way with words, Rossetti. That's it. Okay, so no hacksaw. So you guessed it. We're going to be traveling a lot and moving a lot to go get it. Hopefully for us, we get lucky with Quincy's Quonset as the location of the hacksaw. Then we don't have to go all the way up the mountain. We can just go up to the clearing for the maple. But you guessed it. This means another forlorn Muskeg Forge. I don't know how many times we've gotten Loop Wolf 4, but it sure seems to be the only one. Lumps. Ketchup chips.
Any good to eat.
No Fire Striker. We knew that because we're mega nerds. And we're on Loophole 4 because we got the bedroll in the whale factory. What you guys are wondering, what's on the one you're actually interested in that you never get? Well, here's what happens. You get a crowbar in the whale factory. You also get a hacksaw. And then what happens on that, Loophole 1 or 2, you actually end up getting a Fire Striker here in this mine in that little crate. So you get your maple cutter and a lot of matches. Or instead you get a bedroll. Thanks, Raph. I'm going to wear these with my pants. And they're going to keep me warm. Thank you, Raph. Oh, early storm lantern. He tried to make it up to me with the storm lantern, but it's too late. Go. So it's just quick fire, bunch of lumps on there, and get over to the next spot as soon as we're warmed up. Just keep moving. Sprint to the hacksaw, get mauled by a wolf on like day 2. We're trying to shorten each tournament run.
All right. Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Responsible Tinder, we're basically at the starting line. We got a ridiculous outfit and no gear. Family feed bag is open. Yo, what up, Uncle Mo? The man. How's it going? Mo Sizzlack sizzling on in here. What's up, Uncle Mo? He's got the family feed bag and it's open. He's serving French fries off his dome and he's coming in the mix. Yo, what up, Uncle Mo? How's it going? The man. Couple sticks. And I'm thinking about taking the rose hip path. I'm going to go up there like I would if I had a hacksaw and I was looking for the maple, because I think there's rose hips on that path. And I'm not passing them up this time. Oh no, I won't. Let's get a stone so we're prepared for all wolf attacks. Ow, my freaking ears! I love your Simpsons knowledge, Sil. You are amazing, and you know the glory days of it too, man. The Simpsons was my jams when Conan was a writer. And I always talk about the sitcom Taxi. James L. Brooks was a producer on Taxi all the way from there to The Simpsons. So he's kind of a legend in the space. Banged up working beans. Let's do it. Oh no, Larone is having a hips relapse. Well, Uncle Mo, I'm glad that you brought hips up. It's been a long day today, and we have faded into the long dark twice. What everybody was saying before you got here is that we should maybe increase the generosity of rose hips that we disperse towards this jabroni. Also, before you got here, I did a pretty spot-on Bane impression that is definitely worth... Hip density reduced! Okay, it's been the day of me learning that I need to not be an ingrate. So here's me at being grateful for that one rose hip. Thank you, Duncan. That's very generous of you to give me only one rose hip. And I will omit the word only next time I say that sentence. Right now, my attitude is a bit bad. That is very grateful and nice of you to share that rose hip. Thank you, Duncan. It's as good as my bedroll, and I'll eat it when I'm in my bedroll. I prepared. Okay, so what we normally talk about, someone clipped the Bane impression, right? I think so. There it is, Uncle Mo. I don't know what it's like. I haven't seen it, but I'm sure it's spot on and it's worth rose hips. Not Larone trying to reverse psychology us. Okay, so here's where the maple will be. Right here. And you guessed it, rose hip bushels. Let's get them. But that it shouldn't stop you guys. I still need rose hips, especially, I'm thankful for that one rose hip, Duncan. But if I'm going to make a set of empanadas, I need 8 minimum pretty much. So, you know, not even close. I think a T is like 24 rose hips. Imagine that. Serious. All right, it's a dead sprint. Hacksaw at Quincy's. Cut down our maple, baby. Wow, I thought you had Tom Hardy guest appearing. Spot on. Thank you, Mo. Yeah, Tom Hardy is basically already talking to our manager, and he's thinking about, you know, signing a deal so that he can go to Jamaica and stuff, and then we'll show up at his appearances. He said we also have the same physique. I'm basically Venom as well. Venom was really cool, man. I don't exactly know how all that Spider-Man lore works, but Tom Hardy played a bad guy in Spider-Man called Venom, who's like, he's kind of like alien energy, kind of like takes him over and turns him into like a really cool-looking bad guy called Venom. I don't know enough to speak properly on this here. I'm a super nerd, but yet that information escapes me. Don't get him hooked on the hips while you're down there. Holy crap. Yo, hey, what's up, Tom? I know you're in Jamaica right now, and I'm going to the book signing, but I was thinking, since you're going to have a stopover in England, so let me get some of those hips, man. Pick up some of those hips over there for me. Thanks, Tom. Boop. So we left a message for Tom. He's going to get us rose hips when he goes to England. I think they grow in cold territories, like the long dark here. It's nice of him. Oh, thank you, Lily, for those rose hips. I'll see you soon, buddy. I'll make sure to continue to get more of your trusty brand. It's good to see you, Lily. And that's your brand. Cloth. Got the worms. Alien parasite. He ate undercooked space bear. Wow. You're killing it, Mo. That was amazing. Gonna storm the steeds, harvest the hips, and sit in our chairs backwards. That's it, Duncan. You guys are the best, by the way. Some Brit hip. Venom's such a cool character. He is, Sil. Mo and I kind of have the same feeling about the lore of it, and Mo's bit was pretty solid. I'm trying to remember what happened, because I used to watch the cartoon when I would come home from school, and they would have on Spider-Man cartoons, and he would kind of encounter Venom in a few of them, and they were like the best episodes. And he would get taken over, kind of, they would form like a liquid or something, kind of like T-1000, and it would kind of take over this like athlete guy. He was like a school quarterback. You know how like Spider-Man is the nerd? This guy was like the quarterback, so he was pretty strong to begin with. And then he got the Venom alien stuff taking him over. It was a pretty good Bane impression. It topped your share one. Oh my gosh. If you believe in life after love, what is it?
I think I can use this.
If you're ever trying to do a share impression, you just kind of channel like one of those kind of cartoony like witch things that would scare you when you walk by. It was like motion detector in Halloween, and it would just be like when you walk. Sorry to all your cats out there for that bad sound effect. Carnage. Yeah, Carnage was really cool. Great Bear Island. Do you believe? I know, all the stars are coming out today. Star-studded event on the red carpet, the rose hip red carpet. Speaking of which, pretty light out there right now. The roast of Cher is off the chain. She's pretty wild. I mean, I think she deserves respect for some things. That's for sure. She's accomplished a lot, and it's not easy surviving in that world out there in the West. The people who sought gold went out there, and so did the scallywags. All right, we're gonna keep moving. Because we believe in love after life. What do you think of that, Cher? And that's the only thing we can do because we fade so often. There has to be love after life. We're on the 3rd attempt at this. Just thinking about the game plan. So obviously there have been 2 direct incidences with wolves that have led to our downfall in the last 2 runs. One of them was by a stove that doesn't defend you the way even floor fires do. The next one was a little different. It was us trying to make nature call. It's always a risky endeavor trying to bring wolves over and having to draw their ire prior to that plan. We do, growing up. We in fact have 2. No big deal. Rose hips. All right, we're gonna check for maple and birch right here to the left in this little clearing here. Most of the time these days it's been empty, but you never know. We're not gonna be able to chop it since we don't have our hacksaw, but we're hopeful at Quincy's we will. It's always good to know the spots, and here's one of them. Could have both. So it's always good to check right here. If you're looking for maple, will be down there at the end, and then the birches will be kind of right there. All right, let's go to Quincy's. It's a beautiful morning. This is it. We got this, right, grown up? One of these days. Gotta get my feathers. This is the one? Alright, Quincy bound. Sometimes you'll see the big lumbering bear coming out of his cave over here on this island. That's Misanthrope's homestead right there. It's kind of a cool spot. Some of the very few drawbacks of those little island spots here in Coastal is that they don't have the indoor fire luxury that you wish they would. Otherwise, they might be a lot...
Get off of me!
That's Chubbs! Otherwise known as Apollo Creed. Rocky's opponent in the first 2 Rocky movies. Legendary actor Carl Weathers. And it is all in the hips. And I think Grown Up's trying to tell everybody something. Misanthrope! Alright, we're gonna keep it moving. The rabbit frolics. Quick, hide them hips, fellas.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Not you too, grown up. Here we go. There's the bear right there. It's a beautiful day in Coastal. Gorgeous, in fact. It's worth an auto walk and a sip of real-life Big Moose kicks, I'll tell you that. I also really love in the summer how the days are long. It becomes sunny all the way to like 9 p.m. right now, and that is cool. I'm a big fan of the sun. Water is wet. Pretty solid Big Moose kicks. I've been going with hazelnut blend, and I throw a little bit of French vanilla creamer in there because I'm a dandy boy.
Never felt so cold in my life.
All right, man. I'm trying to light the spot fire. I got to start lighting them sooner. I'll be taking more drip the whole time. We'll be down to 50% by the time we get to the ravine again.
Come on. It worked.
Do you like chai latte? I'm not sure what that is. It does sound soft like the coffee I just described to you there, grown up. What is a chai latte? Sounds like tea and coffee combined to me. So normally we would be able to take a cheeky 1 hour here while we're at our spot fire. A smarter man might have done this spot fire next to a deer too. But we've called a lot of things, but that isn't one of them. Stale beef jerky. Toilet water. Prepared reishi mushrooms. It's an Indian thing, I think, with some flavorful spices. Wow. It sounds pretty exotic. I'm going to put on my Ravi Shankar beats before that one, huh, grown up? Get the sitar going, drink some chai lattes. Might be a Friday thing. Might have to wait till Friday. We're getting wild. Yeah, I hope you guys have had a pretty good Tuesday. I'll say, I think it's been pretty amazing on my end over here. Though we have been mauled, I'm always very grateful to hang out with you guys. You're extremely hilarious, by the way. Some of the funniest folks I've had the pleasure of meeting. Funnier than a lot of the people I've met all over the world, pretty much. It's like, I don't know. It's just cool, I'll say that. Most ridiculous comment, number 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. All right, we're going to our neighbor's house. Might tear up his curtains a little bit. We're looking for Big Moose kicks, old mill flour, maybe a cooking skillet. Just a few essentials. Bare necessities, if you will. Simple bare necessities. Frolicking deer. Coastal town site. New location discovered. They don't realize that we've died twice today and we have actually been here before. It's true. Dusty floor potato.
can still eat this.
Standard fare crackers. Wheat, flour, soybean oil, sugar, baking soda, salt. Oh, we could have helped them with that. Natural flavors, made in Canada. I wonder, is there a cracker territory in like the far territories or something? Is there a little cracker factory? You see our boy Kirk Milhouse working there. Ketchup chips. I can't remember what Milhouse's last name was in The Simpsons.
I might have to drop some gear.
Search drawer. Van Housen or something like that. Van Houten. I think that's it. All right, we're going to keep moving. Sewing kit. Yes, you know what that means. Curtains. And the rest of it. I would have assumed Milhouse was his last name. Me too, growing up. That's why I said it at first. And I haven't watched the show in ages. But his name was Milhouse Van Houten, I believed. Sill's our resident Simpsons expert, and he'll be able to shine some light on this for us when he comes back. I think it's Van Houten. Alright. Put a log on this bad boy, right? 1 hour. That fire was to maintain our match while we tore up our neighbor's curtains. We're being smart about the matches right now and trying to conserve them. Correct! Nice! It's Van Houten. Thank you, Sil. Okay. Over to Quincy's for our hacksaw. No more playing games. The far territories where you get your canned corn and canned ham. Oh, wow. I've never had either of those, Lurbia. Canned corn and canned ham. All right, Hacksaw Dreams. On the front porch of Quincy's. Saves us so much drama. Oh, son of a gun. All right, we're getting into the drama again. All right, should we go to the car on the road? That has to be less drama than 50 wolves and bears on the way up to the big tower up there. Let's try for the car. Feel bad for not looting Quincy's. Or the neighbor's house, the other neighbor's house. Could have been Trusty Brand. Yeah, I was thinking maybe there was a cracker factory somewhere here, but I guess they import their crackers. There is a sardine factory. I finally realized that I was mispronouncing the place in Bleak Inlet. I always thought you guys were saying it's the Canary, but it's the Canary Cannery, meaning that they can stuff there. The cannery. So it's the Canary Cannery. I didn't know. I thought it was just canary twice. I know this is very confusing as I say it. That's how I felt. Okay, this is our moment, and this is way quicker than going up the hill. I thought you got that ages ago. No. I'm telling you, grown up. I'm a jabroni. Alright, here we go. Hacksaw, action. Hey, the car's killing it these days, baby. 84% heavy-duty saw made to cut through metal and makes it so you don't have to go up that godforsaken mountain. 3-month delay, GG's. Well, still, feels a little bit like the roast of Charlie Sheen right there. I've been getting roasted all day. Some would say you deserve it. Oh! Inner monologue is roasting me. Alright, let's do this. I guess we're just gonna forego loot and look for Maple. Some of you smarter survivors would have probably circled back to Quincy, go up the mountain and check that spot. But we keep getting our butt kicked going up that mountain. LeBron James. That's it. Listen, everybody. When I change teams, I'm going to make a scene about it. We're going to go on ESPN, and I'm going to wear a checkered shirt, and I'm going to sit down in a chair and tell everybody where I'm going. This time, I'm going back to Cleveland. But wait, no, now I'm leaving again. Oh!
Die if I don't warm up soon. That should help warm things up.
Yeah, it should. Alright, we're chilling. We're gonna get our canned corn and canned ham, I'll tell you that. We're gonna go to the Canary Cannery. There's a bunch of timber wolves over there. Bleak Inlet is really cool how open it is, though. It's a beautiful town. If you go around and hunt all those timber wolves and clear out the lands and take it over, maybe you could make over the busted down lighthouse that's there. That's kind of sad, because I love the lighthouse in DP. This evening looks... it's trying to give us shades of an aurora. We'll see what it turns into. Prepared reishi mushrooms. Gotta take it serious. Such a strange quirk of the English language that both canary and cannery are pronounced the same, even though they're spelled differently. Yeah, we got a lot of those. And it goes back to the George Washington, Nate Bargatze skit again, doesn't it, Dunk? Ketchup chips. Rishi tea. Lord Byron actually popularized pronouncing cannery as canary. What hasn't the great Lord Byron done, man? From the water to the air, the Lord Byron reigns supreme. Lord Byron is, of course, a gentleman who I think created swimming. If you thought everybody figured it a good idea to go into that dangerous ocean that swept away several settlers who weren't aware of the tides, think again. Lord Byron decided to go out there and frolic. And we have him to thank. When on Sunday, we all are enjoying the beach together. Me, Syl, Duncan, grown-up, everybody. Except, of course, Yenzers. He's in the office. Because Lord Byron didn't teach him how to swim out of the office before Lumber cornered him and asked him to work on the weekend. Tough events right there. Now here's the thing. It is a brilliant skit, Syl. Yeah. We're gonna go into this trailer. Not a normal trailer. Lord Byron's daughter was actually the first computer programmer, though. Oh, man. What an accomplished bloodline he has. Generational. Inventing swimming and computer stuff. Those are very important. This is a normal trailer.
Too heavy.
Bleak Inlet also has a bunker near the Forlorn entrance if you start the first of the tales. Did you find a bunch of beef jerky and Sprite in there, Lurbia? Okay, yeah, we're going serious with the magic here, because I'm telling you, I'm feeling it. I think something's going on in here, and I think if I move those beds in that shelf, something's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, Doug. Prepare yourself, because I think something's about to happen. This is a normal bed with nobody on it. There's no way that you're going to tell me a heavyset gentleman's going to appear on top of this if I move this bed. I know. What about someone in a green jacket on the lower bunk of this bed when I move it? Gosh. What about a plastic container on this shelf? Magic. I think it was Rocky who told us to move the shelf as well and added one more extra loot thing for us.
Is it food? Or...
See, these are the benefits of knowing the magic. We can eat this. 500 calories, banged up dog food, all because we know the streets. Turkey, beef, chicken, water, calcium, vitamins. Man, this is healthier than most of the other stuff. And sardines. I think it's time for the Cher song. Do you? All right, let's go get a maple.
I'm
I know.
not sure
It's
I can
big
carry
time.
much more.
Log sort. Alright, we just keep an eye on all the wolves. Nobody's haunted right now. Haven't heard any cool Aurora music. We're gonna go over to the fishing department. And there's a little island there where the maple might be. Then we head north to the Bear Creek campgrounds where the other maple could be and continue our journey. And then about a day or two from now, we get mauled by a wolf unsuspectedly and pretend like things are just happening to us and it's not a skill issue and we aren't terrible. Okay, sounds good. No, just canned corn. Oh, it was a corn bunker. Exclusive corn. That sounds pretty exotic. All right, I'm going to continue walking to the fishing hut. Let's do it. Okay, I got an update for you, Lurbia. The corn bunker is guarded by an Aurora cougar. That's intense. So you must have attacked that Aurora cougar to get this corn. Brave. Big time bravery. It is a pretty wild bunker. It's very wild. Man, yeah. I love these moments. This game is so great. POD rules. You guys rule. It's a beautiful night. If President Reagan was here, she would say, that Nancy's been looking up in the sky on a night like tonight, and she believes she has a new legislation to pass now. She believes that elephants should actually be security guards in places, and they'll just stomp all over the bad guys. That's what the stars are telling her. Seems like that's the way we should go with this. Elephant strat.
My fingers feel numb.
No heating mechanisms. I'm trying to push to this maple real quick. I think I'm getting a little too big for my britches. Might want to spot fire in the fishing hut. I will say, the quotes from the throat quote have not been on par, but the tea is good. It definitely helps. Now I just need to get my hands on some of that exotic chai stuff. Chai lattes.
Turned out pretty well.
It's a very Allen's Cave thing. Oh, wait, I missed the quote. What was it? I got you. Don't give me 1 sec. We can't have you missing that. God. I'm gonna have to make some improvised head wraps. We drink from Boris's head, by the way. We're trying to get in the mode and get back into that John Candy strat with that 7-shot bear we had. Absolutely the most arrows we've ever put in a bear. I can't believe how we were able to pull that off. Plant kindness and gather love. Proverb. One more time. Plant kindness and gather love. Proverb. This is just, if you were to say to AI, minimize hippie basic quotes from RT, and he would say, okay, I put it into like 5 words. Here it is. Plant kindness and gather love. So, it's pretty much, you know, hippie stuff. You know, just straight to it. It should have said lumps.
There's a couple of packages of garbage bags here. If on your way out, you wouldn't mind taking one, filling it up, and leaving it where you fill it, that certainly would be appreciated.
I don't know why anybody would think that would be good as a zip zap, but I love it. Okay, so here's what we do. It's the middle of the night. We're going to go check that maple spot there and then go to a fishing hut probably for sleep. I think that's the move. Banged up dog food. We're really trying to sprint towards this maple and get it chopped before we do any big sleeps or anything. The weather's nice. You know what? I'm just that cheeky, dude. I'll get crazy. Yeah, I wonder why they put the Aurora Cougar next to the corn bunker. So good about that corn. Now it's got me intrigued a little bit. Will we see you go for the cougar in the challenge? Well, grown up, I would like to. Can you imagine doing everything right and then getting mauled by the cougar at the end after we've already shot the minimum 21? We could do that too. The biggest advantage we have, we've kind of all mentioned at different times. Our boy Kev talked about it growing up. The Pensive Pond one and Pleasant. We're going to be over there. We can go after the cougar. But it's got to be good. You know, we got to know what we're doing. We got to drag him to Pensive Pond, cheese him from the hut, and hope that we live to tell the tale. I'm 0 for 1 with that Pensive Pond cougar. So I think if we're going to fight him, we got to start building our strategy now. Because he's liable, or she's liable, to whoop us once more in front of everybody. It was in the night, man. It was quick and just brutal. It was like the Quint Jaws attack. I think it's safer head on with the vest. Okay, we got no maple here. No hips for you, yo. Oh, Rocky, man. I've had a pretty tough day, yo. You come in here, you say no hips for you, like I don't need some hips. But I do need some hips. I know you got a big fight, but come on. But I do hope Adrian's doing good. It's good to see you, Rocky. I say you need some peaches, but I'm no professional. You are a professional, Reagan. You're always in and out of meetings, and you're hard working. You know what I'm saying? You make moves. I think you need the peaches, and I have just the ones for you. They're rusty. They're over there in the ravine. They're swirling around waiting for you. They're about to fly off into space because I think they're becoming a life form. It's good to see you, Rocky. Not by choice, brother. Yeah, I know. But it's still admirable nonetheless. Fishing camp. They've become sentient by now, surely. Yeah, they have little feet and little shoes on. They're kind of adorable, but at the same time... Oh! It's happening again. It's the boardwalk again. I'm freaking out.
Too much stuff to carry.
Under the boardwalk, we'll be having some fun. Nice, grown up. Okay, these things are tattered.
This'll come in handy.
Ragged work boots. Okay, before I get excited, I'm gonna go check the warmth bonus. This would normally be great. We'd repair them. They'd be the best shoes we could get. Sadie Hawkins 3 and 2, and they're pretty ragged too. 6 and 3. All right, it's a step up, and we're starting to look more like we can actually do something. Setting the bar low. Oh, thin wool. I'll take it. Oh, here we go. Now we got the real stuff happening. Wool socks. Okay, this cabin is pretty awesome. What are you gonna name them? The sentient peaches, Reagan? I'm thinking we'll call them, you know, maybe Georgina?
I need to drop something.
Since peaches are from Georgia? Oh, worn fleece mittens. There it is. Cured leather. Now, I don't know if you craft anything. You like it. Nice, Reagan. Leather's important. I'm going to lug it around for a while, but if we land on the fact that you don't craft anything with leather in the ingredients, like custom clothes, I'll probably drop it because we're not going to be doing any repairs on shoes or gloves or anything with the DQ from mending situation. So, I don't think there's any way I can save this match. I think we have to settle down here for a second and spend some time in this place. We're pretty tired. It's the middle of the night. Matches are at 12. RIP this match. Toilet water. And some rest. Let's do it. I do hope that you guys' Tuesday has been pretty fantastic. We've been chased by many bear and wolf, and even been bitten by a couple. We survived 18 hours and 11 minutes. I haven't gotten much work done, but I did a bunch of house chores. Nice, Reagan. I have to say, it's very cool that we get to hang out. And I'm grateful that you chose us to be with during your house chores. I hope that that vacuuming experience was that much more enhanced. Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna tear up this tie. Once the sunlight hits, we're making double improvised head wraps. And might break down a lamp if we're still around. I know if I can make it and get past the bear, I'd kind of want to move right now and go get that maple cut so it's curing and we're riding. Seems kind of calm out there. Let's go check the weather. Got 3 down. Temperatures plummeting. This is one of those moments I might be making a mistake. I'm brute forcing, and I could be sleeping. Alright, with how fast we drop temperature just going outside, I'm going to try to be responsible. It pains me. I think it's too windy. I'm just looking.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yep. Cloth numbers 11. Torn up mini a neighbor's curtain. Okay. Let's take a quick moment. Bezos needs us. That's for sure. And then we're going to pull up the map and make sure that we're on the path for success. That's what I want to know about. Here's this. We are at the fishing camp. We're at one of these little cabins. In the fishing cabins. We have maple opportunities right here. This is a clearing we're going to go up. There'll be a cabin here with the potential for maple kind of behind it in the distance. We'll just look for that. As you can see, this place has 1 million cattails. If you go up the river, you get a bunch of calories. Cattails are pretty nice because they don't depreciate and they always stay 100% condition. It's good to get rid of your crackers and stuff, your Van Houten crackers, and save those cattails. Nice and light to carry as well. I'm working for Big Cattail, by the way, if you can't tell. So, we have rose hips there. If the bear and the wolf leave us alone enough, we'll get the maple maybe here, and then we'll go and check for it at the clearing we got it last time. Same situation. Get all the way up here to the Rabbit Grove, prepare for a travel. Once we have our maple, we can sleep knowing that it's curing a little bit in the Rabbit Grove cabin with us, you know? So that's kind of the way I see our plan. Check for this one, then check for this one. If we strike out at both those, we have to check the dreaded loner maple over here. Kind of backtrack to go look at him. We'll get some cattails if we have to do that. But we get the maple. We're going to rest over here at Rabbit Grove once the maple's cut. Plan for the journey through the ravine. We've been here before. We're going to go up north, go through the ravine. Where did you get a map like that at? Well, guess what, G? If you go over to the wiki and just type in Coastal Highway, at the bottom, they'll have like photos. Just drag to the bottom of the page. And then there'll be photos. Click on the map, open it, bang, bang, save it to your computer like an uber nerd. Stave off all the Coastal Highway ghosts that you could ever imagine. And know where you're going. And it tells you where all the cool gear is. Even these little green things, those are the rose hips, G. It's pretty rad. They have one for every town. And it made me really feel like I'd reached a new level of nerdiness at this game. I've just gone full out Glavin all over the place, you know? I'm like Jerry Lewis in The Nutty Professor. Okay, so that's the game plan, basically. Good way to learn the maps. It is, G. That's it. Stale chocolate bar. Ketchup chips. Toilet water. About an hour from now, we'll make our improvised head wraps. And we're leaving the second we can get outside, basically. We're just too cold when we go out there, and we can't brute force right now. Responsibilities, Double Davy.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Okay, warmth bonus up to 7 Celsius, and we look like we could be in some sort of book you have to read in maybe middle school or something. Okay, let's check on the weather outside. Okay, it's bad. We wait for the blizzard, go up, cut our maple, get to the rabbit cabin, rest up fully to the ravine. We broke down some little crates there just to get ourselves some reclaimed wood. Weather is still terrible, so spot fire will be needed pretty shortly after leaving. pretty much as bad as last night.
Leave something behind.
It's a cold morning. I'm anticipating a wolf. Alright, first maple check up here to the left. We're kind of look next to the house to see if it's over there. Looks like some rose hips. Don't see maple though. Rose hips is nothing to, you know, it's serious too.
Can't feel my hands.
I maybe should have chained my torch before starting this fire. Serious.
Too cold to think. Turned out pretty well.
Prepared reishi mushrooms. Alright, we just gotta be smart right now. I can't let my HP drip. Just trying to stay warm so we can go get this maple. It must be done. And it's right up there. Looks like the wolf is running, so the bear might be coming down the alley. Keep an eye on things. I'm about to get cheeky.
There is a bomb on this bus. If we slow down, it'll blow.
Oh, please! Anybody out there? I have one request. If you see Sandra, do not let her go below 50. I used to think it was 65, but it's 50. So before she was going faster than maybe she even needed to. But now she's going 50, and don't let her go below it. Please. How fast is the wolf running? We know that we can't slow this bus down. It has to be 50 or above. Please tell Sandra. Imagine coming in here. Yeah, I'm gonna watch some Long Dark, man. I love this game. And all of a sudden, we're doing Tom Hardy and Speed impressions. Alright. Let's eat pork and beans. I heard some sort of bear or wolf run around me during the night. That's what Neo was talking about. I'm going to watch the new Spielberg movie with my niece in a week or so. I can't wait. Have you seen it? Are you talking about the Revealing the Aliens Day movie? I have not seen it. But Spielberg is pretty much a legend. Sandra was going 15 miles an hour extra for just the thrill of it. Yeah. Sandra's hoping for a sequel, Versetti. She's hoping it'll be on a boat. She's a wildcat. She knows how to drive that bus, Yinzers, I'll tell you. Keeps it a nice, good speed. I think she's got a lot of people reminding her to do that, too, and that's important. All right, so far I don't see a maple. This is tough scenes. I do hear a bear, too. Also tough scenes. Yeah, we got skunked on the Mape. Alright, we're gonna have to improvise. We might have to go for the loner maple now. We're 0 for 2 over here in this west part of the map. We have to go for the loner maple. The dreaded loner. Alright. Let's just do it. We have to. Raph's not going to make it easy on us. Why doesn't he focus on people better than us? Why does he have to come after the jabronis? There is a bomb on this boat. If we slow down, it'll blow. I wonder if he says that line in the sequel. Gotta find out. Maybe it's the tagline. Please don't slow down that boat. Alright, we seek the loner maple. We're gonna need a bigger ocean. Sit, Yenses. Yeah, it's good that you're here too, by the way, Yinzers. We're starting to organize the schedule for this week. And so, what's happening, Yinzers? Let's talk for a second. Now we're going over the labor here, and things are a little tight, you know? We don't have a lot of people at the office to maybe work the appropriate times. So, we're thinking about maybe he has to work on Sunday. Well, I think G has a pretty good idea. This isn't, you know, my idea, Yinzers, but it's important. It's important for the office, and I'm thinking maybe that G's onto something here. We're thinking we might need you coming on Sunday too, Yinzers. So, just start scheduling that in, maybe, if you can. It's important, you know. It's gonna help a lot. It's gonna be a big help. Thank you, Yinzers. I knew you'd understand. Okay, we're gonna go over this hill right up here, and that's where the loner maple is located. It's kind of hard to get up there. They can't even get me to come in on Fridays. Hey, yo, you get me to work a shift on Friday, man? I'm busy, you know. The fight's on Saturday. You know, I got prepared for the fight. I can't work this Friday. I worked 4 10s, by the way. Holy crap, that's a tough way to do it, Rock. Oh! Good Lord! All right, now that we shattered our ankles, We're trying to shimmy up this place. Break everything. Was that expensive piece? You forgot smoking lamp. Alright, we're checking for the loner maple, and then we'll do something about our current situation here.
I don't feel so good.
3-day weekends are so awesome. Man, Rocky, you know, Yinzers is here right now, and he's hearing all this. Loner maple, baby! Alright, let's go ravage up this deer for a little bit of bonus deer and celebrate our maple sapling. Okay, we don't have time to mess around with deers. I gotta get this maple curing. I will get feathers, though. We need a fire. I don't know what to do. Alright, back to ravaging. Will's limbs are butter toast now. Well, if you say the word butter too loud, Versetti, Aretha's going to come cascading through the walls and try to come eat the chat. I don't know if you heard about that one, Versetti. Maybe that was before your time. There was a butter incident. Aretha's had a lot of incidents now that we're stacking them up. I'm starting to hear a pattern here.
Damn, that's smarts.
There was a great butter caper. It's not the quantity, it's the quality. Okay? Aretha, when there's unattended buttered buns. I got some rolls in the kitchen, too. I got some potato rolls. If Redneck Ziti comes around, better believe that there's going to be more questions in the air. All right, let's fix these busted up limbs over here we got. I got to tell you, I'm disappointed in the feather numbers around.
But I'll make it.
Yeah, we'll do all right.
Yes.
The Butter Bandit. I told him about the butter incident. You told him, Bean. Oh my gosh. It was definitely an incident. There's history around it, you know? She followed it up with the big podcast stunt last night. It's pretty jarring hearing random dudes talking in the other room out of nowhere. I will also let you guys know that she's been behind us, laying on the pillow back here for the whole day, pretty much. She's just, as she's growing older, she's definitely getting closer to me, even more, each just kind of weird. It's weird how cats are. They just, like, hit this threshold of trust. You know, in their peanut head, they're like, you know, this jabroni's not so bad. He's been cleaning up my dumps now for 5 years, and he hasn't made a fuss about it. He even praises me when he does it. I think I'm going to be friends with this guy more. And it's very sweet. Rishi T. Now, a lot of crows, but no feathers. Can't believe the random maple was the one we got. It was our last shot. It was going to get chaotic if this one wasn't here. We were going to have to do something wild, like look at the one up the mountain by Quincy's or something. Or just go forward through the ravine with hope. A loaf at a time. We have to wash the bread at my house. Great Dane loves to steal it. Holy crap, Great Dane, huh? That's a big old dog. That's the type of dog Rocky would have. Ew, this is my dog. I think he does get a dog at one point. If Rocky had a dog name, it would be something like Sport or Buzz or a Spike or something. It would be a very dog name. We have 3 of them. Nice, Rocky. Holy kibble, by the way. Your kibble bill has to be through the roof. Hey, yo, I'm gonna need another fight. You're gonna have to schedule me. I have to pay for all this Great Dane kibble, man. It's expensive. I thought I was just gonna get one dog, but then I got triplets. I just love them. I don't know what to say, Paulie. All right, back from whence we came. We're gonna put all our gear. Just played a few hours on my Loper run and finally found a bedroll on day 81 near Allen's Cave. Oh, it was at the hunting blind, Bean. I know about that spot. We've checked there a few times. Did you try to go into Allen's for seafood lunch because you were tired from all that traveling? And if you did, how were you dressed when you went in there? Did you get in? That's the real question. All right, we know what the game plan is. We're going to the rabbit barn, and we're going to sleep. Yo, what up, traveling Alvin? Who's traveling? Oh, he comes in with his own catchphrases. Nice. That was like Steve Urkel right there, Alvin. You came in hot, like a sitcom star. What's going on, Alvin? We're just over here in Coastal. We just found a loner maple. We have designs on making ourselves a bow. It's likely that we're going to get some cured guts from the ravine. Right now, it's just about resting up and traveling. Visibility will be low, but these are familiar territories for us, and it's likely that we'll be okay traveling around and, you know, just making it happen. We have to avoid the bear. Steve Urkel. Yep. Good off work. Excellent, Alvin. Yeah. Well, just sit back and relax. Everybody was talking about before you got here, just like rosehip generosity. And what we're doing is making a bow, pretty much. We've been eaten by a few wolves today, Alvin. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It was rough. But now we're going to storm the steeds and do everything we can. I also have something I wanted to show everybody, too. Let me see if I can pull it up. Prepare yourself. And why don't you come on down, huh? You should come on down. Perfect timing, Bean. Much more of a snooty vibe than Dave's Cave for sure. Wouldn't let me in without a reservation, but I stole dinner from the same Wolf 3 right outside. Excellent work. They deserve none of our sympathy, Bean. None of it. So, I want you guys to check this out. This is the Dave's Cave takeout menu. This is another one of those moments when I realize that I've gone off the rails, for sure. And I've taken this to a nerd level of the furthest degree. But here it is. If you've always wondered what you can order when you go to Dave's Cave, well, look no further than the takeout menu. Check this out. You got it all. You got appetizers. Like the onion ring tower for only $13. That's a good deal. Yo, what's up, Miss Pac-Man? We got a legend in the mix. How are you, Miss Pac-Man, the arcade queen? You're just in time for the Dave's Cave takeout menu. We're all feeling a little hungry. It's been a long Tuesday, Miss Pac-Man, and I think that we should just get some food, maybe from Dave's Cave tonight. It's a beautiful cave. I'll have the special. Well, it's that, you know, it's hard to narrow it down when you say that, Miss Pac-Man, but I would believe you would want to start with the onion ring tower, the greasiest onion ring tower you've ever seen. Or how about the moose sliders? Seems like it says sometimes bonus moose feathers. Come on, you can't beat that. And then, well, you're feeling like, oh, I want something different. Why don't you try the slow-cooked ptarmigan stew? It's got dusty floor potatoes in it, with sliced and sweetened carrots and oyster crackers. Okay, the writing's a little bad there, but just give grace to the jabroni for writing this. Crispy wolf burger, deep fried wolf steak, but it says warning. Only eat one per day or you will get worms. Come on. There's a warning. That's the type of guy Dave is. Even when he serves volatile food, he gives you that warning. I know, I took it too far. This is ridiculous. You know, one of my favorites is the Buttermilk Bear Deluxe Burger. Can you believe how good that sounds? Again, we're talking butter here. The Aretha told me to put this one on the menu. Buttermilk Bear Deluxe Burger. $16. Deep fried buttermilk coated bear with bacon, lettuce, tomato, and cheddar cheese. I'll go for the tandoori cougar strips. Nice, Lurbia. That's kind of like if you're on a business meeting like Reagan and you show up with a few associates and you would like a margarita as well. You say you want Dave's famous margarita. Who even knew he had a famous margarita? Well, we know now, and that's for sure. I know this is ridiculous. I don't see rosehip empanadas on there. That's true, Bean. And I think that if you think about it long enough, you might be able to figure out why. That's because it's kind of a one-way road when it comes down to rosehips in Dave's Cave. It usually goes one way towards Dave's Cave deposit box, and then it usually ends with Dave eating them all himself. So, I don't know that he'd be selling them, because even with the surplus, he's usually looking to just store the extra rose hips and not be just giving them away like that. He can't really give too many away. Gamey is A-OK. Feels amazing. Nice, Miss Pac-Man. Then you probably want to try the spicy buffalo venison burger for $14. And it could be $7 when appetizers are half off. Come on. It's got all kinds of things. It's a little gamey, but what else are you going to eat? You know what I'm saying? So, I know that this is crazy. I don't even want to imagine what Aretha's consulting fee was for that menu. Yeah. When she talks business, she wields it. You know what I'm saying? He's holding out on us. Okay, well, that's crazy, Alvin. But here it is. It's got everything you need, and it's the Dave Cave takeout menu. I'm pretty proud of it. All right, let's get out of this. Bear Creek Campgrounds. Responsible decoy check. We're going to sleep at the Rabbit Grove, micro-cure our maple. I'm hoping we're going to find some birch in the ravine. That's where we're going to get our guts, too. Yeah, it's tough out here. Alright. So. Let's not fade into the long dark when we make nature calls this time. Our health is a little stronger. We've been able to sort of preserve it. Thinking about doing something crazy. It's bad. I'm just thinking about pushing forward and doing cheeky 1 hours on the ground. But it's ill-advised. I just love this traveling weather. Super slow. We also get to keep the match if we move ahead and don't stop. My scrap numbers are kind of weak for our perspective situation. I don't think I've been getting scrap at all. Yeah, no scrap. So our forge is pretty much empty at this point. We're going to have to get more scrap. I might be making mistakes. If I don't get frostbite, I'll even leave a tip. Thank you, Lurbia. You can always tip in Bro's Hips if you're interested. Dave appreciates that, and he doesn't have a problem. Alright, he knows I'm encumbered right now and I'm sleepy. He knows. Alright, we continue. I have returned after slaving all day to cook dinner. Nice, Melito. We're doing some crazy stuff. You just missed the Dave's Cave takeout menu, which had all kinds of goodies on it. So if you're ever looking for a night off, so you don't have to go in the kitchen, just come on down. I think I'll just get right up to the top part before I do a fire and take a cheeky 1 hour. There's also a tunnel up there. I think we can block the wind just in case we do get any tough weather scenes.
So tough.
Alright, now he's dripping HP. No time. Turtle walking our way up there. It's been a glorious Tuesday. Tuesday with some chores. Alvin is in the can. Got gamey buffalo venison burgers and stuff flying around. It's crazy. Though it's a Tuesday, it's had a lot of a Friday vibe to it. It's been a bit of a party. Anytime you start the day with a lot of Mario Lopez, it's likely to be a good time. And that's what we had. A rip-roaring good time. Let's get a fire lit here. Hey, Spot resembles that remark, walking around like a turtle. Maybe you mean resent? And is Spot... Who is Spot, by the way?
Didn't that work?
I have a pet turtle named Spot. Oh, nice, Melito. Well, the turtle is the winner of the Hare and the Tortoise fable. So it's not all bad. Turtles are pretty good. And also Teenage and Mutant and Ninja.
That did it.
All right, Cheeky, coming up. She thinks she's fast, but I can catch her. Nice, Melito. The turtle catcher. Catching more than just the dodo. All right, one more cheek, and we're out. We pushed ahead on this. Let's see if we can get to the other side before a blizzard kicks in. Day by day, we move forward. We attempt to storm the steeds, and most of the time, the steeds storm us. We want a donkey to ride. We want a clue to get. Are not the stars the flowers of the earth, man?
I might have to drop some gear.
Well, we have returned to the sketchy bridge, Raven Falls Trestle. Tin of sardines. We're gonna do the best we can to recapture past glory. The real key, I think, for us is finding birch saplings in the ravine. That would really help our process. If not, we're gonna have to kind of look for them early once we get over to Mystery Lake. I'm also gonna want to take auto walk off and prepare for seriousness. I don't know what I'm doing. Try to get a big torch. Okay, let's go. Sometimes I'm scared to look over there while I'm walking on here. I think I'm going to walk off the cliff. I also hear a dinosaur behind me. Might need some help, Melito. She's storming around. Aretha will actually shake the cam over here when she jumps on the ground. Because the table's on the same ground, so she literally shakes the earth. I could feel it move around in here when she's jumping on things. It's insane. What's up, Aretha? I named her after the old Dick and Jane book, See Spot Run, plus the fact she has orange spots on her. That's very cool, Melito. Turtle power, baby. Dick and Jane book, See Spot Run. I think we were talking about Jeans and Beans earlier as well. The traveling family comedy variety hour. Jeans and Beans. It's been quite a journey, though, on our Tuesday, Friday situation. Yeah, I hear her back there running amok. I know she's doing something. Getting the zoomies. I remember Mr. Green Jeans on Captain Kangaroo. Was that like a side character? Mr. Green Jeans. Hey, man. You Mr. Green Jeans, man? Thought about a fire. He was a farmer, I believe. He's been working on that farm. He's got the green jeans. All right, we have a nice balmy evening here. This yellow weather is the warmest time to travel. The beautiful time for us to get over there. We'll see if we get the heavy hammer in the upper cave like last time. Otherwise, we're getting it from trappers in Mystery Lake. Maybe cheeky 1 or 2 hour. And have enough energy to travel. Trusty brand count. 11.
I could drink almost anything about now.
Very responsible number of trusty. It sure is, Dunk. There we go. Thinking my house smells like cilantro now. Serve some fresh cilantro from the garden with dinner. Holy crap. Straight from the garden. Nice work. I don't think I've ever made homemade cilantro. We've reached the land of gloriousness. A cheeky 1 hour, so we don't lose this yellow weather. Back in the cave. Keep the drip from happening. And go get the rest of our birch and everything. We're starting the drip from fatigue here. We're gonna get that cheeky 1 hour in this cave. After getting reishi mushrooms. This is our first hammer check. Summit soda. Pork and beans. Cedar firewood. Alright, no hammer up here. It's trappers for us.
Sunset. It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Good thing we have the best loot pool. Appreciate your optimism, Dunk. It could be in the train car here as well. On loot pool 4, it could be in the train car at where the scrap metal is and stuff on the other end. I didn't even know it could spawn there.
All right.
Summit soda. Dusty pork and beans. Beans and jeans. Beans and Jeans would have a behind-the-scenes VH1 episode about them. Beans and Jeans were going great. That was up until contract time. Come back after the commercial. See what happens. Reclaim wood. Alright, Cheeky, initiated. Okay, so we do have a hammer at the train car we're going to check for, which is basically once we get across the bridge and stuff, we'll see it kind of there on the river with the cattails and stuff. All right, bedroll, loot pool 4, baby. The cheekness. This is why we pushed ahead. We're doing things we wouldn't do on the other loot pool. Normally we'd have a hacksaw, but not a bedroll. So we're saying push forward, speed run, also micro harvest while you're doing these cheeky naps. We can't forget this sapling. Let's put it in an unforgettable spot. Please don't let me forget that sapling. It means everything. Okay. It is still a little bit whistly out there. Hopefully we maintain our torch. Otherwise, trusty brand down. We're going to the other part of the ravine. We'll check for our hammer and gather birch and look for birch saplings. We are, of course, back in the tranquility of the ravine, where things are chill. And life is everything, including possibilities. You just have to stay optimistic at a certain point, you know? You get real life cabin fever. What else can you do? Sometimes in life, Just have to storm the steeds a little bit better. Gotta make nature call a little bit more nature-y. Gotta light a floor fire in derelict cabin.
Water.
Each lesson must add up to success. Our matches may be blown out by the wind, but not our determination. He's learning, boys. We gotta brainstorm a new trick. They're doing a pretty good job today, Duncan. Thanks for bringing the boys back. I like those guys, even though they're after me. Okay. A nice, calm lap around the ravine. Trying to make sure we grab everything. Anyone seen the Cape Fear series remake yet? I have not. But I will say this about Cape Fear. Both the original, I think Robert Mitchum might have been in the old Cape Fear. Robert Mitchum rules, by the way. We could talk about him for a while. Legend. Really good heel in the movies, too. He's a great bad guy. Great Cape Fear #1, and also the Scorsese remake in the 90s with De Niro as like I think he was from the Bayou, Neo. He was a Bayou boy. That movie is good. So that one's gonna hit home. You get maybe to see some Louisiana stuff. And I have not seen it, Neo, but if you're recommending it, that's definitely making me think it's good. I really don't watch too much in the way of contemporary media because it hasn't been quite the same for a while. I usually watch the classics and don't even watch them as much as I should. Cape Fear series remake.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
Trusty brand down. Gotta go to the cave. I'm really enjoying it. Nice, Neo. Is it kind of different than the other stuff you've seen recently? Does it seem like it's about the story? Cape Fear is awesome. Both of them.
It's making my head feel thick.
I binge watched the 3 episodes that are out last night. Nice, Neo. You've been watching some good stuff. Cape Fear and Speed. Killing the game.
Damn. I'm freezing.
I'm freezing. All right, Trusty brand down. Yes, it's expanding the story. Holy crap. Alright, well, I'll check it out, Neo. If it's got the Neo state of approval, I'm into it.
Why didn't that work?
I don't know. Maybe because we got fire starting 1 skill.
Come on, little fire. Looks like it worked.
Alright, we have to get a little cheeky. There's a couple things we should do is get the guts out of the deer. So those can start curing as well. The Cheek Meister. The Cheek Maestro. Loophole 4. Gotta do what we can. Shake it. As soon as the blizzard's done, we go get the cured guts from the deer. I'm thinking about if we have enough energy to do all of our ravine activities and get to the trailer. It's going to be close. Cured guts, rest of the ravine birch, and hammer check in that train car down there. Hit the trailer in front of the dam after that.
That did it.
Ooh, micro harvest opportunity. Looks like we gotta warm up this fire.
Never been so hungry in my life.
Trying to save my lumps. I'm doing the math. With only 21 days, the time... Oh! The time to pie is limited. Yep. RP match. Again. Alright, now I'm getting a little flippant with my trusty brand. About to be 9. Last run, we made a batch of empanadas and never got to taste the sweet success taste. We faded before we got to eat them. It was tragic. Tragedy struck. New salty crackers. So we have birch bark and stuff. We can probably get one of those going. I think I want to do a cheek to start off. Cheeking it.
Too heavy.
Rest of our birch, hammer, trailer. Remember the old days of fat tenors? Now we're just living that cheek life. Scorsese and Spielberg are doing this one. They're doing the Cape Fear, probably executive producing. Larone was talking about Spielberg's new movie about the aliens. Disclosure Day, I think it's called. What do you guys think about the whole alien thing? I'm not sure if I'm buying it. I'm about to get zapped into space, huh? Zzz. Javier Bardem is Max Cady. Holy crap. Well, that's tough. I'll say Javier's a formidable guy, but he doesn't have a lot of outward charisma that I've heard yet, because his characters are usually more quiet. So I think the big test will be, can he carry the charisma of the Bayou boy, Max Cady, who's been Robert Mitchum and Robert De Niro. Those are serious shoes to fill, you know? Seems like Neo's enjoying his rendition. Okay, we did get one birch. Not a lot. Definitely still gonna have to prioritize these things. Amy Adams and Patrick Wilson are the Bowdens. Interesting.
Can't feel my feet.
Amy Adams might be too assertive for the wife. Patrick Wilson is perfect for the husband. But if she pulls it back a little bit and doesn't go too intense, I think that's the way to play that role for Amy. She is a good actress.
Goddamn freezing.
But that's a lot for a show, too. A lot of stars. Pretty good work.
Well, thank goodness for that.
All right, one lump will get us above. We probably go two. Rare birch bark. Cattail Dreams. We're gonna go check for our hammer at the end of these rails here. Just gonna take a quick, cheeky 1 hour after this birch is done. Well, I'll be happy to know we did find a birch sapling. Great success. Thumbs up. Yikes. Change of plans. Trusty brand matches.
I'm not sure I
getting destroyed by the ravine of all places. I think I got a little too brute forcey over here and trying to push too much. All right, there's a hammer time. 2 rose bushes for us on the way out. Trusty Brad. Scrap metal.
Fingers feel numb.
There's a few caves in the ravine you could maybe run to. If I had time, that would absolutely be it, Bean. I do have the hammer.
So cold. Just want to lay down for a bit.
Son of a gun. Who the heck left the hammer in there for him? We got it, Doug. Good call on the upward train place. Last time I didn't even check there.
Come on.
Because I think we found it in the upper cave last time. We knew it wasn't going to be there, but we didn't know it spawned there.
It worked.
All right, I'm going to test this, see if it blows it out. So I never knew. I think this is blocked as if it were a wall, these under the train parts, but it always feels crazy. All right, I'm dripping. The ravine. The ravine is being mean. Cheeky 1 hour. Wow, nice cheek.
I need to drop something.
Beef jerky. Heavy hammer, baby. And a lump. Let's go cheek again. Thank you, Duncan. I appreciate it, buddy. You know what's going on. Stale beef jerky. It ain't easy being greasy in a world full of cleanliness and all that other madness. You know what I'm saying? This is actually where I usually find the hammer when it's in the ravine. Bare birch bark. Just keeping an eye on our vitals, trying to be responsible about it. Prepared reishi mushrooms. Okay, so I think we need a little bit more birch. I kind of feel like we didn't get a lot. A few pieces more birch, and then we bring our curables over to the dam. Need some birch bark. Responsibilities, waiting out the storm. And we gotta probably start to uptick our scrap metal situation. So that'll mean maybe some of those lamps in the dam to break down. Those are pretty quick. Box some of those bad boys up and bring them out into the sun, bust them down. There's a bunch of those lamps in there. Another in the notch for Forlorn Forge. Responsible bandages. Boxcar Willie. He's seen better days. He's got lobster gloves. It's ridiculous. Tinder numbers, 4 of these and 13 of these. I think we're okay for now. Scrap numbers are at 2. I think we need a good maybe 12. Maybe even a little less. And get away with maybe a tenner, and then have 14 arrowheads because we use 3 for our improvised knife. I always build fires on these crazy ledges. Well, they want to be blizzards, we'll give them the cheek. We'll turn the other cheek.
Someone's gotta go.
Oh, that was a chonker. Birch tea. All right, it's a beautiful morning to recover. Get some rose hips, birch bark, and then once we're in Mystery Lake, we'll go over towards Allen's Cave and prioritize birch saplings since we're pretty short on those and only have 1. I think each birch sapling makes you 3 shafts. We also would be wise to get a few more feathers because I think we're pretty light on feathers. That's weird to see so few birch.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Yeah, maybe the storm brought a little bit more for us, Dunk. All right, eyes peeled for the birch. Seek the birch. It was the beautiful birch ballad. Raph eats a salad. The steakhouse. It's the birch ballad. It's a beautiful day. Ravine. Birch ballad. So we're kind of getting shorted here on the birch, but I think we'll call it now and just go over there. We're gonna bring our curables and get them going in the trailer. And then we're going for birch saplings.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna...
Probably towards Allen's. Came for the long dark, stayed for the sultry tones of Larone. Thank you, Pack and Play. Did you like the birch ballad? Pack and Play, you are the best. You're always very supportive. I appreciate that.
I can eat a horse.
Thank you, Pack and Play, for those rose hips. And that reference to the amazing show starring Ted Danson, Woody Harrelson, and Frasier. Salad is the best. Well, you know, we joke about it, but salad is pretty good. It's just if you have the opportunity and you're at a steakhouse, most of the time, the heck is that? Most of the time you want to, seize the moment by grabbing yourself a fat New York strip or something, maybe. Not Raph. That's what it's like when you make a really cool video game. You get to go to the steakhouse often, so when you go there, you don't even have to act like it's a big deal. Where, you know how I am, I'm kind of a jabroni. I don't get to go to steakhouses. I'm getting a steak. Have you guys seen the Europeans trying American food for the first time? I have not, Pack and Play. Does it blow their mind? Because I got to imagine stuff like steaks is pretty good. I always talk about the guy from The Matrix that turned all of his friends over so he could leave and eat Matrix steak.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Crazy. Okay, we're back here. This is where we were last time, and there's a little bit of trauma surrounding this place for us.
Drink his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Since they're here for the World Cup, they are blown away for the portion sizes of Chipotle. Very cool. The way that chair spins around like that, it's very Craig T. Nelson, if you ask me. Okay. Our curables are here. This is a big milestone for us. We are sleepy, so anything we do, we're going to be a bit tired for. Matches are a big problem, as they usually are here on Loot Pool 4, the Forsaken Loot Pool. We have 8 of them. I would love to get rest.
Might have to drop some gear.
Not sure what to do. Wool socks. That's, you know, it's something to do, isn't it, Dunk? We do have double wool socks. They're both kind of grungy. Everything is grungy on this guy. He's a mess. Alright. I think I'm going to lose the match and go to sleep for an hour or two so we're at least into the white. Try to make nature call, get birch saplings. RIP match is what it means. Cattail Dreams. The chair should be turned around like ML was sitting in it. Holy crap. Or they try Chick-fil-A for the first time with ranch and all the fries. Yeah, I can see Chick-fil-A changing your life. It's really good fast food. It's probably some of the best fast food of all time, probably. McDonald's is up there just because it's, you know, you know, Ray Kroc stole that whole assembly line thing and made it huge. But Chick-fil-A's in the conversation these days, I bet. I also think that there's some respect to be deserved for someone who takes Sunday off. They literally say 1 out of the 7 business days, we're not even going to open. Even though we know we'd sell a ton of post-church chicken sandwiches. And they still went and said, hey, you know what? We'll close on Sundays. It's a bold move in such a competitive marketplace. I like the Polynesian sauce that they have. And I also like the Chick-fil-A sauce, which is essentially like barbecue mixed with honey mustard. I will not enjoy honey mustard on its own, but in the form of Chick-fil-A sauce, it's pretty good. Any more of these uninteresting tidbits you guys would love to hear? I think we should go get ourselves a guaranteed bear sweater from the dam, too, once we get our birch cut. We seek the birch saplings. All right. We're also about to make nature call. God help us. Okay, they're still here. They did not fly away. Let's do it. I'm a big fan of the sweet and spicy sriracha, the best. Do they have that at Chick-fil-A? Sweet and spicy sriracha, that sounds amazing. Oh, we got a random maple over there. Holy crap. He changed his opinion again. He's going after us. There's something glitchy about my angle I'm taking. it's making him focus back on us, and I don't have too much time unpaused to shimmy about. If I go that way under the tunnel towards them, they fly off. He's eyeing me, Pack and Play. I'm trying to think of a way to not scamper those guys and also not get mauled and lose everything. He's trying to make nature call. Now's your chance. If I back up and crouch, there's maybe a chance he'll re-engage with them. Not a lot of time to mess around. Yet to see a kettle corn. Any accelerant to start fire? I'm not sure, Pack and Play. I don't quite understand the crouching gambit that you've been doing. Well, it basically just makes them think that we're not as much of a threat or a target, Dunk. If you can crouch within a decent range away from them, they'll basically focus more on the thing that's right in front of them, the birds, rather than us crouching. Same way you can kind of not draw their aggression in certain ways when you're hunting other people like bear and moose and stuff. I'll try backing up and crouching again. If he gets squirrely, I'm just going to sprint straight at the ptarmigans and try to live. Somehow the ptarmigans are cool. They didn't move. It was a nightmare. Yeah, that's it, Pack and Play. Way better than what we did last time with the knife. Take two. Isn't going so well. Die. Successfully done this on custom settings. Maybe this is different. Yeah, we've done it on custom. I was doing it all over the place before. I'm just taking bad angles, I think, Dunk. That's true as well, the new rules.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
Oh, he's limping from the hammer hit. He's weak. Hey, boss, he tried to bash my skull in. You gotta send Boris with me next time. Okay, now he's after me. Duncan might be onto something here. I hope he can catch him with that limp leg. They're gonna scurry away.
Can't feel my hands.
He blew it.
So cold.
You know, man, would have really liked you to get that ptarmigan earlier after messing with me. You know? Did you set Wolf goes after me and doesn't nature call to high? I think so, don't. I do. And I also set Wolf to limping jabroni who can't catch a ptarmigan.
Fire's life out here.
Yeah. All right, we're getting some lunch. There's an extra maple here we'll get just for the sake of it. Sorry, boss. I let the tarms get away. You're not supposed to go after the tarms, you numbskull. They're always acting like the Three Stooges. Why I oughta. Boss, he's just staring at me. Responsibly. Send Boris ASAP. Oh, they're calling in the heavies. I'll tell you, that's one of my favorite bits. All the characters running around. Grab some feathers. We gotta go get ourselves some birch before the night's done. Looks like our little ptarmigan extravaganza turned out to be a bust. It was heavy drama, though. That was pretty interesting. Ran right by us. Cattail Dreams. Not ideal. We're going to be encumbered for this walk home. I might want to leave the stink lines here and come back for them another time. Because we're going by a wolf with nothing but a flare. Emotional support. Worried about our blind spots.
Too much stuff to carry.
Back up Maple. Alright, we're about to go to sleep. 1 or 2 hours so we can go get more birch. The wolf didn't get the job done. He's only good at taking us out, not small chicken birds. But Will, no sweat. One more hour, go get the birch saps. We're probably going to set some things up in the dam, look for maybe a work boot or Mackinac in the safe or something. We're definitely looking to break down some scrap and acquire trusty brand matches. We're in desperate need for those. The birds don't crouch when they're spotted by the wolf. I think that's the issue here. Yeah. You would think that would leave them susceptible because they don't crouch, right? So then they draw the attention. Problem is the wolf, he's not as great as you would hope he is at catching the bird. He's confident, but doesn't always get it. All right, I'm hoping to see a big family of birch saplings over here. Usually you'll see a nice amount of them.
I need to drop something.
It looks like today we're not seeing them, huh? I don't believe we're going to find any by Alan's cave. I think we're going to have to consult the trusty map right now and find where these birch saplings are. Okay, here's the situation. This is the spot we were just looking at because we came out here and these are the trailers we've been chilling in. This is where the big Ptarmigan wolf incident keeps happening. This is where the birch is I just checked for. If we look over here, we got rose hips next to Alan's cave, a very sophisticated cave. Oh, we can get birch on the way down the river. So if we just naturally go the way that we're thinking about, we're going to hit some birch right there and right here. Yeah, I don't know about this one, but it's next to the deer, and then this one's on a clearing. Okay, those are really easy to spot. 2 birch spots right on the way. And there's also one by the Dave's Cave bunker. So this is where I kind of want to talk to you guys about Grown Up's idea. Grown Up was thinking that we could ban preppers' caches because they might be too friendly. My experience is that since we set the safes to less generous, so I don't have 2 Mackinacs and 2 combat pants and everything, it's kind of righted the ship, and that maybe preppers' caches should be back in the mix. That's my opinion, and I'm down to hear what you guys think about it. But so far, I feel like the loot has been pretty scarce, and if you get a nice prepper cache, I think it's fair game. Yeah, I think so too, don't. I think you're right about the safes, too. The way that we set that weird slider. The wording of it messed with my autisticness, and I couldn't understand it, but I think we figured it out. Thank you, buddy. Because I haven't been getting jack. I'm Boxcar Willie over here. So, the plan is, we're checking for birch on 2 spots as we head down this river, basically. We're going to look for them here, and then here. We're looking to get rose hips along the way. There's another ptarmigan spot there. Usually I'm unsuccessful with that one too. We'll try another angle, bring a wolf over there and see if we can make nature call. We're going to get rose hips next to the Canadian office and also a mag lens. Pretty cool stuff there. And then we'll head on down to Dave's Cave for the deals and just the general environment. We're going to go to Forlorn after that. And leave any gear here at the entrance that we don't need. Come on back all the way down the rails to make our bow at the track. or at the dam. What do you guys think about that plan? I think it's a pretty responsible plan. It always looks good in plan form. Sometimes. Gotta check on Jeff. Yeah, Jeff wants something. All right, quick, Jeff. We'll be chilling. You do like that plan, Duncan. Excellent. And that is what we'll do. Our boy Jeff's just going to hang out for a minute, and we're going to make sure. I think we have a solid situation. Duncan, have you been doing some pretty exciting stuff in your long, dark endeavors? And have you had a chance to graduate from your trackpad by any chance and get yourself a beautiful mouse? I think Duncan's playing over there on the Mac. Still trackpad and it just been bebopping around on Loper. Nice. Well, you take your time getting that mouse. And if you're looking for deals so you can save to afford to get it, why don't you come on down? Got it all. You guys, you need some decent deals on some local burgers? Come on down. You got the deals? You got the stuff. There was a call for the famous margaritas earlier. What about tandoori cougar steak strips? Marinated cougar, served with an array of cattail dreams and prepared burdock. I would say the tandoori cougar steak strips are the closest item you can get to something that you'd find at Alan's cave. That's as sophisticated as it gets in Dave's cave. The tandoori cougar steak strips, of course. It's very important. All right, let's get out of here. Bear sweater from the dam. So we're a little warmer for our travels. And then I think we want to head out after maybe an hour or two of sleep. As long as there's no aurora. I need to eat soon. That's Aretha's inner monologue. Okay, the sky's starting to look a little colorful. I just saw some green up there.
Someplace to escape this cold.
Alright, so I still have no clue how we're going to deal with the match situation. My lack of looting points of interest in Coastal Highway has yielded me one or two less trusty brand matches. I've been really trying to speed run the whole bow making process so we can get into the hunt. And some of the casualties of the trusty brand match acquisitions, I would say. Let's use our goofy storm lantern in here.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Boom. Okay. It's fresh and nice. It's 86%. It adds way more character to this guy, because before, you know, he's a little ridiculous. He needs to get his act together. But on a seriousness, I do hope that you guys have had a great day. I would say, oh, pro feather. Just a few items. The big stuff like lockers. Stay moving. Maybe get a couple hours rest before we travel down the river looking for birch and things. I just want to make sure we're warm enough to travel and that I'm hitting the lockers in the spots we're checking out. What about the secret toilet? You know, I was thinking about it, Dunk, but I'm not even sure I'm going to use the toilet water we have. If we run into water situations, we'll grab it. Maybe when we come back and make the bow. And we'll remember the toilet that was the toilet water. So we got a safe. A safe is coming up for sure. Would love to find Mackinac work boots in there. Thank you, Duncan.
Could end up being useful.
Trying to remember which one of these guys had antibiotics. I don't think we do. Okay. Thank you, Neo, for those hips. My guys. You're there for me.
Never been so hungry in my life.
55. $17. 55, 17. And Neo, I haven't seen any predictions, so I'm just going to assume you're not getting too much of a Matrix vibe about this one.
I'd eat snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
Well, we fixed it, though. Definitely fixed it. Good work, boys. Those scallywags. Alright, let's go get the last of the lockers up there. and think about our scrap numbers
Too tired
while we're
to
up
think
next to the
straight.
lamps. Loophole 4. Oh, Slid! Thank you for sliding on in, Slid. What is shaking? How's it going, Slid? We just got to the dam and we're taking a cheeky nap in the stairwell. What is shaking, Slid? How is everything going? Cattail Dreams. Put a single book in that 160-pound safe. It'll be hilarious. Yeah, it was a real laugh riot, Versetti. That generous safe. It was a great time. Best of times. Go. Couple cheekies. Keep moving. Hey, Larone, hope it's good. We're on that Trapper's Legacy Misery Challenge. Well, that sounds like it is for the absolute pros, Slid. Great work. It's not going well. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you got all kinds of afflictions coming at you. It's going to be serious. It's good to see you, Slid. We're having a tough time of our own. Most of it has happened by wolves. But that's everybody, that's a common story, you know? There's also been a bit of jabroni negligence rolled into those wolf attacks. We tried to make nature call on some ptarmigans there to get an improvised insulation before our bow is made. And, sometimes, you know? What are we up to? Well, we're doing a crazy thing. It involves talking about Mario Lopez a lot. And, but on a serious note, it involves hunting. It involves taking 21 shots. Oh, new down vest. Worn fleece mittens. Last time, we just kind of messed around in the custom settings, and we made a little something. And, it's pretty fun. So we just been messing around in the custom settings for the first time over here.
Making me feel tired.
Doing a little bit of action. Alright, we got more books. I don't know if they're as good as the one that was locked up in the safe. We have it. Alright, scrap metal numbers. Let's look. 3. Weak. Sauce. Probably won every one of these lamps. Okay, this will be 6.
Feels like a lot of gear.
And 7. Let's go for about 10 or 11 scrap. We're becoming slow. Sluggish. Alright. Down and up to the front. If an aurora hits, we break down some of these heavy desk lamps. Gonna be sketchy walking over there encumbered with a wolf around, so we'll probably do some cheeky here at the dam. Put on a ridiculous vest. There he is. 8 Celsius warmth bonus. couple cattail dreams, and a couple sleeps. Okay. Two hours, 18, or 2 days, 18 hours, and 30 minutes. Time of day, middle of the night. It's going to be tough to walk with all this scrap until we break it down, of course. Probably want to do that when sunlight hits. Maybe we go for a fat rest here and just do a bunch of old fashions. Just eating cattails and sleeping. Let's do that. Okay. Taking our rest and doing the best we can. Sometimes when you just fade into the long dark so often, you have unearned optimism, but that's all you have, you know? You just have to lean into that. Cattail stop. They can take everything from us, but they can't take our optimism. We have to do a couple more, break down the scrap in the morning, because there's no way we're getting anywhere outside. Just keeping an eye on our calories. We got teas to drink if we need calories for our belly. Continue. We're real close to being able to break it down. One more. Well rested. About half of our fatigue for the big journey to the camp office. Go into customization mode and drop the lamps. Well-fed hype, baby. We got it. We got that strength for our big journey all the way to Forlorn Muskeg and across Mystery Lake, baby. We're gonna break down all these lamps that look like the cold open to the Toy Story movie, knocking a beach ball. We're gonna do it big. Well-fed hype. It's like we just had a moose burger or tandoori cougar strips. What a treat. The reason we prioritize these lamps is because we get a scrap from 15 minutes. It's a beautiful source of scrap. Min-maxer would love a good 15 minutes for scrap metal. Now we're up to 10. That'll leave us 14 arrows. That means we just gotta get half of our shots back. Let's break down a crowbar and go in there with a few more. Well, that leaves us 18 arrows for 21 shots. That's good. Put the workbench up here for when we make our bow. And now I'm going to think about anything I can leave here, since we're about to go journeying around. Eight books. Okay. Let's think about it. We're headed out. We're coming back here to make the bow later. Our stuff is in the trailer. Birch numbers are just going to have to happen on the way, and we'll drop it at the Canadian office. But I think now is when we venture down the river and get some stuff. Lined up the lamps to the slaughter. We did, Versetti. We got some scrap metal, baby. Anybody who forges in Forlorn, starting in DP, you can see that you can rely on them all to be there. And those lamps usually are there. Hunger's getting a little sketchy. We're heading into cattail everything, though. Let's do it.
Need a horse.
Suppose we'll sleep some more. We're headed down the river now. Cattails. Match numbers 7. We could cook these steaks here. I kind of want to move. Let's see if there's any wolves around. Yeah, he's there. There's a ptarmigan over here in this field. Nature. Scruffy is on the way to grab that. I'm trying to bring him over, Pack and Play. Cattail Dreams. What's this guy's deal? Ace Ventura 2 time. Okay, he's over there.
Die if I don't warm up soon. All I can think about is food.
This is all for warmth and we're dripping. Nature. Risking Will's life for 33.7 calories of ptarmigan. You're right. The main thing for us, Versetti, is those great feathers. You know what I'm saying? We love the feather. I wonder if the ptarmigan still smells if you take the meat out of it and just carry the carcass with feathers. I bet it still does, huh? It does. Thank you, Neo. Probably be wise to do a fire, cook the deer while we're doing this, because it's 40 minutes of feather. Okay. It still does. Excellent. Dusty Brand down.
Damn. Freezing.
Freezing. Is it 5 feathers for the insulation? It sure is, Versetti. That means you do 2 birds if you want to get 1 in you, and if you want that second one, you got to get 3.
Come on.
For the 12 total feathers.
Well, thank goodness for that.
As you can tell, it's not a perfect science yet. We're still working out pretty much all the kinks.
Could eat anything.
I remember thinking they were sneaky with that choice of feather amount, so you'd have to get a second. Yeah, those are the things I kind of appreciate about the love and care they put into this one. They really thought about the whole procedure in a lot of the ways. Fair birch bark. So now we'll wait, cook some deer, tear up some feathers. I do appreciate it too. I really have little to no criticisms about this game. Yeah. So the sequel's gonna have to live up to, you know, the greatness of the last 12 years for all of us. It's gonna be tough. Almost unsurmountable. But who better to do it than a mountain climber? Like Will McKenzie. The help of his friend Raph, who's totally gonna take it easy on us for once. We're planning for the future a little bit here. We're hoping to end up making insulation. This lump might be wasted. Feels volatile. Well, it took a little bit more time and we took a drip from it, but we got it. We got our charm again. We'll see if it pays off. We're going for that last week or so to be able to travel around Pleasant Valley with about 2 degrees more in our belly to just give us that extra boost so we can focus on the hunt. That's it, Don.
I need to eat some.
If they come out of the sequel with the same passion and devotion that they did with TLD, I think we will be happy. Yeah. And it's like, the thing as an artist is tough because he has a bone on that first one. He's trying to prove all the doubters wrong. Maybe all the Letterman jacket athletes that told Raph his hipster ways weren't enough. Well, guess what? I'm Raph, and I'm going to make the coolest game. And he did. And I want him to still have that motivation that it took to kick butt on a game when no one believes, you know? Still have that fire in him to put everything into the sequel. Or it'll just be kind of rehashing what it was with fancier graphics. And we'll end up coming back and playing the original for its harsh rigidness and everything. You never know. I would like to be optimistic. We got 4 feathers. Bit too volatile out there. Maybe one more. It's intense music. See how windy it is. It's a bit windy. food's getting pretty light, but we're headed towards Cattail everything. So I think we'll be okay on food if we can get out there soon. Let's drink a birch bark. Epic action music to accompany taking a little nap on a moldy piece of cardboard on the floor of the trailers. Yeah, and I get roasted because I always choose this bad cardboard floor moldy sleeping bag rather than those nice bunk beds across. I don't know why I always end up over here. I think it's just because it's closer to the bridge area. But it's true. A moldy piece of cardboard. Alright, this is our chance. He loves the Dave's Cave trailer. Yeah, I think that's true. I think we're finding a pattern here, Dunk, that I love squalor. Alright, one more cardboard nap. Love the grittiness. Smell of Marlboro Reds. Okay, so this I didn't anticipate for our calorie problem. I think we got one small steak out front. But this could be complicated. Let's see how many teas we got. 300 calories right there. The thing I worry about in that trailer, I believe it has wiring that can electrocute you during an aurora. I may be misremembering. Just always avoid sleeping in that one. Well, there does appear to be wiring. It's not sparking up, though. Yet. So one good thing is that we have a decent amount of birch now. Birch bark tea. Moldy cardboard. Okay, we're gonna want this aurora to end soon, or we're gonna be drinking it. The moldy cardboard is back on the menus, boys. I don't know why I have that odd memory, but it's good to know. You may have mixed it up with the dam too, Versetti, because that definitely happens at the dam. And it may just be the whole area you're traumatized by. Me and Pack and Play have that about the boardwalks over there in Coastal Highway after Boris's big incident. Okay, I'm gonna drink the reishi tea. Feels like it's fading away, but it's not quite there. We're going to be fully rested. All right, activities are kind of not happening. I obviously could break down reclaim wood, but it would probably take more calories right now when we kind of need them to last through this aurora. I'm thinking about doing the unspeakable, solitaire, on cardboard, moldy cardboard.
I need to find food.
Yikes. Here's what we got. Trusty brand at 6. I have this thing here. It's 0.25 kilograms, 200 calories. Otherwise, we go cattail hunting in a darn aurora with haunted wolves everywhere. It's got to be morning soon. You could look at the time up there. The sun's got to be right around the corner. Wait. Nope. A little bit of some classic cardboard solitaire. I don't know what to do. If I go out on that river and get even one cattail, I'm going to get chomped by a haunted wolf. Cook the steak and head out in the morning. Yeah. If it were that simple, I totally would pack and play. I'm just thinking about those matches a little bit. I might lose the match to the wind. Unless I wait out the whole fire on that side of the trailer that we light it and then leave after that. It's only 0.25, but I think it's our option to wait out this aurora. I think you're right, Pac. All right, trusty brand down. Oh, God. 40%. Hey, yo, how we looking, homie? We're looking great, Sil. How's it going with you? I hope you're having a good evening on this Tuesday with the fam. Let's get all up in here. We're living the dream. Went for a warm evening ocean walk. Was pretty magical. Wow, Sil. That is pretty cool. It's nice to be able to go to the beach, you know? Especially on Sundays. Yet I yearn for more blizzard. 40% in a dream. We did it. Prepared birch bark. Looks like we're on the doorstep for both these guys. Fire starting and cooking. Few more calories, and now we're gonna wait out this blizzard. Oh, cooking too. Well, don't get used to it, because we're gonna fade into the long dark soon and not have it. But for now, cooking too. 10% calories for mini cooked food item, and that's pretty cool. And it gives us a bunch of compliments, which I need some compliments. All right, cheeky 1 hour. And we're going down the river, and the aurora should subside by the end of this cheek. You may be tired enough. That's it, Pack. Have you found a mag lens or fire striker yet? Mag lens often in camp office. That's it, Bean. Exactly where we're headed. We're going down the river and to the camp office for our guaranteed mag lens. And then we're going to Dave's Cave Bunker Prepper Cache to see if we can get some beef jerky and cool stuff. This is definitely our moment right here. Mo Cheeks. All right. If the wind blows out our match, it's going to be a bit more complicated. Let's try to shield. You know what? So, the plan is pretty simple. Just like Bean says, we definitely want the mag lens from the camp office. We go to the Dave's Cave action for half-off apps, and we get Prepper's Cache. After that, we go to Forlorn for a Thin Ice Forge. If we get a beautiful, clear day like last time, we can get across that lake, no issues. You do run into a few wolves during a windy day. It adds complications. You got to give them the John Elway gambit.
Can't feel my feet.
But who knows? One step at a time for us. Step by step, day by day. Looks like we're without tea.
Goddamn freezing.
Yeah, buddy. Take it easy. %, in a dream. I gotta get a stick. My percentages.
Come on.
He's gonna start swearing if we mess it up.
Come on. Come on.
He gets real indignant after the third attempt. Starts jerking himself around and kicking everything.
Are you serious?
Here he goes. Yeah, we're trying to do this with other torches, man. It's not your fault. At this point, probably could have broken one down for a regular old stick, but we're too committed. Yeah.
Come on.
That's it.
Are you serious?
Oh! We're taking so much drip. Tough scenes right here in Mystery Lake. Too much ptarmigan nonsense.
It worked.
Yep. Let's get some teas going. That was too short of a journey. Martin short. Jiminy Glick. All right, 7,000 cattails in our belly. 40% really means 5%. Sometimes, you know. Classic odds. Prepare birch bark. Okay, pretty soon here, I think we'll keep going. Weather's not hot, but we are going to be maybe in between a couple rocks. I don't expect much torch action for us, though. It will probably blow out. Thermia risk, huh? Gosh, 7 Celsius warmth bonus. That first run was a bit of an anomaly because we had those combat pants and those big Mackinaws, so we were able to walk around outside more than we realistically will in these future endeavors. So we're kind of planning that way, knowing that we're going to get our butt kicked more with these absurd boxcar Willie clothes. Wind refuses to subside. Thinking about it. Burdock root. I am. I don't know where a fire striker is. I know that we have a couple opportunities in Broken Railroad. Not sure where else. I do know this. If we get a stock bunker, it changes everything about your matches. You get like 4 boxes in there. Now, I'm grateful that you guys have spent this Tuesday with me. Sure has been a wild one. Craziness. So, let's plan for the next couple steps. It's Mag Lens and Prepper's Cache. The forge happens at Forlorn. Come back to the trailer here at the dam for the bow. Go through Winding River to Pleasant Valley. And we go after that bear whose cave is right next to the entrance there. We won't get attacked by a ninja wolf on the way down in Winding River because we'll carry a lit torch. No ninja wolf. That's a long way away. We have a lot of things to get done between then. First is looking for birch. I think we're coming up on a spot right here. Looking for birch saplings, of course. You took them all. Look at them. There's a whole mess of them over here. 5. They're gone. Okay. So I didn't see the other one that was over here. Doesn't look like that one showed up either. So surprisingly, birch saplings have been the tough thing for us to locate. Now I'm going to have to kind of adapt and prioritize these because they're going to have to cure before we can even make a bunch of arrows. And we're kind of getting short on time to get them ready. Might have to pull up the map and look for some around the camp office. I do think we'll find a bunch in Forlorn, but we want to get them curing in mystery during that. Thank you, Pack and Play, for those hips. We just got a pretty good amount of hips. We're doing pretty good with the hips right now. It's odd that birch saplings are tough. I think there was like a weird path we could go up there for birch saplings, maybe. I don't know. I'll look. All right, map check. Here's where we are right here. We're at this kind of area in the river's southern access. We're looking for birch saplings. We are going to get some maybe next to Dave's cave over here in the Prepper's Cache. I'm not sure if it'll be a mess of them like it usually, like the one we just passed. But surprisingly, not a lot of birch opportunities over here besides that Prepper's Cache. Yeah, this is our shot right here. I suppose that we'll have to throw it back in the cache or in the cave to cure. I think that's it. Our backup shots are we'll have to go and take a detour kind of over this way before going through Forlorn to get this birch right there along the wall. And then there's the birch opportunities by trappers if we get real crazy. Okay. I'll slide it with the stick, no big deal. 60%. We got it. One more of these. Are you serious fires? We got to get fire starting too.
Come on. All right.
Yep.
Wait. I'm so cold.
55%. Fires last 10% longer. Heck yeah. Thank you, Duncan. Starting to think it's not happening. You don't want to sleep on this slanted snow slope, you say. Just sleep sideways in a snow wall. Bear burdock. Now that I'm thinking about it, I never really level up fire starting. What's up, Ulf? The Hot Pocket Pizza Pocket Pro, baby. What is shaking, Ulf? Raph is quite the joker, making it that you can't put a bedroll on your on the ice. Yeah. He sure is. Also a joker when we fall through the thin ice and forlorn, but a big lumbering 2-ton bear doesn't. Oh, really? Anything, eh? Not much, just eating sherbet. Nice, Ulf. Eating sherbet. Man, I haven't had sherbet in forever. Totally forgot about sherbet. Sherbet Hoover. It's because he knew Loop Wolf War is too OP, so he had to nerf it a little. Oh, Duncan. You're such a card. Birch bark? One more birch bark. We can get out of here. Let's eat our burdock. Or our cattails. Give me the choice between ice cream and orange sherbet. I'm taking the orange sherbet. Well, I do believe it's pretty good as a dessert. Because I used to go... There was this one fancy Chinese food restaurant I went to. It was like the fanciest place in town. When we really, us rednecks, really went out on the town. And they would give you lime sherbet at the end as like a palate cleanser. I always thought it was very Allen's Cave and sophisticated to eat that. So it always stuck in my head. Also, you'll be happy to know that of the Chinese months, there's like an animal for each month. I happen to be the month of the tiger. So, I don't know what you guys are, but I'm, in fact, a tiger. Been throwing a lot of pointless tidbits out there today. I don't know what the tiger's benefits are, but I do believe there's something involving maybe like eyesight being good. I'm the boar in the Chinese calendar. Nice back in play. I didn't know if anybody would even understand the kind of thing I'm talking about, but there's like an animal for each section of the calendar. You know, I'd love to make Year of the Dog. Holy crap. Oh, Duncan. That wouldn't be a putting dog food in the food thing, would it? Or putting dogs in the food? Is that what that bit is? Young's got that dog in him. That's my Chinese calendar animal. Oh, they have the dog. The domestic dog, you say. Not even a wolf. Just a regular dog. I'm the year of the dog and month of the horse. Holy crap. Nice, Ulf. Galloping around. With pizza pockets on the side of your steed. Sure, Bert. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm not sure what we do with all this information, being dogs and boars and things. But I'm sure it's going to pay off someday. Moose markings. There he is. He's over there on the tracks. He's stunning. Look at him. You know, makes sense why I can't eat like a horse. Dog. Loyal, faithful, and sincere. Not sure on that last one. Oh crap, Dunk. Are you insincere? Are all these dancing frogs fake? Cooking pot. Cooking skillet. Old mill flour. Dusty floor potato. Pork and beans.
Still eat this. If I can drop any of this
Magdalene's
gear.
hype. Now, I'll tell you, if you're ever looking through all the spots and you think you checked everywhere and you're sure it's here, this is the hardest spot. Sometimes you can blue outline this table if you need to move it, but it'll be back there. You check under those stairs and underneath the Tooth Fairy pillow on the upstairs bunk bed. I'll tell you, we are kind of moving right now. We're nice and agile. I like that. Survive the Outdoors by S.J. Adams. Trusty brand preserved. Trusty brand, huh? Woo! 8 and 2.5, 6 point. Oh yeah! Look at that windproof too. All right.
Never would have thought to look here.
Still not much of a warmth improvement, but we're ready for the wind, I'll tell you. That wind better think twice. And that's what I'm talking about. Got it. Done it, dog. We got the can opener. All right. Now we have to get realistic. Can we make it to that bunker in like 10 minutes? Come on down. We got hockey jerseys and can openers. So our last journey is either go on down to Dave's Cave and see if the bunker's stocked as like a great conclusion. And that's probably what we're going to do. This place was loaded. That's it, Rossetti. And if you see on the map, you'll actually recognize that it has one of those clovers on it. And that's for abundant supplies might be here. You can tell here it says location has abundant supplies. So on here, the key says camp office. Guess where else it says? The Prepper's Cache. Dave's Cave grand finale. I'm thinking so, Dunk. So let's get a move on so we can get down there in time. Let's do it. All right, we seek the Prepper's Cache. We're looking for big time stocked action. Closing time at Dave's Cave. One last hurrah. Trying to preserve my trusty brand. One last hurrah. Thank you, Pack and Play, for those hips. Thank you, Pack and Play.
Hey, Bobby. There she is. Hey, you know Joanna? Yeah, I know Joanna. She's the girl I've been telling you about.
Okay, now they've really pushed our buttons. They tried to stop AC? No. I'm sorry, Neo, for the timing, but don't you worry. AC's on the way. You guys think you could stop this greatness?
Hey, Bobby. There she is. Hey, you know Joanna? Yeah, I know Joanna. She's the girl I've been telling you about.
We did get to hear it twice, so extra bonus. What about the DC? Is the DC also on the way? Are you talking about DLC, Ulf? And are you talking about it for the first Long Dark? They took out ML and ML. Crazy! Closing time playing on the juke? AC/DC. Holy crap. AC/DC. We asked them to perform at Dave's Cave. They didn't know how to get here, though. They said it was a bit of a mystery. We do have an AC/DC vinyl. I had to ask about the DC. I don't know what's going on. But we do have a vinyl of AC/DC in the jukebox, but the jukebox isn't working right now. It's going to be fixed real soon, though. And that'll be good. Fair, nice. Excellent. Okay, so if you're ever wanting to get to Dave's Cave, get to this fork in the road, you take a right. And prepare yourself for deals, a great environment, and just a place where, you know, people recognize you, you know? Everybody commiserates together. And, you know, it's good times. Come on down. Oh. It's been a long day, but not too long to do a Dave's Cave impressions. Oh. So come on down. All right, let's go in here. There's not usually a lot in here, but that's, you know, that's how we advertise the place. We pretty much don't. Dave's Quiet Clearing. Here it is. Where it all happens. Most important of all things. Dave's Cave. Thank you, Duncan, for those hips. Even during that slider shortage. A healthy 5 spot. And I'll take it. I've been debating on getting a boombox and getting a thing to let me put my music tape in and play some of my dad's old tapes. That would be quite nostalgic. Ulf, I bet you'd have a good time doing that. Oh, now Duncan's partying big time. We got the Frog Boys with the crew. Even the Three Stooges come out to play at Dave's Cave. Holy. All right, so you're seeing a crazy reverse goat you have to do to get up here to the cache. It's a kind of a shortcut. It is detailed on the map with little dash lines, if you see those. This is it. Colored or black and white? Which version of them? I think the Three Stooges black and white is what I grew up with. Oh, we're talking the different versions. Yeah, I don't remember the colored. But I will say I do remember the super stocked bunker. And I think it's happening real soon. Some would say right about now.
I might have to drop some gear.
depressing. Ah! Okay. So we got old boxes instead. Who wanted all that gear anyways, you know? It was just gonna weigh us down with all those great, glorious, trusty brand matches. Yeah, Alan's up to it, Pack and Play. This isn't far from his territory. So it looks like we're stopping with 5. Unreal. Okay. Notes. Stuff at damn trailer for Bo. 1. Lesson or plan for Friday. 1. Get your act together. 2. Forge, or no, saplings, birch saps near current location. 3. Forge arrowheads and impro knife. Stonks. Okay. We're gonna save those up. Here's what we got. Cooking skill and fire starting skill on the rise. Our archery is okay there, and we're not gonna rebrine gold because we're going for the not the Three Stooges, the John Candy strat, pincushion strat. Stat sheet. 4 days. We do have well fed, which is pretty great. And the highlight may have been, it wasn't the stock bunker. It was this. Can openers found. 1. We're trying to remain positive about the whole thing. We're going to leave this dusty place on Friday. Try to find more trusty brand. Speed Sandra must keep the bus. Oh my gosh. That's right. Who needs fully stocked bunkers when you have a can opener? You guys are the best. All right, this guy's going to take a little bit of a rest till Friday, but he's coming back ready to not fade into the long dark in the first hour. So if any of you guys are here on Friday, let's all be super responsible when we come in here, you know? Not too fired up. If we're outside near wolves, a little less Mario Lopez when we can, especially if we don't have a torch lit. So I'll just have to wait to tell you guys about the cool way to sit in a chair. Get that stealth. Get that stuff that helped Ford focus. All right, let's get out of here. That's the best. Got it. More Mario Lopez. All right, we're getting out of here. I'm going to blue outline again out of superstition. We've done a lot today. Saving, I saw it. All right, now I'm out. One time I crafted a moose hide satchel and then didn't save it. Not cool. Well, that was a bit of a scene today. All over the map, literally. We tried everything we could, and sometimes it's just not enough. You guys are the absolute best, and I'm super grateful that we got to hang, though. I'm going to try to do everything I can to come in Friday and actually get us to 21 days. I can tell you that. Don't forget about what's really important around here. Of course. Dave's Cave Menu. Thank you for those hips. Always double tap the save. I do double tap it. It's a very zombie land type move, but I always like to just make sure, because sometimes you just have to, you know? It's been a lot of work that we've done. We've, you know, traveled the world. Talked about Mario Lopez in many towns. You got this? This is the run? Thank you, Neo. Man, I appreciate it. Oh, we even got rose hips with Keanu. I might have to watch Speed and go on a speed. Thank you, Duncan. We might have to do it. I also might, on your recognition, Neo, check out, what's it called? Thank you for those hips, Ulf. And this is a strong closing right here. This is what I'm talking about. I'm going to check out that Cape Fear with the guy from Country for Old Men. It's going to be amazing, probably. For now, you can imagine it. New Cape Fear for sure. We got a lot to think about right now. We're going to come back as much as we can on Friday to do it big. You guys are amazing. I think what I'm going to do is go get a little bit more food. I just ate quick bites of chicken like a savage in between. So I'm going to go get some more food, take care of our gal, come back Friday fired up and ready to storm the steeds. I'll tell you that. Order you some Slap Yo Mama. Great reminder, Neo. I am going to do that because I absolutely love all seasoning. And it's high time, you know? I'll have some chicharras to compare it to. And I use the stuff a lot. I throw it on my French fries too, Neo. I'm that crazy. I do French fries in the air fryer. I get it going. Slap Yo Mama is on the list. And I'm ready to have a little Cajun in my life. See you all Friday. Thank you, Versetti. Send my love to Bean, and make sure you tell her thank you for kicking butt on Interloper, and that she's killing the game. And also thank you for telling you about Aretha's butter caper as well. The butter incident. What we're going to do here is go hang out with a mathematical genius, pretty much. He also loves kitties, and he's the man. He's smarter than a lot of folks, I'll tell you that. This guy's the real deal. Kind of a legend. He plays a game that I can't even comprehend. Nah, yo grandma! Oh! Couple street jokes on the way out for the crew. I'll see you guys. You're the best! See ya, Bean! See you guys! See ya! You're the best.